Chapter 1, The School Beauty is Pregnant? It's heavy. Too heavy. The woman's cold voice woke Linley from his sleep. He suddenly opened his eyes and saw a beautiful face appear under his body. The woman's snow-white skin became particularly beautiful under the hazy moonlight, making any man who saw her unable to stop. Hiss, why is there a woman in my bed? Linley's head felt swollen, he murmured softly in his heart, and quickly turned to the head of the bed. He only remembered that he had attended the graduation party of Hangzhou University last night, but was persuaded to drink by his brothers, and then he got drunk. The next time he opened his eyes, he was lying on the bed in the hotel. And a familiar name also appeared in his mind, the underworld school beauty, Shen Xingxue. The woman beside him was none other than the eldest daughter of Shen S Minerals and also the eldest daughter of the underworld. She possessed half of the power in this city and was the white moonlight in the hearts of all the boys in the school. Oh no! His heartbeat even reached 130. You know, his grandfather is a super boss. The boys who confessed to her were forced to drop out of school. At this moment, Shen Xingxue rubbed the corners of her eyes and opened her light brown eyes. His expression turned angry the moment he caught a glimpse of the man. Ah, why are you here? Stop looking, or I'll make you pay. She let out a loud roar, followed by several large pillows that hit Linley at the head of the bed with a bang. Cherry red plum blossoms also appeared on the bed sheets. Miss Shen, don't be angry. I am also wrong in this matter. Linley held the pillow and dared not move. Because he knew that the Shen family was not easy to mess with, not to mention that he was just an ordinary college student. Don't worry, Linley, will take responsibility for my own actions. I will definitely be responsible for you. Woo woo! Shen Xingxue cried as she picked up the skirt scattered on the bed. Turn around, I want to change clothes. If you dare to look, I will chop you off. I don't want to see it. Linley covered his eyes. But he had already seen her when she stood up. Her skin was as white as cream and her beautiful shoulders had a hazy beauty even in the dim moonlight. After she finished dressing, she lifted her hair from her neck and stood directly beside the bed. Put out your hand. Hiss? Stretch out your hand? Linley became even more panicked. He was an author for zhongdian.com. If he didn't have hands, how could he write? Although he was an old eunuch, he still adhered to the principle of eating and running away. He had bought at least 40 books and had a savings of 150,000 yuan. Hiss, miss, your hands are my eating utensils, can you let me go this time? Humph, who wants your hand? Shen Xingxue said with disdain, you and I know about this matter, but what if a third person knows about it? I don't need to tell you the consequences, right? I understand. Linley lowered his head and watched the other party disappear at the end of the corridor. Time passed quickly and it was 3 months later. Linley was sitting in front of his computer typing on the keyboard as usual when muffled thunder followed and heavy rain swept across the entire city of Hangzhou. 10 minutes later, there was a rapid knock on the door. Boom boom boom. Who is it? Linley opened the door of the rental house in slippers. I saw a woman in a black lace dress. She took off her sunglasses, revealing her delicate facial features. Her skirt was dripping with water, and since it was autumn, she was shivering slightly in the cold wind. Shen Xingxue? Why are you here? Linley took a few steps back. Although she was indeed beautiful, nothing good would come of meeting her. It seems you still remember me. To tell you the truth, I'm pregnant, and the child is yours. She murmured in a low voice. Originally, my father wanted to marry me to the old man that day. Pregnant? Linley just felt incredible. Was he really a sharpshooter? Could he hit the target every time he shot? If you don't believe me, I can do a paternity test. She was originally tough, but now her eyes were slightly red, and her wet body made her even more pitiful. Just as he hesitated, an electronic sound rang in his ears. Ding, it has been detected that the host has contact with his biological child, and the God-level nanny system has been activated for you. Please do not doubt it, host, you are the child's biological father. All expenses the host spends on the school beauties and children will be rebated 1,000 times. Gift package for new users. 1. A copy of the book Complete Care During Pregnancy. 2. A bottle of God-level pregnancy oil can eliminate pregnancy oil from any part of the pregnant woman's body, effectively achieve the effect of lightening wrinkles, and does not add any harmful substances. 3. The host can also purchase the desired products in the System Mall, and door-to-door service is supported. System. Great. Lindley nodded gently and pushed the door open. It's cold outside, come in and sit down. Thank you. She hugged him tightly and walked into the room. The whole room is about 15 square meters, with a sofa, a bed, and basic items such as a computer desk. The kitchen is located at the entrance. Lindley took out a white cashmere towel from the closet. Here, wipe it off. I've never used it. Thank you for your help. She took the towel and put it on herself, which made her feel a little warmer. Damn, if you detect that the pregnant mother uses a full velvet towel, you will get a rebate of 20,000 yuan. As soon as he finished speaking, Lindley received a bank deposit text message on his mobile phone. It seems that the source of the system is really legal and compliant. At this moment, Shin Xingxue rubbed her nose again. Xingxue. Lindley immediately handed her a tissue, then turned on the bathroom heater, and the entire shower room became warm. Let's take a shower first. This is a handheld shower head. To the left is hot water, and to the right is cold water. Oh, thank you, I understand. She rubbed her eyes. Before, there was someone in the Shin family who would help her take a bath, and it was in a bathtub. You can soak your whole body in it, but now that I have escaped from the Shin family without carrying my grandfather, it would be nice to have a place to take a bath. Well, put the shower gel and shampoo here. He put the things that were placed high aside. These items were all men's products. Lindley also brought a pair of hotel slippers and placed them at the door. Xingxue, there are no other shoes at home, you can wear this pair first. Okay. She took the things Lindley handed over and closed the door again. This was followed by the sound of running water. When she came out of the shower, there was a white mist and the fragrance of shampoo. Excuse me, where is the hairdryer? She gently covered her chest, and transparent drops of water slid down her ears. Ahem, it's in the closet. Look at my memory. Lindley covered his face embarrassedly, turned around and opened the wardrobe beside the bed. Chapter 2, So you are this kind of person? I saw a row of women's clothes in the closet. Among them are Lolita skirts, gal skirts, hanfu from various dynasties, as well as a large number of personal clothing. What? Lindley, you are such a person? Shin Xingxue widened her eyes and the corners of her mouth trembled slightly. No, Xingxue, these are all sent to me by readers, and I'm a writer, so I have to understand and research them to some extent, right? Lindley smiled awkwardly. Is that so? She suddenly realized, because she did know that the other party was a somewhat famous author, but he was often a eunuch. Ahem, I haven't touched these clothes. And your clothes are all wet, and it will take some time to dry them. How about you take a look and see if there is a size that suits you? You should know that even the cheapest of these clothes cost hundreds of dollars, and the most expensive ones cost thousands of dollars. Ahem, I'll consider this as something I owe you. I'll repay you 100-fold when I get back. After saying this, Shin Xingxue walked to the closet and chose a pink and white cashmere sweater and a pair of beige loose trousers. Well, that's it. She smelled it first, and after confirming that there was no odor, she went straight to the bathroom. Okay, thank you so much. After putting on the clothes provided by Lindley, she felt warm all over. Because in the Shin family, her grandfather always treated her like a child, saying that only after the family marriage was completed could she choose what she ate and drank every day. After solving the basic problems, she turned her head and looked at Lindley. How is it? Does it look good? It looks good, Xingxue, this is a different style. Lindley gave a thumbs up. And the settlement page rang again. Damn, the pregnant mother wearing a set of 100% cashmere sweaters. Received 300,000 yuan. Oh my god. It's already 300,000? The system is too powerful, right? If this continues, not only a large flat, but even a top-notch villa can be afforded. Lindley was overjoyed, but when he tried to click on the system mall, he found that it was impossible to open it. The accumulated amount reaches 1 million to unlock the mall function, please work hard. Well, it can't be opened at the moment. He put down his hand and handed over the hot milk. The two of them sat down on the soft sofa. Lindley, I was wondering, what do you think of me and the child? Shin Xingxue was silent for a moment before she spoke slowly. Of course I am very happy. And even though I just graduated from college, I have hundreds of thousands of dollars in savings. Even if you are not the eldest daughter of the Shin family, I am confident that I can take good care of you and our child. Lindley answered gently. But I'm not good at housework. Although Grandpa plans to pass on his position in the group to me, he insists that I marry through an alliance. If he finds out I'm pregnant, he'll beat me to death. Hey, Xingxue, you are his only granddaughter. If you want to kill me first. Linli patted his chest. Well, what are you talking about? Xingxue was angry and wanted to laugh. You must know that the headquarters of the Xin group is in the west, and their power cannot penetrate Hangzhou for a while, but if they really know that Xingxue has escaped, it's just a phone call. So you came out without telling your grandfather? Well, Grandpa has been ill recently, and the various clan leaders in the family are all eyeing his position, so they don't have the energy to take care of me for the time being. She lowered her eyes, revealing a trace of loneliness. At this time, my stomach was also very hungry and protested. Are you hungry? But there are not many ingredients at home, so we can only make some relatively simple dishes. Linli asked, shaking his head. It's raining so heavily outside right now that the weather station has even issued a rainstorm warning. The water downstairs is already above the knees, so it's not very convenient to order takeout. What's more, Xingxue is a pregnant woman, and eating gutter oil from outside is not good for her health. Thank you for your help, I'm not picky about food. She lifted her hair behind her ears and watched Linli walking in and out of the kitchen. Because she secretly bought a plane ticket to come back during her vacation at the beach. She was afraid of being discovered by her grandfather, so she didn't eat anything except a few mouthfuls of porridge in the morning. Fortunately, Linli also has the habit of cooking. Although he is not an excellent cook, he is good at cutting and washing vegetables. When the oil is heated, pour in the freshly beaten eggs, and a delicious aroma will spread in the air. Xingxue, who was standing by, swallowed several times after smelling it. Are scrambled eggs so fragrant? She took a few more steps. I saw a crackling sound coming from the stove and golden rice grains rolling in the pot. Linli lifted the pot with one hand and turned it upside down on the plate. A delicious golden egg fried rice was ready. Golden egg fried rice is here, come and try it. He placed the plate of egg fried rice on the table, and sprinkled a layer of tender green onions on it, which was really delicious. Wow, that's amazing. Xingxue was still in the finishing process, and a sweet smile unconsciously appeared on her face. Here are the chopsticks. Be careful because they are just out of the pot. Linli handed the chopsticks to the other party. After taking the first bite, Xingxue's eyes widened. It smells so good. She quickly finished the egg fried rice on the plate, but her stomach was only a little bit full. There was no way she was pregnant. Since she became pregnant, she gradually started to have a big appetite for food. Seeing the other person like this, Linli also smiled. Xingxue, there is still rice in the pot. If it's not enough, I'll cook another portion for you. Ah, but if you eat more you'll get fat and won't look good. She lowered her head and gently pinched her belly. The mermaid line and waistline were long gone. Only the soft belly remained. It's okay. It's normal to eat more during pregnancy. And you can't sleep if you're hungry. Well, if I get fat in the future, you won't dislike me, right? Xingxue bit her lip. Because she loves beauty more than anyone else. After all, she is the campus beauty of Hangzhou University. Today alone, Linli has seen all her shortcomings. Of course not, I will help you take care of the baby. Linli made fried rice for her again. After Xingxue had eaten and drunk her fill, she leaned back on the sofa, her eyelids drooping. Linli also shook his head helplessly. After all, it is easy to feel sleepy during pregnancy, not to mention that Xingxue was sleepy and tired today. So, he decisively chose to give his bed to Xingxue. Xingxue, you sleep in my bed today and I'll sleep on the sofa. Ah, but this is your home, it's not a good idea to let you sleep on the sofa, right? She frowned and shook her head, because this was a small sofa and she could take up all the space just by lying flat. Besides, you're so tall, you have to curl up to sleep, right? Chapter 3, The School Beauty Wants to Sleep with Me? That's true, but I can't let you sleep on the sofa. There's only one bed in the house. Linli explained softly. Xingxue at the side also stood up and pressed down the worn-out sofa. She heard a creaking sound from inside the sofa, as if it would fall apart if she pressed harder. Ahem, are you sure you want to sleep on the sofa tonight? She frowned and looked at the 2-meter bed again. Ah, are you worried about me? Linli pointed at himself. TSK. Stop being so conceited. Xingxue crossed her arms and lifted the hair that fell on her shoulders. What if you collapse the sofa? Don't I have to take you to see a doctor? Ah, that's true. Linley smiled, walked to the bookcase, and piled the books in the middle of the bed, because the pregnancy guide told him that it was best not to sleep in one bed. What are you doing? Shin Xingxue, who had calmed down, looked confused. Make the bed and go to sleep. Don't worry, I won't touch you casually. He yawned and made the bed. Although my bed is not a Simmons mattress, it can still meet basic sleeping needs. In this way, a barrier made of books separated the two of them, but in order to let her sleep more peacefully, Linley still gave her most of the bed. What do you mean you won't touch me? Shin Xingxue, who was lying beside the bed, felt her head buzzing, but Linley had already closed his eyes. Ding, pregnant mothers who eat golden egg fried rice will be rewarded with 200,000 yuan. Ding, it is detected that the pregnant mother has used a sleeping pillow, and a reward of 300,000 yuan is given. Room fee will be paid tomorrow morning. The crisp system settlement sound kept ringing in Linley's mind, making the corners of his mouth rise continuously. It looks like we will be able to open the system mall for redemption tomorrow morning. This is really great. Linley, are you asleep? 40 minutes passed and Shin Xingxue kept tossing and turning on the bed. Because she is familiar with her bed, and she feels lonely being alone outside. When the other party didn't respond immediately, she quietly stood up again and sneaked across the border. His entire palm pressed on the quilt beside Linley's ear, causing the bed to shake slightly. Xingxue, can't you sleep? Linley murmured and put down the arm that was pressing on his forehead. She was so scared that her hands started shaking and she almost lost her balance. Fortunately, Linley was quick-witted and quickly grabbed her waist, preventing her from falling flat on her face. Ah, where are you touching? When her lower back was touched, her ears immediately felt hot. I'm afraid you'll fall. After saying this, Linley helped Shin Xingxue up. Shin Xingxue pinched his arm. Fell on the bed? It hurts, it hurts. He gritted his teeth and leaned against the head of the bed. Huh, it's okay as long as you know it hurts. She seemed to have succeeded and lay back in her bed. Oh, she is worthy of being Shin Xingxue. Linley looked up. After all, feelings need to be cultivated. Besides, the other party is pregnant, so he naturally cannot ask her to accept him immediately. The next morning, Linley opened his eyes full of anticipation. At this time, the rain outside the window had stopped, the sky was blue, and the golden sunlight shone through the glass window onto Shin Xingxue's pillow. Her cheeks were slightly red, and she was even more beautiful without her makeup. Her slightly open lips made Linley want to kiss her. Because she always appeared in school with light makeup, no one knew what she looked like without makeup. But today Linley saw it, she really is worthy of being the school belle. She looks so beautiful even without makeup. Looking at her sleeping soundly, Linley couldn't help swallowing several times. Until the cold system sound broke his fantasy. Ding, it is detected that the pregnant mother has completed the first sleep, and a reward of 200,000 yuan is given. Warm tips, the higher the comfort level of the pregnant mother and the baby, the higher the reward will be. The system mall has been unlocked, do you want to enter the mall? Enter. Linley cleared his throat, put on a coat and sat at the head of the bed. He saw a crystal screen unfolding in front of him, followed by categories such as daily necessities, fixed assets, special props, etc. There's even an investment option. Out of curiosity, he clicked on the investment option. I saw all kinds of content such as equity, bankrupt company auction, financial management, etc. For example, there is an inn located in the ancient town of Hangzhou, which has gone bankrupt and its final price was set at 300,000 yuan. Hey, is it so cheap? You should know that the inn in the picture has 5 floors, with its own precious back garden and pure natural hot springs. The overall building materials are mostly made of mahogany, with master-level carvings. Just after the inn was built, the owner ran out of money. Moreover, the geographical location is only 3 kilometers away from the East Lake in Hangzhou, which is a prime location. The housing price alone is as high as 100,000 yuan per square meter. Please rest assured, the system provides you with a professional platform and has done a good job of after-sales for you. You don't need to worry about the original owner coming to your door. Ahem, that's very thoughtful. Linley nodded slightly and clicked, take photo. We have purchased in number 18 for you and will send the relevant property materials within 3 working days. Yes. With this in, I'm going to be rich. Linley slid his finger down again, and a real estate advertisement popped up again. Because the real estate owner is running out of funds, a Lakeview villa is now being auctioned. Lakeview Villa? He clicked on it directly and saw that it was a small villa with its own swimming pool and parking space. The decoration style was that of a small Western-style building. The name of the villa is White Horse Villa. Hiss, this name. Could it be a villa near the White Horse Amusement Park? He opened the address details again. Number 666, Bema Road, a single-family house with a private entrance. The surrounding green environment is very good, and the price is only 250,000 yuan. Damn, this is too cheap, I have to buy it. Lin bought the villa without hesitation. Xin Xingxue, who was lying beside him, saw Lin Li's ecstatic look and asked curiously, Lin Li, what are you so happy about? Hey, Xingxue, you're awake. You'll know in a minute. Ah. She rubbed her eyes several times. She did sleep very well last night and didn't even have any dreams. What happened last night was a bit sudden. I wanted to ask if you have done a pregnancy test for our child? Pregnancy checkup, I came here as soon as I got the pregnancy result. How dare I stay in the hospital to do a pregnancy checkup for my child? She looked at Lin Li with some resentment. Then let's go to the Women's Health Center for a pregnancy checkup first? I'll go with you. In this way, Lin Li exchanged a lavender-purple Xiaomi SU7 in the mall and spent 200,000 yuan. When the two of them walked towards the garage, Xin Xingxue was stunned by the brand new Xiaomi SU7 in the parking space. You bought a car? Chapter 4, Triplets, I want them all. Yes, you're pregnant. I can't always let you take a taxi. It's not safe either. Lin Li pressed the key, and after the car lights flashed a few times, the door opened automatically, which was very convenient. But, this car is very expensive, right? Xin Xingxue continued to ask, with a hint of worry in her eyes. It's not expensive, not expensive. Compared to your smile is more valuable. Let's go and get in the car. He gently held her waist, protected her head, and put her on the passenger seat, and helped her fasten her seatbelt. The Provincial Women's and Children's Hospital is a little far from our community, and it takes about an hour to drive there. If you feel sleepy, you can take a rest in the car. Thank you. Xin Xingxue's eyes trembled, and she developed a certain liking for this man in her heart. Although he was 2 years younger than her, he was so kind to her and his behavior was very gentle. As soon as they got in the car, Lin Li played some soothing piano music, such as Wedding in a Dream and Canon. Because the baby is in the early stages of growth and development, he needs a good environment and prenatal education should also be arranged. Well, do you also like listening to classical music? Xin Xingxue blinked her eyes in her seat, as if she had found a confidant, because she had asked her father to hire a private cello teacher for her because she loved classical music. Yes, when I'm writing a novel, I often play some classical piano music, which makes writing more fun. Put. Can I continue writing like this? She couldn't help but laugh. The slightly raised corners of her mouth were like bright sunshine, blooming on her cheeks, the taste of first love. Of course. Lin Li glanced at the other person again, and after laughing, perhaps because she was too tired, Xin Xingxue actually fell asleep leaning on the chair. She didn't open her eyes until the car entered the hospital. She also put on a mask and sunglasses before getting out of the car. Xin Xingxue first went to draw blood to check for various infectious diseases, such as AIDS, hepatitis B, syphilis, HPV, etc., and also did a paternity test. This is an additional item requested by Xin Xingxue, and it will take several hours to get the result. After that, I went for an ultrasound examination to detect the gestational sac and whether the fetus was growing and developing normally. However, due to hospital regulations, Lin Li could only wait for the results in the corridor. After waiting for 20 minutes, the doctor in a white coat came out of the clinic. Who are Ms. Shen's family members? Doctor, may I ask how Xingxue is doing? Lin Li quickly stood up and looked at the doctor with a serious face. Come in with me. The doctor shook his head and led him into the office. I saw Xin Xingxue had already put on her coat, with a look of confusion on her face. Congratulations, Ms. Shen is pregnant with triplets. You are also the biological father of the children. 3 triplets? Lin Li was so excited that he couldn't speak. Wasn't this a happy event? Why did the two people in front of him feel so uncomfortable? Unfortunately, the fetus in one of the gestational sacs is developing too slowly. The size difference between the 3 fetuses is quite large. Whether they can survive depends on fate. Moreover, the reproductive risk of having 3 children is much greater than that of having a single child. Mr. Lin, you need to put in more effort in your daily life. Yes, I understand. He walked up to Xingxue and patted her on the back. Xingxue, our 3 children will be fine. I will take care of you too. Wow, but I really don't want to lose any of them. She had been holding back her tears, but the moment she saw Linley, tears burst out. I know. Linley lowered his head. He knew that no matter how much he said now, it would not comfort his heartbroken mother. When I open the system mall, there is another column that I haven't clicked on yet. There may be some magical props in it that can help me. The moment you click on it, all kinds of magical props pop out. For example, slimming pills for pregnant mothers can help pregnant mothers lose weight quickly after giving birth and restore their previous figure price, 150,000 yuan. Balanced nutrient solution for pregnant babies can balance the growth of multiple babies, can also soothe the emotions of pregnant mothers, and has no side effects priced at 100,000 yuan. A labor pain pump specifically designed for pregnant mothers. It can relieve 99% of the pain the moment it is put on, helping pregnant mothers to give birth painlessly. Price, 500,000 yuan. There are at least thousands of props here, and Linley couldn't figure it out for a while. Balanced nutrient solution for pregnant babies? Isn't that what I need? He clicked the purchase button and secretly walked to the nurse's station, asked her for a cup of warm water, and filled it with the clear nutrient solution. I hope the props come in handy? After shaking it well, he handed the cup to Xingxue. Xingxue, replenish some water. Woo woo. She sobbed for a few times and then drank the water in one gulp. A warm current also flowed gently through her body, giving her a comfortable feeling, and her body and mind were relaxed in an instant. Are you feeling better? Linley asked again with concern. It seems better. Xingxue raised her eyes and gently stroked her abdomen. She seemed to be able to vaguely feel that the baby in her belly was growing. Was it an illusion? According to doctors, children nowadays are only the size of grapes. Under normal circumstances, it is difficult to feel. That's good. Look, our children are doing well in every way, so you don't have to worry too much. I believe they will be able to get through this. Yeah. Ding, it is detected that the pregnant mother has completed the first physical examination, and a cash reward of 8 million yuan will be given. The medical examination cost 8,000 yuan, a small part of which was reimbursed by the medical insurance, but most of it was paid by Linley himself. So Linley was still very grateful. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to get so many rewards. However, when the children grow up a little more, it will cost more. The cost of one child is not small, let alone 3. So Linley decided to take good care of his 3 children and Xingxue. Even after she finished crying, her stomach continued to protest. Are you hungry? I'll treat you to a meal. Linley put his arm around her shoulders. How much is the examination fee this time? She wiped away her tears. Not expensive, just a few $100. He told a little lie. If she knew, she would definitely be worried, and the paternity test was a big expense. She will take the responsibility on herself, so why bother telling her? Oh, that's good. Okay, it's almost noon, I'll take you to eat. Linley smiled. Chapter 5, Xingxue, who says one thing and means another. But you can't choose raw food, greasy food, spicy food, you need to control your mouth. Ah. There are so many things that can't be eaten? She frowned. Because you're pregnant now, for the sake of the baby, you can eat whatever you want after the baby is born. Okay, is it okay if I don't eat it? Xingxue looked at him with a hint of ulterior motive. By the way, how do you know I can't eat these? It can't be. Hey, I read it in a book. My nickname in college was Encyclopedia. After the shopping trip, Linley had more cash in his hands. It was enough to raise a few children, not to mention that the system rebate value was so high. No need to worry about anything else. Okay. Mr. Encyclopedia, let's go. Xingxue patted the corners of her clothes and forced a smile. Okay, wife. Linley chuckled and took her hand. Her fingers were very smooth and slender. His big hands could hold 2 of them at a time. Her fingertips were also slightly cool, as if they were from 2 different worlds. What did you call me? Xingxue, who had just taken a few steps, stopped again and looked at him suspiciously. Wife, don't you like it? Linley mustered up his courage and said again. Well, we haven't gotten the marriage certificate yet, is this okay? Her voice became smaller and smaller. Of course it doesn't matter, you are the child's biological mother. He grabbed the other's hand again. Xin Xingshue's ears blushed with embarrassment. After feeling the other person's warmth, she actually felt a little more at ease. Is it true that a man's hand is so warm? Add to that the low temperature after the rain. Seeing Xin Xingshue's reaction made Linley even more convinced that she was a proud woman. It turns out that being cool is just her disguise. This contrast is so cute. Okay, don't be angry, honey. I know there's a time-honored Yuesher morning tea shop nearby. There are many desserts there. Do you want to try them? He walked forward and held Xin Xingshue's hand. Soon, the two arrived at the door of a restaurant called Yuji. I saw that there was already a long line in front of the window, and the store inside was also crowded with people, and business was booming. How about, let's go to another one? Xin Xingxue shook her head. It's going to take forever to get in such a long line. Xingxue, don't be anxious. I must do what I promised you. Linley held her wrist and walked forward. 5 minutes later, a waiter came out holding a menu. Mr. Lin, long time no see. What would you like to eat today? Xingxue, you order. Linley looked at Xin Xingxue who was standing beside him. Ah? Do you know each other? You know, if you want to come here for lunch, you have to queue up. Can you just go in now? Haha, mess. Our boss has been out recently. When he comes back, he will definitely treat you and Mr. Lin to a drink. The waiter made a pleased gesture. The people around them looked at them. Hiss, they're not big stars, are they? I think they must be from some important background. I've been queuing here since 5 in the morning, but it's only my turn now. The old man shook his head. I'm so envious. The number of numbers at UEG is limited every day. I wonder if I can grab one now. The young couple sighed. In the private room, the rich aroma of milk lingered all around. Xin Xingxue supported her cheek and scanned the menu repeatedly, her brows slightly furrowed. Hey, what should I eat? If it were normal, she would definitely order all the dishes on the menu, but now she only had 10,000 yuan on hand. This was her previous food allowance. And I used so many things from Linley's family yesterday, and I felt even more guilty. She also didn't expect that the prices in this store would be so expensive. Double skim milk 99 yuan, black truffle shrimp dumplings 399, golden tripe 599. This is not eating breakfast, it's clearly eating money. If I had known this earlier, I would have spent less money. What's the matter? Don't you have any favorite dishes? Linley stood up and asked. No. It's just. Xin Xingxue couldn't say it because the waiter had already poured them tea and they had been sitting in the store for more than 10 minutes. If she left immediately, she would definitely be looked down upon or even looked down upon, and she couldn't bring herself to do such a thing. Okay, don't worry about the price. I've already told you that it can support you and your child. And I've already visited the ingredients and the kitchen of this restaurant. There is no so-called food safety issue, you can rest assured. Linley said gently. And I understand her. After all, she has traveled so far alone, and it would not be possible to give her money directly. She values her reputation above all else and doesn't want to be given charity. Really? Then I'll order a cup of mango double skim milk and a barbecued pork bun. Yeah, both are fine. Linley also ordered one for himself. Soon, the dishes were served on the table. Along with the smell of fireworks outside the house, the dishes exuded a rich milky aroma, which made Xin Xingxue swallow several times. Come on, eat. Be careful of the heat. Linley handed her the spoon. After taking a small bite, Xin Xingxue seemed to have opened the door to a new world. How can double-skim milk be made so delicious? It smells really good. She was so moved that tears were about to fall. Although she had eaten countless delicious foods before, this one was something she had never eaten before. As long as you like it, you can add more if it's not enough. Linley handed her a tissue. After eating the double-skim milk, white milk stains were left at the corners of her mouth. You're welcome, honey, it's just you and me here. As Linley spoke, he placed a large barbecue pork bun on her plate and helped her tear it open with chopsticks. The brown barbecued pork was exposed, along with the aroma of fresh meat. Because Shin Xingxue was pregnant, he talked to the kitchen and tore apart the barbecued pork that was originally going to be put into the bun. Woo woo, don't treat me like a child. She waved her hand gently. It's okay that my aunt treats me like a child at home, but even you treat me like a child. Hey, isn't a wife meant to be pampered? Linley felt a little helpless. Chapter 6, Check into the Lakeview Villa. By the time they finished their meal, it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The total cost of the meal was 589 yuan, which was not expensive, and the bank also deposited 589,000 yuan at the same time. On the way back, Shin Xingxue had fallen asleep leaning on the chair. The phone in his pocket rang again. Linley immediately covered the phone and adjusted it to vibrate mode. Hello, is this Mr. Lin? I'm Shaoli, the agent of Bema Villa. We have prepared all the materials for you. When would it be convenient for you to inspect the house? Oh, sure, 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Yes, okay, I will wait for you at the gate of the community on time, number 99 Bema Road. Time passed quickly and it was 3:50 in the afternoon. Shin Xingxue also woke up from her sleep and stretched. After seeing the road outside the window becoming more and more unfamiliar, she frowned. Hey, Lin Li, aren't we going home? You'll know when you get there. Soon, the two drove to the gate of the Bema Villa Group. This is a large villa area, not only with a large rose garden, but also with various exquisite European-style sculptures. The gurgling water made a crisp sound. Mr. Lin, please follow me. Shaoli saw them and quickly opened the door. Okay. Linley drove into the villa complex. Although it was a villa complex, each villa was far apart, so there was no chance of disturbing each other. After driving for about half an hour, Shaoli in front finally stopped. Not far away, there appeared a 5-story villa. The outer wall of the villa was wrapped with golden roses. The blue swimming pool was located in the garden. It looked well maintained. Mr. Lin, Mrs. Lin, here are the keys. Please keep them safe. Shaoli handed over the keys to the villa with both hands. Ah. Mrs. Lin. No, we. Shin Xingxue beside her blushed. She's not even married yet, so it's not nice to call her like that, right? Linley also pulled Shin Xingxue behind him and said, I want to go up and take a look, is that okay? Of course, you have good vision, and Mrs. Lin is also very lucky. Shaoli bowed slowly and stepped aside. After entering the villa, Linley took Shin Xingxue to the top floor by elevator. At this time, it was already evening, and the red sunset shone through the floor-to-ceiling windows onto the bed in the bedroom. The entire decoration was mainly milky white and gold. How is it? Do you like it? Linley took her hand. I like it. You must have spent a lot of money on it, right? She said a little uneasily. It's okay. The price of the whole house is within my affordability. That's good. If I have the chance in the future, I will repay you. She lowered her eyes and swore secretly in her heart. After giving birth to the child, she planned to secretly return to the Shin family and become the eldest daughter of the Shin family again. Ha, what nonsense are you talking about? Wife, you are repaying me now. You gave me a child and a home. Linley gently held her head in his arms. And his shoulder became her support. But I only did this little. Do you think I'm a burden? Shin Xingxue's eyes trembled and she clenched her sleeves. No, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have worked so hard, let alone buying a house or something like that. After hearing the affirmative answer, Shin Xingxue became more certain of her determination. In fact, 3 years ago, when she first saw a novel written by Linley on the internet, she had already developed a longing for him. As for that drunken encounter, it was also a chance encounter. At this moment, she also felt the other party's intentions. He is really nice. Since there is a large balcony in the villa, you can sit on the balcony to enjoy the moon and the stars. It is the 15th day of the first lunar month, and the moon is brighter than ever. Grandpa, I'm really sorry. She sat on the chair and wiped her tears. Suddenly, my best friend's WeChat phone number appeared on my phone screen. Xiaoxue, I heard from Amy that you went on a trip to Ba Island. Why did you post so few selfies this time? Did you have an unhappy trip? This is her best friend who grew up with her Li Xiuan, who is also one of her few good friends and studies in the same university as her. Xiuan, it's a long story, actually I. Shin Xingxue typed and deleted the words at the same time, not knowing where to start. Should she tell her that she was out of town? Would she tell on her? Li Xuan on the other side of the screen also saw that her status was always typing. What's going on? Xiao Xue, we are best friends. If you have any difficulties, just tell me and I will help you find a solution. Hashtag nervous face hashtag. After repeated mental struggles, she gritted her teeth. Actually, I'm in love and currently in Hangzhou. Love? Am I seeing that right? You know, looking at the whole university, Xinxue, as the campus beauty, has never had any scandals. How come she suddenly said she was in love a few months after graduation? This news is really explosive. Today is not April Fool's Day. I'm not kidding. She emphasized again. Hiss? Who is that man? How old is he? What does he do now? Let me tell you, the men in society are very good at cheating, they specialize in cheating little girls like us. Shoan was so angry that her teeth itched. They had agreed to be best friends for life. But she was taken away by another man. This is unforgivable. His name is Linley, and he is currently writing novels. Writing novels? You are so stupid, Xiaoxue, don't you know that this job is very unstable? As expected, you are cheated when I am not around for a day. I will buy a plane ticket to Hangzhou right now. After saying these words, she stopped replying. At this moment, Linley also heated up the bath water. Wife, have you cried? No. No. She wiped her eyes, but still couldn't hide her red eyes from crying. My best friend wants to come here to see tomorrow, is that okay? Linley thought for a moment and sat down on the bed again. Of course, this is your home too. Just agree to it? Xinxue didn't react for a moment. Don't you mind? Hey, what's the big deal? Your friends are also my friends, more paths. Linley knows how to get along with friends, so he can get along well in society. Puff. Hearing this, she couldn't help laughing out loud. Hey, are you happy? Linley took the opportunity to pull the corner of the quilt for her and then stood up. Happy. She half leaned on the bed and looked at the other person. So you're going to sleep in another room tonight? Where do you want me? Linley smiled. I think. A strange cry spread outside the house, making her shudder. Woo woo. Can you stay with me one more night? Xinxue shrank her neck. Because she was pushed into a haunted house to explore by her classmates when she was a child, she became extremely sensitive to this kind of sound. Chapter 7, I have a husband and forget my girlfriend. Well, don't be afraid, I'm right beside you. Linley held her in his arms. These strange calls were not from other places, but from the stray cats living nearby. This had happened before when he lived in the old neighborhood. After half an hour, the noise outside gradually stopped. Xinxue had fallen asleep, and her brows gradually relaxed. When she woke up the next morning, Linley had already prepared a large pot of wolfberry chicken soup for her. The aroma kept wafting in through the crack in the door. When she walked out of the room, she saw him in a red apron, busying around. Good morning. I made you some chicken soup. Drink it while it's hot. Yeah. Xinxue nodded slightly, took a sip, and her mouth was full of fragrance. Wow, this soup is so delicious. Who did you learn this skill from? She couldn't help asking. Well, my mom taught me this. In addition to teaching me how to cook, she also researched some strange dishes, such as orange stewed chicken, yam lemon, etc. Ah. Auntie is quite innovative. Xinxue couldn't help but stand in awe, imagining the taste of those dishes. Well, don't worry, my mother is easy to talk to. Linley said proudly. It was almost noon when Xinxue received a text message from Li Xuan. Linley, my best friend is here. I'll go pick her up at the door. She rubbed her eyes and changed into a beautiful dress. Well, drive my car. He threw the keys in his pocket to the other party. Soon, Xinxue, driving a Xiaomi SU7, appeared at the entrance of the villa area. Wow, I haven't seen you for a few days. You've become more beautiful again? Li Xuan, who was pulling the suitcase, waved at her, his eyes full of envy. Xuan, long time no see. Xinxue took her through the villa area, and the environment along the way made Xuan envious. Xiaoxue, the environment here is really nice. Did you buy the house? She couldn't help but admire. Yes, my husband bought it. Xinxue responded in a low voice. Husband? These words stunned Shiyama instantly. When did this happen? How come I didn't know about it? Damn it! She was so angry that her teeth were itching, and her originally elegant sitting posture became casual. Fortunately, we returned to the villa soon. Linley, who was sitting by the window, also leaned his head out from upstairs and immediately caught a glimpse of the petite girl in a short skirt next to him. After entering the door, the three of them sat in the living room. Li Xuan crossed her arms and stared at Linley opposite her. Hello, my name is Li Xuan, and I'm Shushua's best friend. Hello, my name is Linley. Let me tell you, our Shoshue is not so easy to deal with. She is very picky, and ordinary men cannot satisfy her, so I still advise you to make plans early. She raised her eyes with a sharp look. Well, I know, but I will treat her well, please rest assured. Linley has already regarded her as the only one in his heart, so he will not let go, and both of them have the best intentions for Xin Xingxue. Li Xuan moved closer to Xin Xingxue beside him and said, Xiaoxue, I think he is just a little handsome. You really need to think carefully about your relationship with her. Xuan. I really like him, it's not forced, and he is really nice to me. Xin Xingxue whispered softly. She had no idea when she had fallen in love with this gentle, responsible man. Like can't be eaten, which one of the uncle introduced to you is not better than him? There are tall, rich and handsome men, but you don't like any of them. Please, you are the eldest daughter of Xin Mining. I will lead the entire Xin group in the future. Li Xuan is almost speechless. What is so attractive about him? But, Grandpa, has he ever asked me how I feel? Are those things what I want? I can't feel their love. Xin Xingxue frowned. Her biological parents were brought together by family marriage, which was only based on interests, so they were indifferent to their daughter, making her want to escape from that loveless home. The head of the Xin family also had high expectations for her and trained her as his heir. Do you know what love is? Xin Xingxue asked again. I want to examine him to see if he is qualified. Seeing that the two sisters were chatting enthusiastically, Linley couldn't bear to get involved and started preparing today's meal. The money borrowed from Xin Xingxue for driving was also settled at this time. Ding, it is detected that the pregnant mother has completed her first driving, and a cash reward of 500,000 yuan is given. Wow, so this also counts. Since the other party cannot eat raw food, salmon sashimi is definitely not possible, and a few cooked dishes must be processed. So I chose to make a teriyaki salmon. I just needed to marinate it, fry it until cooked through, and then pour the super delicious special sauce, exchanged by the system on it. It has a great color, aroma, and taste, making people drool. Teriyaki salmon is here. As soon as the dish was served, Li Xuan swallowed several times. Xingxue, eat fish, today's new dish. Linley put the best piece of fish into her bowl. Tisk, it's just eating fish. Li Xuan felt her eyes were sore. It was clearly the sour smell of love. Did she travel thousands of miles just to smell the sour smell of love? You eat too. Xin Xingxue also helped him pick up some food. Seeing the two of them so affectionate, Li Xuan could only casually pick up a piece of fish. The super delicious taste instantly captured her taste buds. What's in this? Is it better than what my Michelin chef makes? Secret. Xin Xingxue opened her eyes and answered softly. What? Are you two little lovers kidding me? She seemed to understand the other person a little. After dinner, Li Xuan called Linley to the balcony nearby. You have passed this test today, but if you treat our Shoshue badly in the future, I will definitely not let you go. Of course, Xingxue is my love. You don't need to tell me the rest. After the two finished their conversation, Li Xuan walked up to Xin Xingxue again. Shoshue, I've already tried to test Linley. If he dares to mess with you in the future, just call me. Okay, Xuan. Are you too strict? You have to be strict. You have to control him. She emphasized again, have you forgotten what your uncle taught you? I don't have any. When Xin Xingxue saw Linley coming in to serve tea, she went to greet him. Xuan, excuse me, I feel a little bloated after dinner, so I want to go for a walk outside. Chapter 8, Strolling by the Lake, Love for 3 Lifetimes. Oh, I just know you're okay. It's almost time, I'll go back to the hotel first. I'll contact you on the phone when I'm free. Li Xuan tugged at the suitcase beside her a few times and then left. Walking so fast? Xin Xingxue was about to call her when she disappeared. Xingxue, let's go out for a walk. Linley helped her put on a coat, his eyes full of tenderness. By the lake, golden ginkgo leaves were scattered all over the ground. White swans glided across the water, causing ripples. Xue strolled among the scattered leaves. My wife is so beautiful. Linley couldn't help but take out his cell phone and take pictures of her. Click, click. Linley! You're filming me again. Xue stopped and snatched the phone, only to see some extremely stunning photos. Hey, it looks a bit good, what's the matter? She turned her head away, pretending not to care. Oh, honey, you are so beautiful, no matter how you take pictures, you will be a good one. He was a little proud. After all, he often participated in various comic exhibitions, and sometimes those cosplayers would ask him for help with photography. Even if his photography skills were terrible, he had practiced them. Loquacious. When her little secret was exposed, she turned her head away and pretended not to care. Okay, I'll know next time. Linley put his arm around her shoulders and shook her gently. Then I'll give you a gift. Please close your eyes. A gift? Are you keeping us in suspense again? Xue curled her lips and sat on the bench by the lake. Close your eyes and you will know. Linley said seriously. Okay, can't you just close your eyes? Linley then walked to the bushes nearby and opened the system mall. How can you get married without a diamond ring? It's a must. So he typed diamond ring in the search bar. Soon, diamond rings of various colors appeared on the screen, clearly stating the brand, origin, size, processing date, etc. Cartier Heart of the Ocean, blue diamond ring, 6 carats, from South Africa, suitable for women, priced at 500,000 yuan, with a men's ring. There are only 2 in the world, one of which is on display in a foreign museum. Tiffany Sunshine, yellow diamond ring, 3 carats, produced in South Africa, suitable for men to wear, priced at 150,000 yuan. Damiani Eternal Love, pink diamond ring, 10 carats, produced in the Middle East, suitable for women to wear, priced at 800,000 yuan. Each of the rings above is a custom piece. And Xue's favorite color is pink. So let's go with pink diamond. He clicked buy, and a beautifully packaged diamond ring box appeared in his hand. Xue, it's all right. Please open your eyes. Linley calmly walked out of the bushes and opened the box with the Damiani logo. A pink diamond ring, carved with exquisite rose patterns, appeared in the box, emitting a dazzling pink light. Moreover, such a large carat is rare in the world. What's more, its type is pink diamond, which is 1 in a million. Xue was shocked, and then a hint of joy appeared in her eyes. When did you buy it? You didn't even tell me. Do you like it? If I tell you, then it won't be a surprise. I like it very much, but this gift is too expensive, and I haven't thought about what's going on between us yet. She knew this brand of diamond ring, so she was even more conflicted. If you haven't thought it through, take your time to think about it. We still have a lot of time. Linley was not in a hurry. He took off the diamond ring and slowly put it on the ring finger of her left hand. The light of the diamond became brighter on her hand. Yeah, it's really beautiful. Does it look good? Xue lifted her hair and smiled after being praised. Then I will definitely keep it carefully. In order to take better care of Xue, Linley also hired a domestic helper for her on the relevant recruitment website. When it was almost evening, the kind-looking aunt appeared in front of the villa. Boss Lin, Mrs. Lin. Hello, I'm Aunt Wang. From now on, I will take care of you in your wife's daily life. She put on her apron and leggings swiftly. Ah? You invited your aunt so soon? Xue, who had just woken up, rubbed her eyes on the sofa. Yes, that's right. Our house is so big, and you're pregnant. I'm worried that I can't take good care of you, so I hired an aunt. Honey, if you want to eat anything, just ask the aunt to cook it. Linley put down the broom and smiled. Auntie Wang is very experienced, and she's from the same place as you, so the dishes she cooks will definitely suit your taste. Oh, then Aunt Wang, I'll trouble you at home from now on. Xue put on her coat and hooked Linley's hand. I say, there have been so many changes at home these days. Now I have hired an aunt to take care of me. You are so thoughtful. No, this is for your and the baby's good. When the baby grows up, it will be more inconvenient for you to move. He gently placed his hand on the other's belly. Let me see if you are obedient today. Ha, it's itchy, take it away quickly. She felt itchy when being touched and let out a crisp laugh. Besides, the child is so young, how can he move? Are you confused? Hearing this, Linley also laughed. So the other party was so ticklish? He had found another weakness. By the way, have you told your family about the child? He continued to ask. How dare I say that? If my grandfather knew, he would skin me alive. He is very traditional. She looked helpless. Then take mine first. I have thick skin. Linley pointed at himself. Come on, you haven't seen him. Anyone who has seen him is so scared that they dare not look him in the eye. No one in the company dares to disobey him. Xinxing Xue was a little proud. Because outsiders would have to stay away just by hearing the name Xin Jianye. He contracted 60% of the mineral resources in the 1970s when coal mining was booming. Moreover, at that time, various forces were in power. Without some ability, it would have been impossible for him to hold that position. Oh? Is it that powerful? Then I have to see it for myself. Linley smiled. Aren't you afraid of him? Xinxing Xue blinked. It has already happened, there is no way to avoid it. He said calmly. Time flies and it is the next day. Today the whole sky is covered with a layer of dark clouds, as if it will collapse in the next second. As soon as Xinxing Xue woke up, she saw Linley writing in the study. Aren't you sleepy getting up so early? It's okay. It's not shameful to make money. Linley drank a glass of milk and continued to write. The food auntie cooked is very much to my liking. She snorted. Chapter 9, Mr. Shin's Sudden Visit. Just as the two drove out for a walk and were preparing to go home, more than a dozen black cars drove out from the intersection and surrounded the originally empty road. Xingxue, sit tight. Linley lowered his voice and protected her to his side. The cars didn't stop until they had no way to retreat. What do you want to do? Linley asked calmly, because these men in black had murderous intent in their eyes, and they came with ill intentions. Until a white-haired old man wearing a black Zhongshan suit and holding a dragon-shaped cane got out of the car. Xingxue, did you leave the group just for this kid? His face was solemn and his eyes were closed, but his every move was enough to show his dignity. Grandpa, it's not what you think. She bit her lip and protected Linley behind her, because she knew that as long as he gave the order, the people accompanying him would immediately knock Linley down, or even go to worse lengths. You're going to protect her so soon? Mr. Shin pursed his lips. He got angry when he thought that the candidate he had been cultivating since childhood was actually seduced away by another man, and left without even saying goodbye, making him have a hard time looking for her. The bodyguard beside him also turned his head to look at Mr. Shin, as if waiting for his instructions. Back off, don't scare Xingxue. He stroked his beard a few times. The bodyguards stepped aside and said with their hands behind their backs, since Grandpa is here, you have to receive him. Yes, I understand. Please follow me, Grandpa. Xinxing Xue shook her head towards Linley and got into the car. After arriving at the villa, the nanny immediately added tea for the few people and then waited on the side. However, the living room was filled with a solemn atmosphere, and the other bodyguards surrounded the entire villa. Due to Mr. Shin's sudden visit, Linley did not make much mental preparation. What's your name? How old are you? Where are you from? Mr. Shin was silent for a long time before he continued speaking. Linley, I'm 22 years old this year, and I'm from Huoshi. Oh. Huoshi, why didn't you tell me earlier? I have a comrade who is from that place. It's a place with outstanding people, beautiful scenery, and clear water. He also smiled. Hey, don't underestimate me, but I've been worried about Xia Xue's marriage. No man in any family likes her, and even the fortune teller says she is destined to marry late. What? Grandpa, how can you say that to me? Xinxing Xue on the side suddenly lost her composure and retorted repeatedly. Well, Xia Xue? He was serious again. After getting a general understanding of Linley's situation, Mr. Shin took Linley aside. I don't care how you two met, but you must be prepared to be the son-in-law of the Shin family. I came here in a hurry and was not well prepared, but I definitely did not come empty-handed. Since my Xiao Xue has already chosen you, then as her grandfather, I will not stop you, that's all. He hesitated to speak, his eyes filled with reluctance. Please rest assured, Mr. Shin, this is the property certificate of the villa. I have written Xingxue's name. I have also taken over this inn. It will open soon. Linley knew very well that the Shin family did not lack these things at all. But attitude is a must. What? You wrote Xingshue's name? Mr. Shen lowered his head and glanced at the name on the property certificate. Although this kid was indeed not as wealthy as the Shen family, his attitude was indeed very upright. If Xingxue doesn't like the decoration here, I will adjust it according to her preferences. Lin Li continued to assure. After hearing all this, Mr. Shen nodded slowly. This young man is teachable. Xingxue has been with me since she was young. My son and daughter-in-law are busy, so she is the apple of my eye. I can't bear to let her get hurt. He let out a long sigh, his eyes full of helplessness. Well, you've worked hard. Leave the snow clearing to me from now on. Please rest assured. Lin Li raised his hand to assure. Then he handed a black card to him. This is a little gift for meeting you. I'm not sure what you like, so go ahead and buy it if you like. Mr. Shen, this is embarrassing. You should take it back. Lin Li shook his head. This was the Shen family's money, and it would be a shame to spend someone else's money. Just take it when I tell you to. Mr. Shen immediately frowned and became serious. Then I'll take it first. Lin Li secretly made up his mind to use all the money in the card on the child and Shen Xingxue. After chatting for a while, Mr. Shen let go of the crutch. Xiaoxue, have you heard enough outside the door? Are you so worried about Grandpa? The door creaked open, and Shen Xingxue sat down next to him. Grandpa, I'm worried about you. I'm afraid Lin Li will make you angry. You, tell Grandpa, do you really like Lin Li? The old man went straight to the point without any hesitation. Grandpa, what do you want me to say? Her voice became smaller and smaller, and her ears gradually turned red. If you don't like it, forget it. Mr. Shen turned around and was about to leave, but Shen Xingxue grabbed his sleeve. Grandpa, don't go, I just like Lin Li. Hey, you young people are really not honest enough. Mr. Shen put Xingxue's hand on Lin Li's hand, and a kind expression appeared on his face. Both of them felt a little embarrassed. His hands were very strong and it was obvious that he was a martial artist who kept his skills hidden. How about inviting your parents over some other day so that our two families can meet and get married? Mr. Shen looked at Lin Li again, because in his opinion, things had to be done quickly and decisively, and he was an impatient person. Yeah, I think it's okay, Mr. Shen, I'll go ask my parents right away. Lin Li agreed immediately, because he really wanted to give the other party a formal status. Not to mention marriage, at least the engagement had to be settled. That's good, Xiaoxue, Grandpa has some cooperation projects in Hangzhou this time, which will last about a week, so I can spend more time with you. I know. Grandpa is the best to Xiaoxue. As soon as Master Shen arrived, Shen Xingxue returned to her childish side. Lin Li also arranged Mr. Shen to stay in the guest room. I called my parents who were far away in my hometown. On the ridge of the field, Zhang Hohat had just finished harvesting herbs and was drinking water when her son suddenly called. She was so excited that she immediately stopped her husband from working and said, Lizi's father, our son called us on his own initiative. Our son finally remembered us. Pick up the phone, quickly. The two elders stood up excitedly and switched the phone to speakerphone. Hey, Mom, let me tell you something. I have a fiancée and I want to get engaged to her soon. Are you and Dad free to come to Hangzhou? Engaged? Son, you've finally come to terms with it and become successful. What's the girl's name? What's her job? Zhang Hohat was so moved that tears were about to fall. Chapter 10, Lin's parents were shocked that their daughter-in-law was actually the eldest daughter. Her name is Shen Xingxue. She is the eldest daughter of Shen Mining Company and the campus belle of the university. Lin Li swallowed a few times and explained carefully. However, the two elders on the other end of the phone looked at each other in bewilderment. Because the Shen group was a well-known large group, and the TV news had reported it several times. Lizzie, you are not annoyed that Mom is urging you to get married, so you are just making up an excuse to trick us, right? Our future daughter-in-law is the eldest daughter of the group, how is that possible? They knew their son's level, that he was just a nerd who could only write cheesy love letters. What else could he do? Son, I don't blame you. I won't force you to find a wife, but it's not fair to find an excuse to trick me. Father Lin said earnestly. I just hope to have a wife who treats you well. Although we are poor, we also have dignity. Dad, Mom. I'm really serious. Lin Li sighed. At this time, Shen Xingxue came in from outside to get clothes. Lin Li, are you on the phone? I'm going to get something and leave right away. A sound like a silver bell came from the phone. Hey, this voice is so nice, it doesn't sound fake. Zhang Hohat excitedly put the phone close to her ear. It's finally working, it's finally working. Hey, is this my uncle and aunt? Because the people on the other side had loud voices, Xin Xingxue couldn't help but move closer. Lizzie, quickly give the phone to Qingxue. Zhang Hohat suggested immediately. She really wanted to have a daughter-in-law and couldn't sleep every day because of it. After answering the phone, Xin Xingxue didn't know what to say for a moment. Auntie, have you eaten? Hey, I just finished eating. Did my brat bully you? No, Linley is very good to me. Thank you for your concern, Auntie. Oh, so polite. Zhang Hohat couldn't wait to meet the other person. Although she had seen Xin Xingxue on TV before, she was wearing a mask at that time, but she could tell from her eyebrows that she was a great beauty. Well, Auntie will pack up tomorrow morning and come to Hangzhou with Uncle to see you. Zhang Hohat said a few words and hung up the phone reluctantly. Your mother is so passionate. Xin Xingxue shyly put down her phone and looked at Linley, who looked a little helpless. Well, that's what all the relatives say about her. But I'm a little worried. What if Auntie doesn't like me after we meet? Although Grandpa has already passed the review. How could that be? Xingxue, you are so outstanding and capable, my mother will like you. Linley hugged her gently and comforted her. By the way, I'm sending a photo to my mom so she can get to know you in advance. This way you two can get to know each other better. He picked out the most elegant photo he had taken by the lake and sent it over. Ginkgo leaves are all over the ground. She is wearing a light-colored dress, her skin is as white as snow, and she has delicate facial features. She is definitely a super beauty, and she is tall and charming. Soon, Zhang Hohat sent a voice message. Oh my god, Xingxue is so beautiful. Our Lin family has never had a daughter-in-law like her in several lifetimes. She is truly blessed by our ancestors. Lao Lin, who was sitting on the ridge of the field, opened his eyes wide and had no intention of continuing to farm. Hohat, our future daughter-in-law is so beautiful, isn't she? She's even prettier than the big stars we see on TV. She is not only prettier than famous stars, I heard she is also a talented woman. The two old men packed up their farm tools and returned to the yard. Son, Xingxue is the most beautiful woman I have ever seen. Seeing the praise messages one after another, Xingxue was also a little flattered. Auntie, what you said is exaggerated. How can I compare with celebrities? She even took the opportunity to pinch the back of Lin Li's hand. Don't be so modest, my mother is telling the truth. Lin Li also massaged her shoulders. You've been sitting outside all day. You must be tired, right? Let me massage your shoulders. Can you also press shoulders? Xingxue's eyes turned into crescents when she smiled. When you go out, you need many skills and many paths, but now I have you, which is enough. He put his hands on the other's shoulders and squeezed them gently. Because the pregnancy guide says that proper massage can help pregnant mothers reduce spinal pressure, especially when the child grows up, it will be a new challenge for the spine. It is okay to press the shoulders appropriately, but not any further down, as it may easily hurt the baby. Then he took out the essential oil from the cabinet and pulled the clothes off her shoulders. The fragrance of roses instantly floats in the air, making people intoxicated. Roses help you relax. You've been through a lot today. Let me help you relax. The moment her skin was touched, Xingxue couldn't help but hum. Ah. Sorry, did that hurt you? Linley let go of his hand and asked with concern. At this time, the light pink essential oil had already slid down her fair skin. No. No, the oil is a little cold. Just continue. Xin Sheng pinched his shoulders and relaxed his brows. Well, I'll continue then. Linley stood up and locked the door to prevent anyone from disturbing him from outside and ruining the atmosphere. Then he continued to press the other's shoulders until her snow-white skin turned rosy again. My originally sore shoulders also felt relieved. How is it? Are you comfortable? While massaging, he would ask the other person how they felt, so as to judge the strength of the massage. It's comfortable, more professional than the SPA master at home. If I didn't know it was you who was giving me the massage, I would have thought it was the SPA master. Xingxue was so sleepy that she yawned loudly. My whole spirit becomes relaxed and my feet feel light. That's good. I'll continue. He pressed from the shoulders to the back of the neck, and Xinxingxue, who had practiced dancing since she was a child, had a swan neck, with a perfect curve, without a single flaw, and slender. It's amazing. Linley stretched his hands and continued massaging until he accidentally touched her earlobe. Well, can't you be more careful? The earlobe is not only delicate and sensitive, but also covered with a lot of nerve tissue. Moreover, because the distance is too close, she can even feel the other person's exhaled air constantly slapping her. Sorry, wife. I didn't mean it, he. Linley scratched his head and hugged her from behind. Forget it, I'll forgive you this time. She tucked her hair behind her ears and waited until the massage was over. Linley took advantage of her unpreparedness and kissed her on the forehead. Love you. Kiss me again? You're so mean. Xinxingxue, feeling taken advantage of, bit her lip and crawled back into her bed. Hey, go to bed early. After saying this, Linley closed the door. Chapter 11, Mr. Shin, are you here to eat dog food so early in the morning? The next day, Linley got up early and went to the fresh food supermarket to buy food. Since Lin's father and mother had to come from other places, they could not arrive in Hangzhou until noon at the earliest. He felt relieved only after he handed the newly bought Arctic shrimp, wolfberries, and sweet beans to his aunt to stew. Around 8 o'clock in the morning, Xinxingxue in the house also changed into a lavender dress and a pair of cream-colored leather shoes. Her slightly curly hair fell naturally, and a small beige bag was hooked on her fingertips. Linley, do you think Uncle and Auntie will like this outfit? She raised her eyes and asked slowly. It fits very well. Gentle and generous. So, do you think I look better with or without makeup? Linley smiled and then took her hand. I think both of you are beautiful, each with its own beauty. If I have to choose one, I prefer the real you without makeup, and with an elegant demeanor. It has a different kind of beauty. Ah? Really? You're not kidding me? She opened her lips slightly and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, because in her understanding, no girl would go out without makeup, and this was to meet the parents. It is a very important step. She usually has to wear full face makeup when going to the company. Only in this way can she show respect to others. Do you think I lied to you about that? Please rest assured. Linley casually took out a lipstick from his pocket that he had exchanged from the System Mall. It's windy outside, put on some lipstick, and let's go to the mall to pick out some gifts that your parents will like. Yeah. Xinxingxue nodded gently, then applied the lipstick he gave her. Her lips were instantly moisturized and not sticky. And it was her favorite strawberry flavor. Is it finished? Linley turned his head and asked. Yeah, it's done. She was very happy and put her arm around the other person. The two walked into the elevator together, and Linley approached Xinxingxue again. Your lipstick is not applied evenly, let me help you. Ah? Is that so? Xinxingxue blinked. Then, he used the back of his hand to help spread the lipstick evenly. At this moment, the elevator door made a ding sound. Mr. Shin, who was standing at the door, saw the scene and opened his eyes wide. Grandpa, good morning. She jumped away instantly, then greeted the old man, her whole face becoming hot. What should I do? Grandpa must have seen the intimate behavior between the two of them just now. It's all Linley's fault for wanting to give me lipstick. She quietly reached her hand to Linley's waist and pinched it. Linley pinched him until he was sweating, but he still had to remain calm on the surface. Am I in trouble again? He lowered his head and glanced at the other person. I just want to sit in the garden. You two seem to be in love. He let out a few hearty laughs and tightened his grip on the scepter. Hello, Mr. Shin. Linley followed closely behind. Well, if you are ready to go out, I will send 2 teams to protect your safety. After all, something is better than nothing. He said with a smile. Ah? Xinxingxue wanted to refuse, but considering that Mr. Shin was old and had good intentions, she had no choice but to agree. Then, Mr. Shin waved his hand. The bodyguards who were originally guarding outside the villa were instantly divided into 2 teams, with 8 people in each team. From now on, you will listen to the arrangements made by the young lady and Mr. Lin, and you must do your best to meet their needs. Do you understand? Clear. After they saluted Mr. Shin, they walked towards Linley and the other 2 in neat steps. Hello, Mr. Lin, my name is Li Bing, and I am the captain of the team. If you have any needs in the future, please give me instructions directly. Okay, I'll go shopping in the mall later. I'll leave the carrying of my things to you guys. Linley looked at the other party with a smile in his eyes. Yes. I promise to complete the task. After saying this, several people waited by Linley's car. They followed Linley's car until both of them were safely in the car. Linley also bought several boxes of high-end wild ginseng, bird's nest, high-end tonic products, as well as feixiang mitai, sheafing liquor, high-end down jackets that the elderly love to wear, fine silk scarves, and so on. Although the Shin family has no shortage of it, the thought is needed. Shin Xingxue also shook her head when she saw Linley buying so much. That's enough. Grandpa won't be able to finish all the food if you buy so much. Wife, don't worry. The gift is small but the sentiment is great. Mr. Shin has come from afar. These are just small things. Linley bought a few more boxes of other things and didn't stop until the back seat of the car was completely filled. Customers who also came to the mall to shop were also shocked by Linley's behavior. This guy is doing wholesale? No matter how much he sells, he shouldn't do it in this high-end building. It's too expensive. The aunt looked at Linley and shook her head. They also opened their eyes wide at the young couple who were also in the store buying gifts, and one of the girls even pulled her boyfriend's arm a few times. Baby, we must work hard in the future and strive to live a life like them. Buy whatever you want. Yeah, I will. Instead of being discouraged, they turned their grief and anger into strength and worked towards a better future. The black-clad bodyguards carried the goods purchased by Linley back and forth, and recorded the specific values on the side. Mr. Lin, is there anything else you need to buy? That's all for now. Come back and buy more if you need them later. Linley pocketed the bank card. The total cost was 200,000 yuan, no more, no less. However, these expenses are not spent on Shin Xingxue, but they are necessary expenses. Shin Xingxue, who was waiting on the side, took out her bank card after seeing Linley carrying so many gifts. I should buy some gifts for my uncle and aunt, otherwise it would seem that our Shin family is stingy. No need. You are the best gift for our family. And I was the one who acted impulsively first. Linley grabbed her hand. But... Hey, Xingxue, don't be embarrassed. Money is just a number, and my parents will definitely be happy to see you. Besides, how can I have the nerve to take your money? If I take your money, am I still a man? Linley continued to emphasize. Well, okay. Shin Xingxue had to give up and look for other opportunities to repay Linley. She is not the kind of person who is ungrateful. The parents of both parties also booked a meal at a restaurant in Hangzhou, a century-old restaurant that not only has a rich heritage but also tastes delicious. As for why we didn't choose another one by the lake, it's because most people are not used to it West Lake vinegar fish, although it is very pleasant to be on a classic cruise ship. You can also enjoy the beautiful lake view, but the food and appetite are more important. Moreover, the store is surrounded by a business district, so after dinner, you can take a walk by the lake to relax. Chapter 12, Meet Now? A Match Made in Heaven. At 11:30 a.m., Zhang Hohat, carrying a shoulder bag, shouted to Lin's father who was walking behind her. Lao Lin, please walk faster, don't keep the children waiting. Mother of the child, calm down, calm down. Be steady and don't scare the other person. Father Lin, who was wearing a light blue suit, wiped the sweat from his forehead and quickened his pace. It was not until the crowd dispersed that I saw a restaurant called Restaurant on the opposite side of the street. The restaurant is decorated very elegantly, with mahogany decoration and live music, which adds a touch of luxury. Oh my god, this must cost a lot of money, right? This kid doesn't know how to live. Zhang Hohat was stunned at the door. How much money could two people make from growing herbs? This guy actually asked to have dinner here? At this moment, Linley also appeared behind the two elders holding Shin Xingxue's hand. Dad, Mom, you are finally here. Hey, you little brat. Zhang Guimei was about to pull Linley's ears when she saw Shin Xingxue, who was wearing a light purple dress, standing beside her. Oh, you are Xingxue, right? You are much prettier than in the photo. She put her hands down directly, her face full of excitement. Xingxue, these are my parents. Linley introduced the two elders to each other. Hello, uncle and aunt. Shin Xingxue gently lifted the hair behind her ears and showed a sweet smile. Hello, hello. Zhang Guimei smiled so hard that she couldn't close her mouth. This brat always makes people angry. Mommy wants to apologize on his behalf. Shin Xingxue was also amused by her words and let out a crisp laugh. Mom, go in first. Linley was speechless. She wanted to expose his shortcomings as soon as they met. So, several people walked into the private room in the hotel together. Since Mr. Shin had an emergency meeting which had not yet concluded, they were the only ones in the hotel at the moment. Xingxue, Auntie has something for you. She pulled him into another room and took out a wooden box about as long as an elbow, which was carved with exquisite patterns. After opening the wooden box, there was a ginseng tied with a red rope. The ginseng texture was all over its body, and it also had a faint ginseng fragrance. This wild ginseng was dug by Li Zi's great-grandfather. It is a 100-year-old ginseng. It is said to be able to nourish the vital energy. Please accept it. It's so valuable? Auntie, you should take it back. Although Mr. Shin often purchased medicinal herbs, she had never seen a ginseng this big, and it was passed down from the great-grandfather of the Lin family. You know, nowadays, ginseng is easy to find, but wild ginseng is hard to find. Even though Mr. Shin invited a senior Chinese medicine doctor to treat him, he could only restore his vitality appropriately. Take it, this is what you deserve. Zhang Guimei handed the box to her. Okay, Xingxue understands. She nodded slightly and told the man in black outside the door to take it away. About 20 minutes later, footsteps were heard outside the door. Immediately afterwards, Mr. Shin walked in with a cane. I'm sorry, in-laws. There was an emergency at the company and I need to go take care of it. I'm late. Please bear with me. Master Shin. It's okay, it's okay. Zhang Hohat quickly shook her head. The two families at the table also sat in a circle, with Shin Xingxue sitting next to Linley, and the parents of both sides sitting opposite each other. Haha, okay. Xingxue, I think we should get engaged today and get the marriage certificate another day. How do you think? Everything is arranged by Grandpa. Xingxue has no objection. She hooked Lin Li's little finger from under the table, a satisfied smile appearing on the corner of her mouth. Well, what about you, Lin Li? Do you have any opinions? Mr. Shin looked at the other party again. Master Shin, I think the sooner the better. I want to marry Xingxue home as soon as possible and give her a legitimate status. And I have also invested in an inn by the lake. We expect to be able to start operating this week. As Lin Li spoke, he took out the inn property certificate that had just been delivered to him. It clearly read, "This inn belongs to Lin Li and Shin Xingxue." The area is 800 square meters, and the commission for turnover has been prepared by the entruster. The two of them share the shares equally, one for Lin Li and one for Shin Xingxue. It can be said that they are of one mind and can achieve great things together. Ha ha ha, ambitious. Mr. Shin seemed to have found a good candidate. He thought Lin Li would be content to marry into the Shin family and live off the family. I didn't expect that I would get to the point where I could open my own inn? Shin Xingxue's pupils shrank a few times. She was confused and surprised. How come she hadn't told me about such a big thing? How much had he hidden from me? Zhang Guimei even winked at Lin Li. Good job, son, you are really promising. At this time, the waiter also brought various classic dishes to the table. Come, eat some food. Mr. Shin picked up the chopsticks with a smile on his face. The remaining few people then started to eat. Lin Li, in particular, directly picked up the tenderest piece of meat near the fish head and put it into Shin Xingxue's bowl. The fish here doesn't smell fishy, you can eat it with confidence. Yeah. Xingxue also nodded slowly. During this period, not only Lin Li kept putting food into her bowl, but Zhang Hohat also kept putting food into her bowl until her bowl was almost full. She stopped. Auntie, You're welcome, Xingxue. Zhang Hohat smiled and picked up some for her son. Mr. Shin is naturally satisfied with such a family atmosphere. This is the joy of family. While Lin Li was going to the toilet, Zhang Hohat followed him. Li, this is 800,000 yuan that your mom and dad have saved for a lifetime. You should take it as a betrothal gift to buy a house. I didn't give it to you before because I was afraid that you would spend it recklessly. Now I feel relieved. He took out a passbook from his pocket and handed it to Lin Li. Mom! Lin Li was deeply moved. He never expected that his parents had given so much to him. The living expenses he had given to the family every month were also saved by her. Hey, silly son, you are my only son, how can I not side with you? Yeah, got it, Mom. He took a deep breath and adjusted his expression. Well, this is my good son. She patted Lin Li's back gently, and the burden on her shoulders was lightened. Just as the two were about to go back, they found Xin Xingxue walking from the other end of the corridor, covering her lips with a frown. Whoosh, he quickly flashed into the toilet. Hey, is that Xingxue? Am I seeing things? Zhang Hohat immediately became serious and looked straight towards the women's restroom. She was very sure that the woman a few seconds ago was her future daughter-in-law Shen Xingxue. Mom! Lin Li also followed Zhang Guimei's steps and quickly came to the door. He had roughly guessed what would happen next. Chapter 13, Morning Sickness. Please don't blame Lin Li. By the pool, Shen Xingxue could no longer stop dry heaving, as if she wanted to dump out all the food in her stomach. Fortunately, there were few people around at the time, otherwise someone would definitely see her miserable appearance. Because of the severe retching, many beads of sweat appeared on her forehead in an instant. Just as she was trying to stand up and catch her breath, footsteps came from behind. Who? She wiped the marks from the corners of her mouth and managed to straighten herself up. Xingxue, it's Aunt Lin, are you okay? Zhang Hohat frowned, walked forward quickly, and held her. I'm fine, maybe I had a stomach upset. Shen Xingxue shook her head, not wanting to expose herself in front of her. Are you upset? Let Auntie take a look. She pulled up the other person's hand and placed her fingertips on the vein in her wrist. Although Auntie is not a doctor, after all, our Lin family has been growing medicine for 3 generations. I know a thing or two about basic diseases, so let your aunt help you take a look. Auntie, but... Xin Xingxue became even more panicked. After all, neither of her parents knew about her pregnancy. What would she do if she saw through it? Don't be nervous. Auntie doesn't want anything to happen to you. Zhang Hohat relaxed her brows, slowly closed her eyes, and felt the other person's pulse. However, after feeling it for half a minute, she realized that the other person's pulse became unusually strong, and it was not like that of an ordinary person at all. And the symptoms change from time to time. It doesn't seem like I have a stomachache at all. The originally relaxed expression turns serious. Xingxue, tell your auntie, are you pregnant? Auntie, Xin Xingxue felt helpless, but under the scrutiny of such a professional, she couldn't refute at all. Before she could explain further, Zhang Hohat said coldly, Lin Li, come out. At this time, Lin Li, who was standing outside the door, moved stiffly to the front of the door. And the moment the truth was exposed, he was already prepared to be baptized by the storm. Auntie, please don't blame Lin Li. Xin Xingxue bit her lip lightly and stood in front of the two of them. It's all my fault. If you want to blame someone, just blame me. He is innocent. Xingxue? Lin Li looked at the other party in surprise. He really didn't expect that the other party would stand up and speak for him, and so decisively. You. Zhang Hohat gritted her teeth and wanted to pick up the toilet plunger in the corner to teach this ignorant boy a lesson. She wanted to teach him a lesson and not do whatever he wanted, but facing Xin Xingxue, who was pregnant, she could not move an inch. At this time, Xin Xingxue continued to dry heave, but fortunately Lin Li supported her. Xingxue. Come, go outside and rest first. Lin Li helped her to the sofa not far away and asked for a glass of warm water. Come, drink some first. After resting for more than 10 minutes, her morning sickness improved a little. Lin Li knew that in the early stages of pregnancy, because of the implantation of the placenta, the mother's body would attack the embryo in her body. The frequency of pregnancy reactions also depends on the individual's physical condition. Some are mild and some are severe. Only after the early stages of pregnancy will pregnancy reactions gradually subside. So at this time, the care and love of loved ones is particularly needed. After the situation got a little better, Xin Xingxue raised her head slightly and begged, Auntie, can you please not tell my grandfather about what happened just now? I'm afraid he will worry about me. Hey, silly child. Auntie promises you. Zhang Hohat frowned and gently held her hand. In fact, she had always wanted a daughter, but in that special era more than 20 years ago, their Lin family could only have one son. Later, the second child policy was implemented and she was no longer able to have another child. In addition, Lin Li had to take the high school entrance examination and was busy with his studies, so she had no choice but to cooperate with him. This allowed Lin Li to be admitted to a good high school. Otherwise, given his playful nature, it would be difficult for him to get into high school, let alone technical secondary school. Wasn't it because of her whipping him? Poor parents in the world. After thinking for a moment, she instructed Linley again, Lizzie, go get mom some paper and pen. I want to prescribe a meal for Qingxue to relieve her symptoms. Yes. Mom, I'll trouble you to take care of Qingxue for the time being. Linley quickly stood up and ran to the cashier. Zhang Hohat was not idle either. She pulled Qingxue's hand, turned her palm upward, and gently massaged 2 inches in the middle of the first horizontal line on the inside of her wrist. It was not until Linley returned with a pen and paper that she shook her head and explained, Lizzie, if Qingxue feels uncomfortable again in the future, you can press the Neguan acupoint here, understand? Got it, Mom. Linley nodded vigorously. After the massage, Qingxue's symptoms were alleviated and she slowly opened her eyes. Auntie, thank you, I'm much better now. Well, as long as it's better. She wrote down a secret recipe on a piece of paper and handed it to Linley. You can make soup for Qingxue according to this recipe later. Yes, I understand. Linley folded the sheet neatly and put it into the lining of his coat. Zhang Hohat also sighed, Lizzie, I won't hide this copy of the complete works of traditional Chinese medicine anymore. I thought you wouldn't be able to use it after studying other majors, but it seems I have to give it to you after all. After that, she took out a blue book with yellowed pages and full of notes from her bag and handed it to him. Well, Mom, I will study it carefully and take good care of Qingxue. Linley really didn't expect that his mother actually had such a book. No wonder when he was a child, she pushed himself to go up the mountain to learn about Chinese herbal medicine. But he felt that learning about herbs was too boring, so he would sneak down the mountain every time to play the spinning top game with his friends. Then when he returned home, she hung him on the beam and beat him up. Well, Mom is old too. From now on, it's you and Qingxue who will rule the world. Zhang Hohat patted him on the shoulders a few times and walked away with heavy steps. Old Lin, who was at the dinner table, didn't dare to eat the food in big bites when he saw that his wife hadn't come back, and could only drink a little bit. It was not until we had almost finished eating that we saw Zhang Hohat coming back. Hohat, how is he doing over there? Oh, it's no big deal. Lizzie ate a little too much and will be back soon. She raised her glass and toasted Mr. Shen opposite her. Ha, I told you to give that kid less food. Lao Lin scratched his head, and after drinking a glass of white wine, his face turned red to his ears. Ahem, sorry, Mr. Shen, I'm a little drunk. It's okay, keep going, keep going. Mr. Shen was also a little drunk, and this was the first time he met an opponent. Chapter 14, tell me, how many babies is Qingxue pregnant with? After finishing the meal, Linley led everyone back to the villa. Lin's father and mother were more surprised than each other. Oh my god, how much does it cost to buy this? Shou, mother of the child, our future daughter-in-law is still ahead. Lao Lin immediately grabbed Zhang Hohat. Even though they haven't seen much of the world, they still have to behave like parents, right? Linley arranged Lin's father and mother to live on the first floor of the villa because the 2 elders liked to grow flowers, so the large garden on the first floor was suitable for them. It is also convenient to travel because they don't have to go up and down the elevator. If they are interested in square dancing, they can go there directly. As for Mr. Shen, he was a little drunk and was supported by several bodyguards. There was nothing he could do as he was simply too happy today. The betrothal gift agreed upon by both parties was 800,000 yuan, which came with a latest model Xiaomi Su7. Although the Shen family had many cars, Qingxue liked this one because it was not only good looking but also spacious. It doesn't have the nauseating smell of gasoline, so it can be said to be an all-round player. It would be fine to send her away, and Linley was planning to give her more. After returning to the bedroom, he arranged Qingxue in the bedroom. Qingxue, leave the rest to me. You've worked hard all day. It's not hard. With you by my side, I'm willing to endure any hardship. She gently hugged Linley's waist and rubbed his belly. He is just like a spoiled little kitten. Apart from anything else, since the day I met him, I have become more and more dependent on him, and even don't want him to leave. Why? Linley was at a loss for a moment, and then he placed his palm on her soft hair. Her hair was not as hard and prickly as men's hair, but rather very soft, and even had a light yellow tint. The camellia-scented shampoo also lingered around him, surrounding him. Is this an illusion? Why has Qingxue become more and more clingy recently? Just as he was about to adjust his posture, Qingxue murmured again. Don't move, just let me hold you for a while. There was no way out. Her coquettish voice made Linley unable to control himself. Okay, you can hold me as long as you want. Linley relaxed his brows and gently stroked her. It is said that if you like someone, you will like the smell of him. Why was she like a hedgehog at first, hating people's touch? I don't know how much time had passed, but Shin Xingxue finally let go of his waist and lay quietly on the bed sheets. He left the room only after he covered her with the quilt. I really can't do anything about you. On the other side, Mr. Shin rubbed his sore temples and woke up from his drunken state. At this time, the sun outside had completely set. Just as he stood up to stretch his muscles, the bodyguard waiting outside the door rushed straight to him. Master, I have something important to report. What? It's important. Why didn't you tell me earlier? He immediately pricked up his ears and listened to his subordinates listing what happened in the restaurant this afternoon. I was just waking up from a dream, but now I am filled with grief and anger. Great. Such an important matter. Why didn't you report it as soon as possible? The documents in his hand were thrown away in an instant and scattered all over the floor. Chairman, you were resting just now, and I didn't dare to wake you up. The bodyguard clasped his hands together and turned his head to the side. You guys? Mr. Shin shook his sleeves and went straight to the third floor. Linley also ordered his aunt to cook the medicinal food in advance, and the light yellow soup exuded a faint fragrance. You can drink it when Xingxue wakes up. He gently stirred the medicinal food and then poured it into a thermos cup. Although it is convenient to heat it at home, this kind of medicinal food will damage its nutritional value after repeated heating. So keep it warm. Aunt Wang was also waiting on the side. Mr. Lin, please rest assured, I will take good care of Madam's medicinal food. Well, thank you for your help. Lin Li handed her the thermos cup. Mr. Shin did not go to settle the score with the other party first, but went straight to Shin Xingxue's door. How is Xingxue now? He looked at the bodyguard guarding the door. Report to the master, the young lady is resting in the room, and Mr. Lin is in the kitchen preparing medicinal food for the young lady. Medicinal food? Mr. Shin was even more confused. Could it be that this guy really loved Xiaoxue? Yes, sir, Mr. Lin has been working hard in the kitchen since the young lady went to bed. The bodyguard did not dare to explain more and could only briefly summarize the situation. Interesting. He stroked his beard and walked towards the kitchen at the other end, where he saw Lin Li holding the Encyclopedia of Traditional Chinese Medicine at the table. Hey, are you reading? Mr. Shin, it turns out you are here. I know a thing or two, but it doesn't count. He quickly put the book behind him and said modestly. I've already dismissed everyone around me. Tell me, how many children is Xiaoxue pregnant with? As soon as these words came out, Lin Li's heart skipped a beat. Now both parents know about it? And it seems like the other party has been enduring it? Ahem, 3 triplets. Hearing this, a look of surprise flashed across Mr. Shin's face. 3. So, not only am I a great-grandfather, I also have 3 great-grandchildren. For more than 20 years, he has been looking forward to the next generation of heirs to carry forward the Shin family's bloodline. Now there are 3 more at once. Aren't you so happy? Mr. Shin, are you okay? Seeing that the other party was lost in thought, Lin Li asked tentatively, because the old man had always been cunning, and if he really wanted to deal with him, he would not have time to run away. Ahem, I'm fine. It's hard to be pregnant. If you can't take good care of Xingxue, I will definitely come after you. He shook his sleeves and pretended to be calm. Yes, Grandpa is right. Lin Li immediately took over the conversation and continued to be polite. What did you call me? Master Shin lowered his voice and spoke in a serious tone. This brat is just like that naughty girl Xingxue, he knows how to judge by the dish. Grandpa. If you really don't like it, then I will continue to call you Master Shin. That's all. He shook his head gently a few times, and then asked his men to call for an elderly doctor in a white coat. I can't stay with you all day either. I'll send Dr. Wu to help you take care of Xiaoxue. I'll pay your salary. Do you understand? Lin Li was stunned for a moment, then he quickly bowed. I see, thank you, Grandpa Shin. The doctor carrying the medicine box also shook hands with him and then immediately got down to work, not only writing Miss Shin's daily menu. He also handed a walkie-talkie to Lin Li. Mr. Lin, please feel free to use the intercom to call me. Although we are in a stable environment now, if the environment changes in the future, the walkie-talkie can cope with any emergency. Okay, I understand. Chapter 15. So Grandpa, you are this kind of person? Who is it? The one shouting at the door. Xinxingxue rubbed her sore eyes, put on her plush slippers and opened the door. Lin's parents also learned about this matter after hearing Mr. Shin's conversation, so they went to find Linli. Son, Xingxue is pregnant with 3 babies, why don't you tell Mom? Ah? You guys? Several people started staring at each other. Xingxue, you. Linli was about to step forward and tell her about Master Shin when Master Shin came out from behind him. Xiaoxue, you're already a mother, don't be so willful. Ah. Grandpa. It seems you know everything. The causes here are very complicated. Would you please listen to Xiaoxue's explanation slowly? She immediately walked forward and gently shook his arm. Grandpa, I know you are very generous. You won't blame me and Linli, right? She even squeezed out a few tears from the corners of her dry eyes, and coupled with her gentle voice, she really grasped the control. Linli standing by also gave him a thumbs up. Great. It's really great. Yes, Grandpa, this matter really can't be blamed entirely on Xingxue. We were both drunk. Linli was about to speak but stopped, while his father and mother were also helping him. Master Shin, if Xingxue marries into our family, we will definitely treat her well 100% and will never let her suffer any grievances. Seeing that everyone was begging for mercy, Master Shin also shook his head. Xiaoxue, Grandpa doesn't mean to blame you. Since you are pregnant, just rest assured and take care of the baby. Tell Grandpa if you have any difficulties. As for your parents, Grandpa will help you solve it. Really? You love Xiaoxue so much. She grabbed Linli and said, I said, Grandpa is very good to me. Linli also handed the passbook in his hand to Xingxue. Xingxue, this is the betrothal gift from our family, please keep it first. Ah? You're giving it to me so soon? Take it. I will make up for what I promised later. Linli said with a faint smile. Okay, I'll take it first. After Xingxue finished speaking, she put it into her pocket. As it was already evening, the family simply sat together to have a meal. The 2 people at the table did the same, taking turns to eat, without caring about other people's eyes at all. After finishing the meal and clearing the dishes, Linli handed the stewed medicinal meal to the other person. This is for you. It can relieve your physical discomfort. Linli poured out the soup and blew it gently several times. Is it bitter? Xingxue clenched her fists, a hint of hesitation showing on her face. A little bit, but good medicine tastes bitter. How about I give you a little surprise after you finish drinking it? As soon as these words came out, the elders' faces were even more delighted. Giving gifts again so soon? Isn't Linli too good at it? You know, last time I gave her a big pink diamond, she is still wearing it on her hand, so this time must be a big surprise? Keep your word. She gently hooked Linli's little finger, then held her breath and gulped down the medicinal food. Ding, it is detected that the pregnant mother has successfully drunk the medicated diet to relieve morning sickness, and a cash reward of 200W will be given. 2 million? It's no wonder that I spent a lot of money on inorganic food. The price is extraordinary. He was extremely happy. And Xingxue also covered her mouth directly, her brows trembling. You lied to me, it was obviously very bitter, I shouldn't have believed you. Huh? How come? Is it possible that my sense of taste has deteriorated? He took the cup that the other person had drunk from and took a sip. It's a bit bitter, isn't it? He shrugged. Maybe because she is pregnant, her sense of taste and smell has become more sensitive? Mr. Shin at the table also saw for the first time someone who could subdue Xingxue, and his hearty laughter echoed throughout the room. Grandpa! You're still laughing, and you don't even help Xiaoxue. Xingxue curled her lips and didn't want to continue clinking glasses. Okay, Dr. Wu, please prescribe some medicinal candy for Xiaoxue. He waved his hand. That's more like it. After eating the candy, she held her breath and drank half the can of medicinal food. After dinner, Zhang Hohot called Linli aside again. Lizzie, this is the private money that Mom found from your dad. You can use it to comfort Xingxue later. It was about 80,000, but Linli knew very well that she didn't care about the money. Mom, you know Xingxue's temper. I'll go and coax her later. After Linli finished speaking, he opened the system space. Now he was able to exchange most of the goods, and he had the help of his father-in-law, Mr. Shin. He also got to know Shin Qingshue's preferences. Her favorite thing was Kuromi and various derivative peripherals, so there was a lot of space in her house for various peripherals. And in the mall, there just happens to be a limited edition set of Kuromi doll costume. But I'm a grown man, isn't it too much for me to dress up as Kuromi? Can you change someone else? He scratched his head and felt his eyes go dark. But Shin Qingxue likes it, and with the mask on, you can't tell who it is at all? It's not like he's wearing an ordinary cosplay costume, so he should just do it to make his wife laugh, right? And when you buy the Kuromi set, you can get a pink heart balloon and a champagne rose for free, and it only costs 50,000 yuan. What is that? Purchase. After clicking, a complete set of purple Kuromi suit was placed aside. An hour later, Shin Qingxue received a message from Linli. Wife, I have a surprise for you in the back garden on the first floor. Ah? Surprise? What's going on? She shook her head and didn't want to go downstairs, but when she thought of this guy's previous actions, she didn't want to move. But her physical condition is indeed much better and she doesn't feel sick anymore. Maybe we should really thank each other. Okay. #nervous face #. She replied with a cute emoticon and took the elevator downstairs. In the back garden, Linli had already directed the bodyguards to decorate the venue, with colorful balloons, beautiful bouquets, and Kuromi suits already put on. Mr. Lin, are you sure you want to do this? The bodyguard thought the other party was engaging in some kind of confusing behavior. Of course. Just cooperate with me to scatter the petals later. After taking a look at the message, he put on a hood and hid in the corner. Yes. The bodyguards didn't dare to say much, and outside the fence of the community, there happened to be a group of high school students on a picnic, so they all picked up their phones. Look, they are playing cosplay. Wow, I want to take a picture too. Listen to the sound of frogs. Until Shin Qingxue walked downstairs, looked around, and asked the bodyguard at the door. Linli, where is he? Report to the young lady, Mr. Lin has gone out for something. Something? She slowed down and saw Linli's carefully arranged bouquet of flowers and rose petals scattered on the ground at the corner. Chapter 16, Exposed? The whole network knows about it? Get new props. I saw a purple Kuromi walking out from the corner with flowers in her hands, and presented an exquisite dark red gift box with both hands, and pink rose petals were scattered all over the ground. This is? Shin Qingxue, who was originally still angry, also covered her mouth shyly and her heartbeat quickened. Open it, Qingxue. A familiar voice came from the doll, which made her cry. Linli, it's really you. Linli pursed her lips, opened the small gift box, and a brand new car key appeared in front of her. I wanted to give it to you a few days ago, but I never found the opportunity. And even though we're engaged, I owe you a formal confession, so are you willing to accept a belated confession? Linli bent his knees and half knelt, his tone full of determination. These words were naturally cheesy, and shocked the expectant mother. Childish. I don't like these childish tricks. She said this, but her hand had already picked up the box. Besides, haven't you noticed that I've been in love with you for a long time? Isn't it too late to confess my feelings? Idiot. Hey, Qingxue, you're right. Click, click, the lights of the cameras filled the scene, and Shin Qingxue slowly leaned on Linli's shoulder. From now on, you are mine, for life. Yes, yes. I will listen to my wife in everything. Linli really liked this woman who said one thing and meant another, but it was late. Qingxue, didn't you say that Linli made you angry again? I'll pack my bag now and help you teach him a lesson. Li Xiaowen on the other end of the phone was still arguing about what happened a few hours ago. No, it was all a misunderstanding. I am very happy now. Shin Qingxue stretched lazily on the sofa. As he had to attend a meeting at a sudden moment, Mr. Shin flew back home under the cover of night. Then, she forwarded the photos she took with Linli. Either the two are hugging, or kissing, there are even photos of them being carried as princesses. Oh my god, Xiao Xue. I am not sleeping at night. Am I here to eat your dog food? Oh, Xiaowen, I'm explaining to you. She turned over again, and Linli immediately stood up and asked with concern. Are you feeling unwell? I'll go get Dr. Wu. Because during pregnancy, pregnant mothers may experience any symptom, whether it is stomach pain, nausea or discomfort, they must respond immediately. No, I just sat for too long and my legs are numb. Oh, that's good. Linley continued to arrange the work at hand with his head down, because he had spent 800,000 yuan to renovate the interior of the inn he acquired some time ago. So he will go to inspect the results early tomorrow morning, because he is worried about letting outsiders do the decoration, and most of the materials outside contain harmful ingredients such as formaldehyde and benzene. It will affect the normal development of the fetus and also harm the body of the pregnant mother. However, the decoration provided by the system does not have these elements and you can move in immediately after installation. At 9 o'clock in the evening, a hot search appeared directly on Linley's mobile phone. The group of readers in his group who loved gossip were also excited in an instant. Pigeon, have you seen the trending searches? The eldest daughter of Shin's mining company has officially announced her marriage. I'm so envious of the male lead in the film, that position was originally mine. Yes, you know, the Shin family has countless mines. How come this kind of thing doesn't happen to me? Damn it! Master Shin, I am your long-lost son-in-law. I saw it, then what? Linley, who was sitting at the table, yawned. He was the author of the title I'd Rather Do It Than I Die. Oh my god, this old pigeon actually replied? Where is the update? Why is my wife as a pure beauty not updated? Ahem. Well, I've been injured recently and I'm trying to recover. He rubbed his eyes, trying to fool around. Netizens don't know Linley, but his old classmates do. In an instant, the classmates group exploded. What? Linley, that stinky boy, is actually engaged to the daughter of the Shin family. He enjoys the good life without his brothers, but eats pickles one by one. I recognize this background. Isn't this at the White Horse Villa? On the lakeside? School beauty Shin is really confused. Why did she choose Linley? He is just an unemployed vagrant. How did the Shin family agree to this? Didn't anyone stand up to oppose it? There was a sigh in the group. However, Shin Xingxue, who had been silent all this time, spoke up. I followed Linley voluntarily, and he treated me very well. I also ask all my classmates to bless me and Linley for the 4 years we have been together. Please do not speculate behind our backs. She really couldn't stand the style of these classmates who just followed the trend. Hey, it's campus beautician here. Several female classmates continued to speak in a sarcastic tone in the group. Linley on the other side also noticed Shin Xingxue's abnormality and came over. Xingxue, you don't have to defend me. Men speak with strength. But they keep talking about you in the group. I really can't stand it. She shook her head and wanted to use her money to get rid of this group. But if she gets rid of one, there will be thousands more. Besides, she is a public figure, so not only will she be monitored, but her children will also be monitored. Don't worry, I have my own ideas. After Linley said this, he started looking for system items. Soon the goal was set, best recommendation. 3-day prank spoon can automatically locate people who hate the host and make them unlucky for 3 days. Not limited to being chased by a dog when going out, having no instant noodle spoon when eating, randomly getting broken shoes, forgetting to write your name in an exam, etc. Price, 100,000 yuan. This prop is great. It's just right for playing a prank on those who like to say bad things. And the price is fair to everyone. He couldn't even suppress the corners of his mouth that were gradually rising. Ha? Are you okay? Shin Xingxue thought Linley was so angry that he started to smile foolishly. She quickly stood up and put her hand on his forehead. I'm not sick. Linley adjusted his posture and continued to update with his head down, because writing novels was what he loved most, so he had to do it whenever he had time. Not for anything else, just for a feeling. As for those who say bad things, don't even think about how unlucky they are. So, no kissing today? She continued to ask. Hey, do you want to? I thought we had kissed enough, but she still wanted more. Is that what women are like? After trying it once, they want it again. Why, do you make me sound like a bitch? She patted her face and left in a hurry. Chapter 17, A Huge Reward from My Wife. After typing the last period, Linley stretched his muscles a few times. It had been 3 months since the last update. So it took him about 2 hours to complete the update. A silver treasure chest reward floated on the screen. Congratulations to my wife as a pure beauty for receiving a silver treasure chest. Ha? How come there is a reward? Is this reader waiting for updates? Linley couldn't believe his eyes. Although this brother was very familiar with him, he had never seen him speak in the group. just diving silently. Is it a coincidence? You know, this silver treasure chest is not cheap. Even if it is a 50-50 split, he can still get half. Why don't you ask your elder brother? That would be too stupid, right? On the other side, Xue was hiding in bed with her phone in her hands, reading a novel. Even a gun couldn't suppress the corners of her mouth. This has always been her habit. Even if it's a major exam, she has to read it. The hero finally kissed the heroine. This is so sweet. She was praising him while flipping through the update page. What happened after the kiss? Why not continue to update? The math teacher said there should be a process, so what about the process? The anticipation for the subsequent content made her toss and turn and unable to sleep, especially since she became the eldest daughter of the Shin family again and could freely use the living expenses given by her grandfather. Her current position in the Shin group is as a member of the board of directors. Although she is not the one with the most power, she is the one that Mr. Shin loves the most. Give me another one. I don't believe you can accept my gift for nothing. She flicked her fingertips and threw out again. It seems he is serious. Linley scratched his head. If he pretended to be dead, it would offend him, and so he updated it again, and by the time he finished the update, he was exhausted. Damn it! Only one chapter was updated. Every word is worth 1,000 gold. I think he has figured out the game. Xue sighed helplessly. She thought there would be more surprises, but it turned out not to be as she wished. It's time to make up for it. Although I had rested when I got home, I couldn't resist the physical fatigue. Time passed quickly, and after she finished washing up, she waited in front of Linley's door early. Morning, husband. Did you have a good rest last night? Husband? Faced with Xue's kindness, Linley was a little surprised. Is the sun rising from the west today? Yes, I asked Aunt Wang to prepare some nutritious porridge for you. You have been taking care of me all this time, so I want to reward you. Thank you, my wife. Linley smiled and said, after breakfast, I'm going to check the project. Are you going to rest at home? Oh, of course I'm going with you. She took out a brand new suit from the closet. This is what I prepared for you. I also want to watch a movie while I have breakfast, is that okay? Of course. What kind do you want to watch? Don't watch anything too bloody or scary. It might scare the baby. Linley emphasized again that because the projector was in the living room, his laptop was easy to move. Okay, I'll pick it myself. Xue narrowed her eyes slightly and chose a movie, while Linley continued to wash and dress. Let me see your archive. She quickly searched for keywords in the file search bar, and then a lot of strange things popped up on the computer. Ah, what are these? He still reads these? After searching for many times, I finally came to the conclusion, he really didn't save any drafts. It's impossible to sneak a peek. Even as a wife, I don't have any privileges. I have also encountered this naked update thing. Xue. I'm done changing, would you like to take a look? Linley, who was wearing leather shoes, stepped out in response. The size of the shoes was just right, neither too big nor too small. Handsome. Really handsome. Xue quickly raised her head and applauded. However, Linley still caught her panic. Something was wrong. Why did he search his computer? If you are still struggling, I recommend you watch The Pursuit of Happiness. Linley broke the silence. Yes, I have been so busy before that I haven't had much time for myself. The only time she had some free time was during her pregnancy, when she didn't have to attend the company's board meetings. As the melodious tune sounded, the story of a father and his child working hard began. Being assigned a mission, begging in the streets, and then despair, with her son lost. Xue was also immersed in it, and she also clenched Linley's palm, seeking some sense of security. She didn't let go until her father gradually got on his feet and things were getting better. It's really beautiful. Linley also helped her wipe away her tears, and the two of them snuggled up to each other. She was sentimental, and her emotions were magnified during her pregnancy. Zhang Hohat, who had cooked the chicken soup, also put it on the table. Xiaoxue, this chicken is raised by us. You will feel strong after eating it. Thank you, Mom. She nodded slowly and stood up with Linley's help. Hey, why are you being so polite to us? Just drink and eat. After eating and drinking, Linley transferred money to Xue again. This is the reward I received last night. Please keep it for me. Save it? Shin Xingxue had mixed feelings. This was clearly a reward she gave him, but he was giving it back to her? No, I have more pocket money than I can spend. I appreciate your kindness. Although their family has certain customs, every family has different circumstances. The Shin family is not short of money, so they naturally give her better things. Seeing that the other party refused to accept it, Linley didn't force it. Hey, Lizzie, this is the wolfberry soup that Mom made for you. You need to replenish your body. Zhang Hohat doesn't understand young people and can only act as a peacemaker. Thank you, Mom. After dinner, Linley took the opportunity when the other party was taking a walk to leave the villa. I just checked my computer and found that several manuscripts had traces of being occasionally touched, and checking the reader's IP showed, this is a waste. They are in the same province as me and are rich. Is it really him? It seems that he has reached the point where he can no longer tolerate it, so he checked whether he had any saved manuscripts. Fortunately, there was no information on the computer that would cause social disillusionment. At most, they are just some reference costumes. Lizzie, if you don't leave now, your wife will go far away. Old Lin called out to him loudly, fearing that Shin Xingxue would get lost. Clear. After Linley said this, he exchanged an Audi RSQ8 from the system. As soon as he picked up the car, it was towed away by law enforcement. So the price was directly reduced from the original 1.4 million yuan to 950,000 yuan, which is a discount, but it is indeed 99% new. There are also two color options, Elegant Black and Supreme Silver. He chose the Supreme Silver without hesitation, but because he had many bodyguards at home, the system parked the car at a 4S shop near the inn. After he contacted Shin Xingxue, he took her into the 4S store and took the Audi away directly. The main feature is arrogance. Buy Audi this time? Shin Xingxue in the passenger seat blinked. Well, the high speed is suitable for long distance running, and the space is large, so you can sit more comfortably. Very good. You are great, husband. Chapter 18, Making Wine for a Daughter Before the Baby is Born? As we approached the inn, we heard the sound of gurgling water and an ancient water wheel turning slowly. In particular, the large patch of hydrangeas planted in front of the inn swayed gently in the wind. On the 5-story inn, light-colored wind chimes were hung, making pleasant sounds. Lin's Honk's Inn? Shin Xingxue stuck her head out and looked at the inn located deep in the bamboo forest. How is it? Do you like it? Linley held her hand and helped her out of the car. I like it. How come you understand me so well? She lowered her head, a hint of joy in her eyes. Go in and take a look. If there's anything you don't like, you can change it. The two of them walked into the inn together. There were many kinds of wine on the counter behind the cash register, such as rice wine, daughter's red wine, white wine, peach blossom wine, etc., exuding a faint aroma of wine. If it weren't for the special circumstances of her pregnancy, Shin Xingxue would definitely have a few sips to relax herself. The receptionist with her hair tied up also asked the two of them. Mr. Lin, Mrs. Lin, is there anything I can help you with? I'm wondering if I can make a jar of wine for the children, so that when they grow up, they can dig it out and use it at their wedding banquet. Shin Xingxue smiled. As the eldest daughter of the Shin family, Mr. Shin naturally didn't want her to do these rough work, nor did he allow her to do it. Of course. As expected of my wife, you are always considerate. All right. Stop praising me. Tell the kitchen staff to get ready. As she spoke, she rolled up her sleeves and her eyes were gentle. Linley also passed on the information. Although the inn was not large, it had a cellar. The winemaker was also a veteran with decades of experience. The main feature is authentic. Although Shin Xingxue was full of curiosity about the cellar, Linley still declined her offer. After all, the air in the cellar was not well circulated, and since it was underground, it was inevitably dusty. Are you ready? I'll call Grandpa when you're ready. All right. Linley waved his hand. In the conference room, just after Mr. Shin finished his meeting, a video call came in directly. Hello? It's Xiao Xue. The employees all looked at him. Grandpa, look, I'm learning how to make wine. She sat under a big tree, gently stirring the freshly steamed glutinous rice. Brewing wine? No, how dare that brat? Master Shin was almost fainted with anger, and touched his face vigorously. If you like it, Grandpa will transfer money to you and buy it directly. No, I brew it for myself. Xin Xingxue answered softly. Since Envirhong needs to be stored in a wine cellar for many years, rice wine must be used as the raw material to keep it from deteriorating as much as possible. As for why she chose Envirhong instead of Zhuanyuanling, it was because she herself liked baby girls. Of course, Linley also likes baby girls. Baby girls are like little cotton padded jackets, and they are sensible and obedient. Xin Xingxue had to complete the fermentation step before adding the Jinhu lake water. Come on, Xingxue, I'm strong, I'll carry it. Linley picked up the bag of glutinous rice and helped her pour it into the basin. Thank you. She used tools to remove the glutinous rice. Although daughter's red wine should be brewed when the child is born in most cases, brewing it when the child is born is a bit too tiring. Xiaoxue you. Mr. Shin shook his head helplessly. After adding Jianquan water, the remaining steps are completed by the winemaking master, as it still needs a week of fermentation and the process is rather complicated. Thank you, master. After completing the first step of winemaking, she felt very accomplished. You're welcome, Madam Lin. After inspecting the work, the goat-bearded master handed over a piece of writing brush, ink, and red paper. Please write your words. Words? I'm good at this. She picked up the brush and elegantly wrote 3 big words on the red paper: daughter's red wine. There is a sense of efficiency in his writing. Wow, it's really well written. Linley gave a thumbs up when he saw the handwriting. As expected of Xin Xingxue, she knows so many things. The employee on the other end of the video couldn't help but admire. It turns out that the young lady's calligraphy attainments are so high. Humph, she is my granddaughter. Mr. Shin raised his head proudly, and the boredom he felt more than 10 minutes ago also dissipated at this moment, replaced by satisfaction and pride. Then, Xin Xingxue handed the brush to Linley. You are the children's father, I will take you to write one together. He knew Linley's writing level, so he naturally wouldn't reveal his past. Okay, thank you for your hard work, my wife. Just like that, Xin Xingxue gently held his wrist. Take it slow, hold steady. The afterglow of the early morning shone on her face, and Linley couldn't help but look at her, and she was within reach. Continue. She was still serious, and only after she finished writing did she notice Mr. Shin's expression on her phone. It was meaningful. You are not serious, write another one. I know, wife. Linley shook his head. The secretary who was watching the show on the other side couldn't help but complain. Was he staring at our eldest daughter just now? Yes, absolutely. Look, the young lady is angry? How about we send someone to teach him a lesson, master? What do you know? This is a matter between the two of them, you are not allowed to go. Mr. Shin said earnestly. But, master. The secretary lowered her head. After all, Xin Xingxue was someone she had watched grow up. When other children called her aunt, she always called her sister. I said you can't go, so you can't go. Are you ready for the monthly meeting in the evening? I'm ready. I'll send a notification to remind the employees who will be attending the meeting. After the secretary said this, he left. The couple also handed the finished content to the master. When the time comes, we will trouble you to take care of our several jars of daughter's red wine. It's not hard, this is my job. He waved his hand. So is this done? Xin Xingxue walked halfway and continued to confirm. Yeah, do you want to add anything? I wonder if we can add a few pairs of swings outside so that our children can play there in the future. She pointed to the empty lawn. Of course, everything is up to you. Linley smiled and handed her the sample picture from the internet. In the end, she chose a large swing that could seat 5 people. Have you chosen? Let's go with this one. Linley bought it immediately after saying that. Wait a few days, the master will help you install it. That's great. Xin Xingxue gently shook his elbow, and her mood brightened. I feel happy every day with you. Of course, you are my wife. Chapter 19, Get the certificate and thank my father-in-law for giving me 3 mines. After returning home, Zhang Hohat handed the household registration book to the two of them. Lizzie, since Xiaoxue is pregnant, why don't you get the certificate? This way, it will be easier to register the child when he is born. Got it, Mom. Linley held Xin Xingxue's hand tightly, and the Shin family's household registration booklet was also left by Mr. Shin in advance. We will go to the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow to get the certificate. Well, take it early, Mom will be relieved. Zhang Hohot looked kind and took out the mandarin duck pillow she embroidered every day. Xingxue, this is a little gift from Mom, prepared for his wedding. Thank you, Mom. You have such a skillful hand. Looking at the lifelike mandarin ducks embroidered on the pillow, Xingxue couldn't help but praise. Well, as long as you like it. The two elders smiled at each other. Time passed quickly. Linli got up early and put on a brand new suit. Xingxue was also wearing a red and gold cheongsam and appeared in front of him with small steps. Although her belly was slightly bulging, it still couldn't hide her unique temperament. How do you like this? Does it look good? She looks beautiful, just like a princess. Linli said gently. Hee, that's good. She lowered her head and held the other person's hand. After a 20-minute drive, the two arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau smoothly, but it was still early, so there were no other newlyweds in the hall. Hello, are you two newlyweds here to get your marriage certificate? The staff greeted us warmly. Well, yes. Please help us with the formalities. Okay, no problem. After the staff member took the materials, he handed the form to the two of them, and Linli quickly filled out the form. After quickly completing the marriage examination process, they stand in front of the camera and take a wedding photo to become a legal couple. 3, 2, 1, eggplant. As a white light flashed, photos of the two were taken. After they walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Linli kept holding her hand and refused to let go. Xingxue also touched the newly released wedding photos with satisfaction. Linli, look how well this photo was taken. Linli? Sorry, it's my husband. Realizing that she had said the wrong thing, she quickly corrected her mistake. Well, that's more like it. Linli smiled, invited Xingxue into the car, and drove slowly on the streets of Hangzhou. As it was the morning rush hour, everyone was driving very slowly. The calm lake water occasionally slapped against the shore, creating a wave of white waves. Phew, there's a bit of a traffic jam. How about getting off the car and taking a walk? Okay, blocking it all the time is not a solution. Xingxue raised her eyes to show her support. When they turned a corner, a photo studio appeared in front of the two people, but the studio's main focus was parent-child photos, including photos of pregnant mothers. When Xingxue saw the photos on the wall, she was attracted by the various cute babies in the eggshells, especially one very dramatic photo of a pregnant mother under light and shadow. Isn't it too cozy? She began to look forward to life after the child was born. If you want to take pictures, go in. Linli took advantage of the situation and brought her in. Although Xingxue's belly is not that big now, if she really waits until she is further along in the pregnancy to take the photo, it will consume a lot of the pregnant mother's energy and also cause bone pain. Welcome, please come in and take pictures. The receptionist smiled and led the two to the sofa. But can I shoot like this? Xingxue was a little uncertain. Of course, every month of the baby's life is worth remembering. Yeah, don't hesitate, just take the photo. Linli also agreed and helped her take off her coat. So, Xingxue changed into a pink yoga outfit and started taking pictures. Kick your legs, raise your hands. A little lower. The photographer at the side gave instructions while filming. At the end of the photo shoot, the photographer even shouted to Linli, "Sir, could you please hug your wife's belly from behind?" Ah. Hug. Linli felt a little embarrassed for a moment and looked at Xingxue, who was resting nearby. Listen to the photographer, I want the best results. She raised her hand and said that since she was a female photographer, there was no need for them to be shy. Besides, these were pregnancy photos, and she was naturally beautiful. So there is no need to modify it at all. When it was time to shoot, Linli placed his hand on her thin belly and felt the beating of life again. Good, very good. The photographer pressed the shutter. The complete set of pregnancy photos was taken in this way, and it cost a total of 3,000 yuan. Ding, it is detected that the pregnant mother has completed the first set of pregnancy photos, and a reward of 3 million yuan will be given. I didn't expect that I could come out to get the certificate and complete the task at the same time. It's like killing two birds with one stone. The photography studio also packaged the negatives and sent them to the two of them. Well, our child will be very cute when he is born, right? Xingxue happily looked through the photos after returning home. Of course, honey, don't worry, our child will definitely be the cutest. In order to reward the host for completing a major event in life, getting a marriage certificate, we will reward you with 99.99 W cash. I wish you a happy wedding. Looking at the system rewards in front of him, Linley nodded with satisfaction. With these, he could give his family a better life. And in a few months, we will be able to take a 4-dimensional image of our child. Then we will be able to see clearly what the child looks like. Ha! That's great. My dears, you need to grow up quickly. Xinxingxue, lying on the pregnancy pillow, touched her belly. As for the wedding photo, it was hung in the most conspicuous position in the master bedroom, framed with a custom gold-edged frame. Mr. Shin also gave the two of them his most sincere blessings. There are 5 sets of street shops and 2 mines where you can mine freely. Wow, Grandpa said these are for you. Xinxingxue handed the contract to Linley. Mine? Grandpa is indeed heroic. You have to know that these are just a drop in the bucket for the Shin family, but for the mines, there are coal mines, gold mines, and diamonds. Well, are you satisfied with this? Xinxingxue smiled. Ahem, it's all thanks to my wife. My wife is the best in the world. Well, that's about right. Xinxingxue put down the contract and reported the progress of the two. On the other side, Mr. Shin also put down the stone in his heart after learning that the matter had been accomplished. Come on, wait until Qingxue gives birth to the baby, and then I can rest my old bones. He put down the brandy in his hand and looked at the buildings outside the window. And under his leadership, the Shin family's business continued to grow and develop. It's time to wash your feet. Linley put the basin of water prepared by his aunt aside. No need, I can wash it myself, Xinxingxue said helplessly with her feet exposed. You can't let your aunt do something like washing your feet, right? That's what I said, but... She couldn't explain why, so Linley gently grabbed her smooth little feet. When your belly gets bigger, it will be hard to reach. So get used to it first. Itchy, gentle, gentle. It will be ready soon. After Linley quickly washed her, he left the room. It wasn't until afterwards that she realized what was happening. Bad. This man is really bad. Chapter 20, Fetal Heart Rate, Baby's First Heartbeat. 2 months passed in a flash. Since the baby in her belly was already 5 months old, she could only lie on her side on the edge of the bed, feeling the growth of the little life. Qingxue, the weather is getting colder. I brought you a hand warmer so you can keep warm on the way. Linley carefully counted the maternal and child supplies that would be needed for the prenatal checkup. Okay, I understand. Thank you, husband. She stroked her belly slowly, feeling the growing heartbeat of the baby in her belly. The second trimester is an important period for the development of children, and the fetal heartbeat and fetal bud are also the focus of detection. It concerns the future of children. Then, Linley walked to the bed, slowly helped Xinxingxue up, and helped her put on slippers. Which one do you want to wear today? He held out several extra stretchy maternity suits for her to choose from. Let's go with the beige one. I like the pattern on it. She pointed to the striped maternity dress on Linley's right-hand side. The top and pants were separate. It also contains cashmere, which is not only warm but also lightweight. Okay. Honey, raise your hands. I'll help you change. Linley smiled. Okay. Xinxingxue felt a little helpless, but still cooperated with Linley to change into a cotton jacket. Before going out, he took out a lavender warm scarf and helped her tie it on. Well, it's done, honey, let's go. Because the road was icy today, Linley drove very slowly and it took him about an hour to reach the hospital entrance. However, because of their quick hands, they grabbed the first number, so they didn't have to wait long before it was their turn. It was the same bald doctor who examined her last time. Xinxingxue, is Ms. Shin here? He shouted out the door. Here it comes, honey, be careful, the ground is a bit slippery. Linley helped hold her waist. Lie down and show your belly. The bald doctor said with a smile on his face. Good. Linley brought a plush blanket in advance and made the cold bed. Then he helped Xinxingxue lie down on it. Then, the doctor applied the test fluid on her belly. A cold feeling swept over her in an instant, especially since the temperature was so low today. She shivered slightly from the cold. Xingxue, hold on. Linley stood by and cheered her on. The young nurse standing by also showed an envious expression after seeing the couple being so affectionate. It is said that there are many TV dramas set in obstetrics and gynecology departments, but their super pure love is really rare. Even she, who has only been in love for 20 years, wants to fall in love. The doctor breathed a sigh of relief and placed the measuring instrument on her lower abdomen again. 160 times. Then, he continued to adjust his position to look for the second fetus. Baby, you have to be good. Xinxingxue comforted the child in her belly, because if the fetus is in a sleeping period, it would be easier to measure. If you like to move, it will be more difficult. 163 times. Yeah, Erbao can be great too. Linley also gave a thumbs up. At the end, the doctor pinched his fingers again and hesitated for half a second, because he had already notified the third fetus during the first prenatal checkup at the hospital. Still have to check though. He continued to measure. At this moment, everyone in the clinic held their breath. I was afraid that something special might happen to the third fetus. Plop, plop. The doctor slowly opened his eyes after a long time and sat back at the table. Doctor, how is my third child? Xinxingxue slowly got up, her eyes anxious. Don't worry, your third child's heartbeat is a little slow, around 130 beats per minute, but all the data are already very good compared to the last time. 130 is considered slow? She found it a little unbelievable because the normal heartbeat of an adult is around 100. How could the fetus heartbeat be so fast? Well, in the early stages of a fetus, the heart rate can reach 190 beats per minute because they need to grow and develop rapidly. This is determined from the moment they are born. One day in the belly is equivalent to 1,000 years of evolutionary change. As the doctor spoke, he demonstrated these processes on the paper at hand. This also helps pregnant mothers better understand their children. Oh, I see, thank you, doctor. Linley carefully wiped her belly and then helped her up. You're welcome. It seems that your husband has put in a lot of effort for you. The doctor let out a long sigh and looked at the loving couple. Ah. I can't hide it from you. Xinxingxue was both surprised and happy, because during her pregnancy, Linley was always by her side, even getting up to accompany her when she went to the bathroom in the middle of the night. Well, let's go check the next item. The fetal heart rate report will be out soon. After the doctor said this, he called the next patient. Outside the corridor, Linley took out some chicken soup. Wife, drink something hot to warm yourself up. Good. She nodded slightly and drank the fragrant chicken soup. While waiting for the four-dimensional examination, a little girl who came to the hospital with her parents also saw the two of them. Wow, sister, you are so beautiful. Are you here for a checkup at the hospital like my mother? The little girl had a pair of pigtails and a bright smile on her chubby face, just like the dolls in New Year pictures. Yes, kid, how old are you this year? Xinxingxue lowered her head and looked at this super cute kid. He's 3 years old now. He will go to kindergarten after the Chinese New Year. She stood on tiptoe and said in a baby voice. Yeah, you're also a cute kid, where's your mother? Xinxingxue continued to ask. My mother is in room 3, her belly is a little smaller than her sister's. I can take you to see it. Room 3? Xinxingxue was a little confused. It should be clinic room 3, right? She was also assigned there. How about going to take a look? Linley twitched the corner of his mouth. Tang Tang, Mom is looking for us. The tall man next to her pulled her little hand. Hey, I'll give you some chocolate to pass on good luck to my sister. She took out a piece of golden spherical chocolate from her pocket and placed it in the palm of her hand. You're so cute, kid. She stood up gently and went to clinic number 3, while Linley went to get a number for her. I heard a familiar female voice coming from inside, and a young woman with curly hair was waiting by the chair. Li Su-min? Xinxingxue found that scene even more incredible. She is the cousin of her best friend Li Xuan, and she had always said many years ago that she did not want to get married and only wanted to fall in love. This is the second child? Sister, look, this is my mother. The little girl saw her at the door and pointed at her directly. Xingxue? Why are you here too? The smile on the woman's face disappeared when she saw her. Chapter 21, Shooting 4D, Naughty Baby. I'm here for a pregnancy test? You too, Xiumin? Xinxingxue said solemnly. Yes, isn't this the follow-up checkup with my husband Li Xiang? Where's your husband? Didn't he accompany you to the prenatal checkup? He's gone out for something and will be back soon. Oh, I see. Then let me stay here with you. It must be lonely here by yourself. She smiled and held her hand. Soon, Linley came back from outside. The doctor in charge of the four-dimensional scan also cleaned the equipment. Hello, Miss Shin, just lie down and don't move. I'll be in charge of the baby's four-dimensional photos. Okay, please, doctor. The couple cooperated with each other and lay down on the bed skillfully, because the four-dimensional examination is mainly to check whether the baby's facial features are deformed, as well as to do early screening for Down syndrome. After applying the professional reagent, a prone fetus gradually appeared on the screen. Only the round little butt and the bald little head could be seen. It looks soft and cute, with one of its legs crossed over the other, and it seems like it is sleeping. Ah. Baby, is this sleeping? Linley rubbed his eyes, because this was his first time seeing a four-dimensional diagram, so he found it incredible. Ahem, yes, you read it right. The doctor scratched his head somewhat embarrassedly, because this kind of situation would indeed happen when doing a four-dimensional scan. The baby would not cooperate very much. But don't worry, we can check on the other babies, maybe they'll wake up soon. Yeah, okay. Shin Xingxue nodded slightly and continued to cooperate with the inspection. As the examination probe gradually moved, another curled-up baby appeared in everyone's field of vision, with a chubby little face, a small nose, and tightly closed lips. She looks very similar to Shin Xingxue. Hey, isn't that your childhood? Li Xiuan said softly. Hua, you were so cute when you were a child. Linley continued to agree. Great, this one went smoothly. The doctor breathed a sigh of relief and was about to press the shoot button when the baby's other arm directly blocked his face. Everyone present was stunned by what Yama saw. What's going on? This baby is not cooperating either? Could it be that he has opened his third eye and knows that someone outside is watching him? But the doctor was not giving up, so he waited on the side and said, I won't do that. You must take your hand away today. However, things did not go as planned. The baby refused to move his arms and even farted, releasing a stream of gas. The baby farted. Oh my god. Shin Xingxue bit her lip. She had never thought that her own child would fart in her stomach. And it was a series of farts. It feels very strange too. Xingxue, don't be nervous. Linley also hurried forward to comfort him. I will endure it. As the apple of her eye, she had never been treated like this before, but who made them her own children? The doctor beside him was also a little upset at this time, but he still suppressed his anger. Then, let's take a look at the third child. Okay, thank you for your help. She felt a little embarrassed because of 2 consecutive mistakes, especially after wasting so much time. She felt even more embarrassed. Fortunately, this baby was very well behaved and was not affected by the other 2 babies. He lay quietly in the corner, as quiet as an angel. Okay, very good. Don't move. The doctor quickly pressed the shutter button. After the electronic photo came out, the doctor slapped his own face. Oh my god. He is really about to collapse. How is the doctor? Is the third baby doing well? Shin Xingxue, who couldn't see the situation, turned her head and asked. Well, see for yourself. The baby in the photo has a long head like an alien, looking very much like an alien baby. This is. Linley was a little confused. An alien baby was impossible. The only thing he was sure of was that he had failed to take the photo again. Hey, if the baby doesn't sneeze, this picture will be perfect. The doctor sighed in frustration. Even though he had been doing 4D scans for more than 20 years, he would still get frustrated when faced with an uncooperative baby. Especially after finishing the night shift and having just slept for a while, I have to get up again to do an examination. So it was a sneeze, that's what I thought. Linley heaved a sigh of relief after learning that the baby was normal. Then he asked, Doctor, will the 4D scan continue? Hey. Let's help Mrs. Shin walk a few laps outside first. The doctor waved his hand and asked several people to go out. At this time, Tang Tang also jumped out. Sister, how's the shooting going? It's not taken well. I'll take it again later. Shin Xingxue felt a little tired for a moment, because she didn't expect that being a mother would have so many difficulties. The pregnancy checkup alone was enough to almost make her collapse from exhaustion. Oh, Tang Tang gets it, baby, you have to listen to mommy and daddy and just focus on taking pictures, she said softly to the baby in her belly. Tang Tang, let's go, we are going skiing and say goodbye to our brothers and sisters. Li Xiumin quickly grabbed the child. Goodbye, come to Tonton's house when you have time. She waved at the 2 of them as she walked. Then the 2 of them smiled at each other. Walking in the stairwell of the hospital, this is the only trick I can use to wake up my baby. Run, run. Xin Xingxue held her belly and went up and down the stairs. Fortunately, it was early, so there was no water accumulation in the stairwell. Honey, be careful. Linley cheered her on from behind. Okay, got it. After running for 15 minutes, a layer of sweat appeared on her forehead. Okay, go see a doctor. The two came to the door of the clinic again. Come in. The doctor invited them in. The photo shoot went smoothly this time, and the doctor printed out a copy of the completed photo for each of them. From the current situation, the three babies are developing well. We just need to keep working hard. Thank you, doctor. Linley took the film, walked out of the gate with Xin Xingxue, and got into the car. Xingxue, thank you for your hard work on the journey just now. It's not hard, you've been working much harder than me lately. She smiled, and her cheeks were flushed. Come on, put one on. Linley put his forehead directly against hers, and the originally cold forehead became warm in an instant. Again, the baby is watching us, you can't. I don't like you to catch a cold. It's very hard to bear if you are sick. He drove straight back home. The snow scene around him was receding. Snow was an extremely rare weather event in Hangzhou. However, skiing for exercise is obviously not very realistic. Chapter 22, The School Beauty Loves to Eat Durian, the Baby Protests. Ding, it is detected that the pregnant mother has completed the second pregnancy test, and a reward of 1 million cash will be given. The system settlement sound rang again. The above two examinations cost a total of 1,000 yuan. Although there was also a 500 yuan package, Linley still chose to give the baby a safer examination. In order to better monitor the baby's fetal heart rate, the family doctor also equipped the two with a convenient instrument that can automatically detect the fetal heart rate. In this way, the condition of the baby in the belly can be monitored at any time. After arriving home, Xin Xingxue took another shower and changed into camel hair pajamas. Because everyone's physique is different, the time it takes for stretch marks to appear is also different. Xingxue, come and apply the oil. Linley took out the novice gift package given by the system. Well, thank you for your help. Although there is an aunt at home, it is better to let her, as her husband, do the physical contact. Linley opened the lid skillfully, rubbed it evenly on his hands, and then carefully applied it to her belly. As for why he didn't apply it in circles, it was because it would easily irritate the baby in the belly. So to be on the safe side, apply it gently. How is it? Honey, is everything okay? No, it feels very comfortable. Xin Xingxue showed a hint of happiness. Originally, when she was surfing the internet, her husband would dislike her pregnant belly, but Linley was so good to her. Well, that's good. Have some fruit after you're done applying it. Okay, today I want to eat durian, which is soft, chewy, and nutritious. Oh, and strawberries with cream. Okay, I'll buy you the authentic S-grade durian. After Linley said this, he helped her put on her clothes and helped her out of bed. An hour later, the aunt prepared the durian and cream strawberries she had bought and placed them on the dining table. The size of a piece of durian is larger than a man's fist, and the flesh is still very plump. Here are the gloves for you. They are all yours. Linley smiled. Xin Xingxue also nodded happily. Although she had eaten some bread in the car, she was hungry again after tossing and turning in bed. However, just as she took a few bites, she put the durian back. A feeling of nausea came over her again. What's wrong? Honey, you want to vomit again? Linley immediately picked up the garbage bag beside him and patted her on the back gently. I feel a little sick, but I shouldn't. She covered her lips, with countless question marks floating in her mind, because she hadn't had pregnancy reactions for dozens of days, and durian was her favorite fruit since she was a child. No matter how much I eat, I won't vomit. Could it be that the baby doesn't like it? Linley guessed. That's impossible, they are still so young, they shouldn't be able to taste it, right? Xin Xingxue shook her head, and then she picked up half a durian again, and just as she put it to her mouth, she felt nauseous again, and the durian in her hand fell to the ground with a pop. Woo-woo, my durian. She was so heartbroken. This piece was worth 200 yuan. Why couldn't she show it off? Xingxue, don't be sad, maybe the baby really doesn't like durian? Do you feel nauseous when you eat other foods? Linley helped her to the sofa next to him. Anything else? Let me think about it. She thought for a moment, calculating the food she had eaten during this time. No, at the moment no. Well, it seems that our baby probably doesn't like the taste of durian. When my mother was pregnant with me, she couldn't eat glutinous rice. She would feel sick after eating it. Ah. Woohoo, without durian, what are you going to do? Shin Xingxue touched her belly helplessly. Now that durian is gone, we still have strawberries. Come and eat strawberries. Lin Li smiled and helped her pluck the strawberry leaves. She could only turn around and continue showing off the strawberries. However, since eating too much during pregnancy can easily lead to high blood sugar, he only gave her a small handful. Can I have some more? She asked again, because that little bit of strawberry was not attractive enough. She couldn't even feel it in her mouth, so she couldn't eat it anymore. Sorry, if you eat any more you will exceed the limit. Okay, all for the baby, you guys have to grow up quickly. Lin Li also put his ear to his belly to observe the changes in the baby in his belly after the meal. Baby, I'm your dad. I'm very happy to have you 3 cute babies. You guys should be good in mommy's belly. There was a gurgling sound in his stomach, and he also felt his abdomen trembling slightly, but the movement was very small, and it would be difficult to detect if you didn't feel it carefully. Ha? Is that the movement of the stomach? Lin Li slowly stood up and looked at Shin Xingxue with a puzzled look. As a result, Shin Xingxue gave him a disdainful look and said, "No, it's not like that, just observe it again." Oh. So he continued to observe and found that there was indeed a piece of skin trembling slightly in the area below her belly button. Hey, honey, look, the baby is responding to us. Ah. Let me see. She was originally leaning on the sofa, but she barely raised her head and indeed saw the magical Namu, and her eyes gradually opened. Really? Isn't that right? From now on, I will communicate with my baby every day. Every day? This. Shin Xingxue didn't know what to say for a moment, but nodded. Although the babies can't hear our voices now, they may really be trying hard to grow. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Lin Li took out the bedtime story and sat at the head of the bed. Because she was not very mobile, Lin Li moved a small bed. Today I will tell my baby the story of the tadpole looking for its mother. Ah. Do the babies like this story? Shin Xingxue beside him questioned. Of course I love to hear it. Didn't we both grow up listening to this story? He. Okay, then go ahead. She leaned towards Lin Li's shoulder and her body gradually relaxed. In a big pond. Not knowing how much time had passed, Lin Li closed the book. Shin Xingxue beside him had fallen asleep with her hand on his chest. Good night, wife. He carefully rolled off the bed and kissed the other person's forehead. Although some people say that prenatal education is useless, it can increase the time you spend interacting with your child, so it can be considered a way to enhance your relationship. It can also make the baby in the belly familiar with the father's voice, so that the baby will not hate the father when he is born. Since you have already adapted to it, there is no need to worry. Ding, it is detected that the pregnant baby has completed the first story listening reward, and the reward is 200,000 yuan in cash. Chapter 23, Practicing Yoga with the School Beauty and Being Misunderstood. After receiving the cash, Lin Li, who was lying on the bed, glanced at the balance in his account, 100 million. It was time to go shopping again. So he clicked on the shares column again. Dowda Technology, 2 million yuan per share. DNZ.com, 4 million per share. Penguin Technology, 8 million yuan per share. Since he has written novels on various major novel websites, he directly chose to buy 30 shares of Dodo Technology, not for any other reason, but because the novel website under its umbrella is very powerful. And Daniel Wu has many fans. And the number is still increasing, a potential stock for sure. After the purchase was completed, he also received a message, "Congratulations, you have successfully purchased the shares." Nice. After a moment of excitement, she started buying products for Shin Xingxue. Because the child is getting older now, in order to minimize the damage during delivery, daily maintenance is essential. And walking alone is not enough, it is only the most basic exercise. Although swimming can provide good exercise, there are some bacteria in the pool water, especially at the edge of the pool. There is a strong smell of disinfectant. Not to mention Shin Xingxue, even a normal person like myself could not open my eyes because of the smoke. How about yoga? This way you can practice at home and save time? So he just searched for yoga in the search bar. Soon, a lot of tutorials popped up. Hot yoga, Iyengar yoga, Hatha yoga, Kegel exercises, and so on. Each of the above schools of thought has its own suitable group of people. For example, those who are physically weak can practice Iyengar yoga. Kegel exercises? Does this name sound familiar? Linley blinked and clicked on the details. It can help repair the pelvic floor muscles and allow practitioners to regain their youthful charm. Suitable for both men and women. Well, then we can practice it. So after spending a huge sum of 100,000 yuan, the whole set of Kegel exercise process was introduced to him, and he also felt that his once stiff tendons and veins became soft. Is this the power of the system? He rubbed his hands excitedly, looking forward to tomorrow. He was woken up by the chirping of birds outside the window. Good morning. A new day and a new beginning. He turned around and greeted his wife, who had just woken up. Good morning. Shunxingxue rubbed her eyes, not having slept well. Last night, the baby seemed to be moving in my belly again. Real? Linley leaned over and felt his stomach trembling slightly. That shouldn't be the case. 8 or 9 in the morning should be the time when most babies take a nap. Ha! She rubbed her chin and found that there was a little more flesh on her chin. Wow! I seem to have gained weight again recently. If I had known, I would have eaten less yesterday. Don't panic, honey. I'll practice yoga with you later so you can maintain your posture. Huh, is that true? Xinxingxue raised her eyes and gently moved her fingertips. Of course, I've already practiced during your break. And it would be so lonely for you to practice alone. So, after eating a nutritious breakfast, the two went to the gym on the second floor. There were yoga mats, yoga balls, clothes and everything else, except for the yoga clothes that Linley wore. They were all women's. Ah. It seems that your yoga clothes are not available. Xinxingxue covered her mouth. It's okay, I'll just wear a tight autumn shirt. After saying that, he took off his clothes, but when he was halfway through, Xinxingxue covered her eyes. Block it. Oh. Linley smiled embarrassedly, then changed into a slightly looser piece of clothing. After the soothing music started, the two of them also got into the mood. Lie down with your legs slightly open. Because he was worried that Xinxingxue might hurt herself during her first time, Linley half knelt beside her to assist her. Oh. She was a little shy and only opened a little. Bigger. Honey, you can't hold it up like this. Ah. After she finished wondering, she increased her strength a little more. Yes, that's the state. Put your hands flat on your waist and relax. He continued to instruct. Oh. Xinxingxue was a little confused, but still put her hand on it. Then, slowly support your lower body and use all your strength. Be careful with your neck and don't twist it. After Linley finished speaking, he also helped to hold her stomach. Okay. I'll try. After saying this, she slowly propped up her lower body. The baby in her belly gradually became active after being full and drunk. But I found that my mother seemed to be doing something extraordinary. Gurgle gurgle. Hey, did the baby fart again? Xinxingxue, who had just finished 10 minutes of exercise, turned her head and asked. Maybe? But my wife did a great job today. She is worthy of being the best woman in my heart. Linley gently helped up the sweaty Xinxingxue. Her breathing was also gradually speeding up. At this time, the doctor's voice came from outside the door. Miss, it's time to replenish your nutrition. Come in. Xinxingxue shouted outside the door. As soon as I came in, I saw Xinxingxue wearing Linley's coat, still panting. Oh. I'm sorry, I came at the wrong time. You guys continue. You guys continue. The doctor's face turned red. He didn't dare to look up, and then put the calcium and vitamin C tablets aside. Because he is just an employee, he doesn't dare to speculate too much about the behavior of his superiors. Maybe it is a new way of communication? As for the nanny, Aunt Wang, she also wanted to send some fruit to the two of them, but was stopped by him. Mr. and Mrs. Lin are busy inside. Let's not disturb them. Ah. Her eyes widened as she looked at the doctor, who dared not make a sound. Busy, oh, I see. Xinxingxue in the room was also a little confused. Doctor, what's wrong with him? Maybe you have a stomachache? Linley smiled. Then, Xinxingxue frowned again. My thigh is a little itchy, please scratch it for me. Itch? Without saying a word, he set his eyes on her snow-white thighs. Since the child was too big, she couldn't reach it by her own strength. So, he grabbed her legs. Is this the place? No. A little higher. Oh, is that where it is? Almost there, a little higher. Here? After being tickled several times, she finally showed a relieved expression. Yes. Are you feeling comfortable now? Yeah, thank goodness you're by my side. Shin Xingxue grabbed his collar like a little mianyang. Hey, you asked for this. Lin Li took the opportunity to kiss her. Chapter 24, Fight Back? Then kiss back. The gentle touch between her lips made Shin Xingxue open her eyes wide, and she waved her hands up and down, trying to break free, but was hugged by Lin Li in front of her. The surrounding temperature also became scorching hot at this time. After kissing for a while, she seemed to be drunk, immersed in the numerous techniques. However, Lin Li gradually let her go. It seems that my wife's lipstick today is lychee flavored. Okay, so you wanted to eat my lipstick on purpose. I have to apply it again. I've been applying it for half an hour. She touched the corner of her lips, with a hint of grievance in her eyes. Hey, honey, don't be angry. Since I kissed you, this time, I'll let you kiss me back, isn't that even? Lin Li smiled and gently stroked her head. After seeing the other party so proud, Shin Xingxue sat up, quickly hooked his chin, and kissed him back. Ha? Are you serious? Lin Li, who was hit back, didn't react for a while, but the next second, a tingling pain came from his lips. It was not until the other party let him go that a small dark mark appeared on his lips. Hiss, no. Are you serious? Hiss, bite me back. Yes, I did bite you. Who told you to attack me when we had a disagreement? Shin Xingxue, who had succeeded, raised the corners of her lips, with her fingertips slightly curled up. Yeah, hitting is kissing, biting is love. My wife bites well. Lin Li scratched his head and continued to praise. This is not a bite, it is clearly a mark of love. You have no shame. Shin Xingxue, who was originally waiting for him to get angry, saw that he chose to forgive her, and threw a yoga ball beside her at him. Pa Lin Li caught the yoga ball she threw with his backhand. Wife, you can hit me, but can you please not hit me in the face? You. She was really speechless, and her heart was beating fast after being kissed. Okay, honey, put on your clothes, or you'll catch a cold. Lin Li patted her shoulder and said patiently. After thinking for a moment, Shin Xingxue chose to accept his suggestion. So Lin Li helped her take off her yoga clothes again. However, because the white yoga clothes on her lower body were a bit tight, she had to be patient and take them off slowly. Honey, are you ready? Here I come. After saying this, he grabbed her feet. Itchy, gently. She laughed like a silver bell when she was touched, and her calves were shaking up and down. Oh, I see. After taking a deep breath, Lin Li quickly grabbed the white silk and took it off for her at the speed of light. After completing the yoga tutoring, you will naturally receive rewards from the system. Ding, it is detected that the pregnant mother has completed the first yoga, and the reward is 200 W. Another sum of funds arrived, and this time it only took him a dozen minutes to help Shin Xingxue complete the exercise, but it was not because he didn't want to teach more. It's because pregnant mothers have limited physical strength and cannot overwork. It's already strong enough that she can still exercise for more than 10 minutes after being pregnant with triplets. After following the systematic exercise, my lower body has become stronger and more resolute, especially the pelvic muscle group has been well exercised, so having a few more children is not a problem. He slowly opened his eyes and glanced at Shin Xingxue beside him. What do you want to do? She was alert and sensed the other person's change at a glance, and immediately raised her arm. Hey, honey, don't be nervous, I won't eat you. Lin Li waved his hand. At this time, the auntie who was cleaning the living room also looked up and greeted the two of them. Mr. Lin, Mrs. Lin. Good morning. She was smiling, and when she saw Lin Li's mouth, her pupils contracted and she was shocked. What are you looking at? Have you never seen a mosquito bite? Lin Li asked back. Oh, so that's how it is. A smile appeared on her face. It seemed that what the doctor said was true. She was young indeed, and she was in good spirits. Shin Xingxue standing by also frowned. Who do you say is the mosquito? After returning to the room, she closed the door and clapped her hands. Wife. My dear wife. I was just doing this for your own good. Everything is for the children, don't be angry, okay? After sensing the other party's emotional change, Lin Li continued to explain. Child? After realizing that she had 3 little lives in her belly, she also gave up being angry because the book said that if a pregnant mother is often angry, then the child will also become irritable in the future. What's more, she wasn't really angry just now, she just felt a little bored staying at home, so she wanted to find some fun. Yeah, I heard that a new 6-star restaurant has opened in Hangzhou recently. Do you want to go there for a meal? Then I'll go shopping with you. After all, it's New Year's Eve in a few days. A new year brings new beginnings. I also hope that our family can live happily. New Year's Eve? Hearing this, a gleam flashed in Xin Xingshue's eyes. Because she had been staying at home all the time, she couldn't even remember what year it was. She didn't expect him to be so meticulous. Even this holiday. Well, sure, hubby. You'll be with me then, and our child. Okay, everything is up to your liking. Linley hooked her little finger and shook it gently. When she went for lunch break, he sat in front of the computer and observed the company he had just invested in. He saw that he had been pulled into a corporate V. There are various shareholders of Do Company, and because the company's business is constantly improving, he was also invited to attend the annual meeting of Do Group. I saw a secretary named Pan Chan directly added him. Hello, Mr. Lin. I am your personal secretary Pan Chang. The company sincerely invites you to attend the company's annual meeting. Are you available? Well, that's very thoughtful. Of course I will participate. Linley smiled and typed in his reply. Then the other party asked again. The company stipulates that you can bring one family member with you. If you have plans, please send me the family member's information and the company will prepare a customized invitation letter for you. After thinking for a moment, Linley reported Xin Xingshue's basic information, because Xin Xingxue was his wife and the eldest daughter of Xin's mining company. They go together, and directly have a wave of commercial linkage. This is more powerful than advertising. And this is originally a company that they invested in. Okay, I have received your information. I will personally pick you up at the venue. Good. After Linley finished replying, he felt happy. He could finally go out for a walk. Chapter 25, New Year's Eve, taking my wife to a 6-star Michelin restaurant. 3 days later, the snow outside the window had stopped, leaving only the snow that had fallen outside the villa. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Xin Xingxue opened her eyes and saw Linley sitting on a chair. Good morning. You got up earlier than me again today. Good morning, honey. I've packed my things and I'm ready to go anytime. He wiped the other person's eyes. The baby seems to be scratching me inside. She raised her eyes with gentle eyes. Scratch? Really? The excited Linley placed his hand directly on her belly, and the baby, which was originally swimming, also stopped what he was doing. Huh? Not moving again? Well, maybe you scared the baby? Xin Xingxue blinked and patted the other person's shoulder gently. No way. My movements were very gentle, and we already knew each other in advance, didn't we? I'm not sure about that. Let's measure the fetal heart rate first. After saying this, Linley picked up the convenient fetal heart rate monitor on the bedside, turned on the switch, and placed it on Xin Xingxue's belly. Because they are triplets, they have to be measured separately, and morning is the best time to measure the fetal heart rate. 134. 140. 142. After struggling for 20 minutes, Linley put away the measuring instrument. It seems that the baby is very cooperative today. He is worthy of being my good baby. Well, that's good. Xin Xingxue nodded slightly and said proudly. After eating, she changed into a beige down jacket and a pair of furry snow boots. Her black hair hung down slightly, making her look like an elf walking out of the snow. It looks good, honey. Put on your goggles. Linley put on the same black cotton padded jacket and took out goggles from the cabinet by the wall. We're going shopping, not skiing. Why bring this thing? Because it's snowing outside now. We're going out for another day, so we have to protect your eyes during pregnancy. So that's how it is. Xin Xingxue suddenly realized. So after getting fully armed, the two drove to a luxury building by the East Lake. Since it was still early, they went to a 6-star restaurant first. Linley booked a lake view room, which was decorated with golden champagne roses and light purple lavender, giving people an extremely dreamy feeling. Come on, let's order some food. Because it is located around the lake view and is on the 9th floor, you can have a direct view of the entire East Lake. Okay, let's order one of the restaurant's signature dishes. Shin Xingxue glanced at the menu and pointed to another dish in the corner. Honey, don't you like fungi? Yes, honey, do you have any recommendations? Linley immediately became interested and said with a smile on his face. Because the restaurant has air conditioning, the two of them have already changed into evening gowns. The black truffle foie gras in this restaurant is good, it tastes fragrant and crispy. I believe you will like it. Hey, since my wife recommended it, I want to try it too. After ordering, the dishes were placed on the table one by one. The appetizer bread, combined with 3 different special sauces, exuded a special fragrance, but Linley had already asked the restaurant chef to remove the part that Shin Xingxue could not eat. Come, let me help you with the dip. I'm a professional at eating bread. Shin Xingxue picked up the tools and helped him spread the bread. Thank you, wife. Linley smiled and bit off the bread, and the milky aroma of the bread entered his mouth in an instant. Smells good. It smells so good. Let me tell you. Shin Xingxue also felt very happy. After all the dishes were served, Linley took out the camera he carried with him. Come, let's take a photo together and show it to our parents. Okay, let me strike a pose. She nodded slightly, then struck an elegant pose, probably raising her glass to toast him. 3.2.1 As the countdown ended, a perfect commemorative photo was taken. Then he called the waiter who was waiting outside the door. Please take a photo of me and my wife. No problem, sir. The waiter took the camera and found a good angle. Linley also took the opportunity to kiss Shin Xingxue on the cheek, but she also put her arms around his neck. Snap. A few more photos. After taking the photos, Linley showed them to her. See if there is anything you are not satisfied with? As a result, she glanced at it and said, No, I trust my husband's photography skills the most. Send it to my relatives at home. Just as she was about to forward the photo, Linley took out a sapphire necklace from his hand and said, This is my New Year's gift to you. I want to give you the best. Gifts? I didn't expect you to prepare so many. Shin Xingxue was a little moved, then lowered her head. After helping her put on the necklace, her light blue evening dress exuded a charming glow around her neck. The dark blue gem, matched with the diamonds inlaid around it, sparkled in the dark night. Of course. Linley smiled. There will be more surprises in the evening. After finishing their meal, the two forwarded the photos to the group called Loving Family, which was a group they created to facilitate communication after getting their marriage certificate. There are both sets of parents in it. After a while, Mr. Shin came back. Are you two going out on a date today? The cards look pretty good, right? And this necklace. Well, it seems that you love our Xingxue very much. Look, Grandpa is praising you. Shin Xingxue pulled Linley's clothes a few times. Yeah, I know. He swiped his card to pay the bill. The meal cost 4,000 yuan, which was considered daily expenses. Yes, Grandpa, don't you want to make Xiaoxue happy? Great. Grandpa's project is almost done, let's get together during the Chinese New Year. Lin's mother also echoed from below. Son, your dad and I are almost done with our work. I will definitely come to see you and Xiaoxue when the time comes. Okay, Mom. Linley continued to reply, then supported Shin Xingxue beside him. Immediately afterwards, Mr. Shin sent another big red envelope to the group. My grandpa is sending out red envelopes, hurry up and grab them. Shin Xingxue quickly helped click on it. A red envelope popped out, 18,888 yuan. Wow, honey, you're so lucky. Linley gave her a thumbs up. You don't need to praise me. She shook her finger after being praised. As for the rest of the people, the amount of money they robbed basically ranged from a few dozen to a few dollars. So how do you plan to use this money? Shin Xingxue continued to ask. Well, let's see later. After saying this, Linley pulled her into the shopping street. Chapter 26, My Wife's Gift, I Love It. Shin Xingxue, who was thinking, stopped when passing by an alien electronics mall. Let's go in and take a look. Okay. Honey, do you want to take a look at the computer? Linley nodded slightly. As soon as she entered the store, Shin Xingxue shouted to the boss at the door, Please bring the latest configuration in your store. I want it. The latest model. The young man was stunned at first, then he looked at Linley and immediately took the product configuration sheet to the table. This M18 is the latest model in our store. The price is 25,000 yuan. If you want it, I will pack it for you. Linley at the side also tugged at her finger, looking surprised. Wife, are you planning to give this to me? Nonsense, if not you, then who should I give it to? You gave me so much before, what's wrong with me giving a little for you? She lifted the hair behind her ear, but there was tenderness in her eyes. Ah. Then I'll thank my wife for her kindness. Linley didn't want to spoil the fun, so he had to accept it with tears in his eyes. This was considered as the hard work fee for the past few days? Well, do you like silver or black? The young man continued to ask. Black, it goes with everything and looks great. Okay. Linley successfully got the newly released laptop computer and his mood improved a lot. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the sky was completely dark, with only dim lights left. The biting north wind whistled past, blowing on the glass windows of the villa. Xin Xingxue, who had just finished her meal, was lying on the sofa, watching TV. Suddenly, a beautiful firework flashed in the sky not far away, making a bang sound. However, due to the special soundproofing material of the window, she could only hear a very slight sound. Immediately afterwards, the words Xingxue, my wife I love you were written, and beautiful fireworks bloomed again. This was done by Linley? Xin Xingxue, who was standing by the window, was a little incredulous. Only students could do such a romantic thing, right? He has obviously become a father. At this moment, Linley took a step forward and quietly covered her eyes. Guess who I am? Linley. Ah, wife, can't you just pretend a little? Although she knew that the other party could recognize her, she didn't even interact with him. Then come again. Xin Xingxue smiled sweetly and made an invitation. Good. Xingxue, do you like the surprise I prepared for you? Childish. She let out a long sigh and said helplessly. Then I assume that you like it. Linley smiled and handed the annual meeting invitation to her. Wife, are you free to accompany me to the Daodu Group's annual meeting? Daodu Group? She blinked her eyes when she heard the name, because their company is the top in the new media industry, and she caught a glimpse of Linley's title. He invested in the group again? How is this done? Even the Shin Group's attempt to win over the Dodo Group ended in failure, but Linley was just a college graduate not long ago? He is really incredible. If my wife isn't feeling well, then we won't have to go. Linley continued. No, I was just thinking. Of course I have to go. Xin Xingxue raised her eyes and said. That's good. I knew my wife would accompany me. He hugged her tightly, and his hot breath kept hitting her ears. After coaxing Xin Xingxue, he also turned on the latest computer that she gave him. This is a thin and light gaming laptop that not only looks cool, but can also play all kinds of games. However, after testing the computer's performance, Linley closed the game. Let's put this computer aside for now, it would be bad if it delays the child's stay. He turned on his computer and saw that the hot searches on his computer were all about terms like Dodo Group has new management and graduated college students. It really broke out. I'm afraid there will be more reporters surrounding us on the day of the annual meeting. He scratched his head and began to collect his reward for eating during the day. Ding, it was detected that the pregnant mother had the first New Year's Eve dinner, and the reward was 1.4 million. As soon as he finished speaking, a large sum of money entered his account again. In addition, the inn had been doing well in the past month, so he built an artificial hot spring project in the inn. In addition, Hangzhou is a tourist city, so many tourists come here. Although Xin Xingxue also suggested trying the newly opened hot spring, she was rejected by him for her safety considerations. Soaking in a hot spring is a real pleasure, but pregnant mothers can only soak for 10 minutes at most, and there is also a risk of infection. Especially the triplets. After dealing with the troublesome matter, he quietly returned to the couple's room. Just as I was about to lie down in bed, Xin Xingxue on the bed opened her eyes. Wife, you haven't slept yet? Linley closed the door gently. Well, aren't you busy working too? She narrowed her eyes slightly, and the dim light shone on her body. Can you lie down next to me? My feet have been feeling cold lately. Cold? Is the heating not warm enough? He immediately took out the temperature regulator, which showed 25. Then let me warm you up. He also crawled into the bed, and a pair of small feet rested on his calves, and a cool feeling was indeed transmitted to him. I didn't lie to you. Shen Qingxue continued. No. Linley reached out and stroked her head. And she was also using her feet to absorb the other person's body temperature. Now he was like a furnace. They fell asleep quickly. Although the two of them could use an electric blanket, for safety reasons, they should still use this most primitive method, right? In her dream, she dreamed that she gave birth to 3 little angels. Each little angel was so cute and called her mom in a soft and tender voice. Linley also held the child's hand and walked with him on the beach. Waves hit the beach, leaving traces behind. After getting tired of playing, the children sat on the beach and made sand sculptures. Then he made her a shell necklace with the special shells he picked up. Linley also took her hand and put the diamond ring on her fingertips. When she opened her eyes again, Linley was lying on the bed, looking at her. Ha! Her lips, which were originally raised, were also lowered in the next second after the gaze. Then she said, "Hubby, it turns out to be you." "Yes, it's me." Linley reached out and helped her up. But she still felt a little unsatisfied. That was the wedding of her dreams. It was so beautiful, wasn't it? She lay back down. "Let me take a nap for a while." "Okay, then I'll tell my aunt and ask her to keep it warm for you." Linley smiled helplessly and walked out the door. It seems that she really needs to sleep more. Chapter 27, Joining Hands at the Annual Meeting and Meeting Mr. Shen. The agreed date soon arrived. Considering that there might be a lot of people at the group's annual meeting, Linley hired some more bodyguards. He stood in front of the mirror and adjusted his outfit, a tuxedo suit and a red custom-made tie given to him by Shen Qingxue. "Honey, let me help you tie your tie." Shen Qingxue, who was about to change clothes, pushed the door open and walked in with a smile on her face. "Okay." Linley half bent down, then lowered his head. She raised her hand and put the tie around his neck, then held the other end of the tie with one hand and skillfully tied a beautiful tie knot. "It's done, my wife is awesome." "Okay, I know you'll say it." She turned sideways, gently pressed her lips against the other's cheek, and then slowly separated. After changing into a loose burgundy evening dress, she put on a beige plush coat. They walked out of the elevator hand in hand. A pure black business car was already waiting at the door, and the secretary was also waiting beside it. "Boss Lin, everything is ready. We are just waiting for you and your wife to go to the scene." "Okay, thank you, Secretary Wang." Linley carefully helped Shen Qingxue to the back row, and then followed behind her. "Mr. Lin, don't you plan to sit in the front row?" Seeing that the other party had already sat down, he continued to ask. "No, it's easier to take care of snow clearing in the back row." After he finished speaking, he adjusted the seatbelt and then instructed, "Remember to drive slowly, safety first." Clear. The loving couple made him, a single guy, envious, so he had to drive slowly out of the community. After Shen Qingxue saw that the car windows here were in anti-peeping mode, she also leaned her head on Linley. "Are you tired? If you are, take a rest. I will wake you up when we get to the scene." She closed her eyes peacefully. Carrying a baby is very tiring. After driving for about an hour, the car arrived at the final destination, Shizi Hotel. This hotel has hosted many large banquets before, and is now contracted by Dodo Group to hold the company's annual meeting. "We're here, let's get off." Linley gently squeezed the palm of her hand. "Are we there yet? So fast." She rubbed her eyes, then took the other person's hand and got out of the car. As soon as they entered the lobby, they saw the sign-in area. "Sign in here." The young lady handed the pen to Linley. After signing their names, she walked into the elegant banquet hall. Along the way, the walls on both sides of the aisle were filled with authentic classical works. Basically, they are some landscape paintings, mainly featuring mountains and streams. They are ancient and magnificent. Just as the two of them walked into the hall from the main entrance, they met a familiar figure in the crowd. Mr. Shin was shaking hands with the elderly man next to him, and they seemed to be talking about something. "Well, Grandpa is here too?" Shen Qingxue was a little surprised, so she pulled Linley to the side of the two of them. After Mr. Shin finished shaking hands, he was about to shake hands with the next person when he caught a glimpse of his granddaughter. "Xiaoxue, Linley, long time no see." The leaders around them also smiled instantly. It turns out that Mr. Lin is the mysterious man. He is really young and promising, and he is also the son-in-law of Shin's Mining. "Hello, Mr. Li, Mr. Zhao. This is my wife, Shen Qingxue." Lin Li also generously introduced his wife to several people. Nice to meet you. Just as the two were about to shake hands with her, they were held by Lin Li. It's not for any other reason, I'm just worried that there are bacteria on their hands, and it would be bad if they hurt the children. Oh, good, good, you have to have a few drinks with us later. Bald Mr. Zhao invited with a smile on his face. However, Xin Xingxue didn't want Lin Li to get drunk, so she said, Boss Zhao, my husband doesn't drink very much, so I'm afraid we won't be able to have a good time. Can we have tea instead of wine? This will also be better for the health of the bosses. Oh. Haha, I see, then let's have tea. He nodded slightly, then patted the people around him a few times. After all, he has not controlled his diet in recent times and has eaten too much seafood. If he drinks too much, his gout might come back. Before the banquet began, Xin Xingxue also pulled Mr. Shin to the lounge nearby. Grandpa, look, our baby has grown so big. Mr. Shin put on his glasses and looked carefully. I am your great-grandfather. I miss you so much. He, who was originally serious, relaxed his brows and teased the baby in her belly. After a few words, he continued to ask, Xiaoxue, has your taste changed recently? Do you like sour or spicy food? Grandpa, why are you asking this? Xin Xingxue was a little confused. Is it supposed to be guessing the gender of the children? Lin Li explained. That's right, you know more, my Xiaoxue is still a little baby. Mr. Shin touched his head helplessly. Grandpa. I like sour food. Sour? A trace of confusion flashed in Mr. Shin's eyes. Sour boy, spicy girl, could it be that the baby in her belly is a son? Isn't it good to be sour? Xin Xingxue looked at Lin Li again. As for me, I like both sons and daughters. Although I also want to know the gender of the children, I will know it after the children are born. Seeing Lin Li's answer, Mr. Shin nodded with satisfaction, not because of prejudice, but because most people in the village liked his son. But Lin Li was not influenced by tradition, which is really good. Grandpa, why are you laughing again? Woohoo, let me tell you, this guy, he doesn't let me eat spicy food at all. Xin Xingxue continued to complain. Is that so? Mr. Shin raised his head suddenly. Indeed. Grandpa, aren't you worried that the child will be upset? Lin Li explained helplessly, anyway, everything I do is for the good of Xingxue and the child. I can guarantee that. Alright. Grandpa believes in you. It's almost time for the show to start, so let's go back first. Mr. Shin glanced at his watch and reminded the two of them. The two of them then returned to the venue, but the reporters at the venue were already in place and were broadcasting the Dodo Group's annual meeting live. Lin Li also kept holding up the back of Xin Xingxue's skirt to prevent her from slipping and falling. Look, isn't that the Lin family couple? We've finally waited for them to join forces. First come, first served. I came here first, so let me be interviewed first. The female reporter in the front row quickly raised the microphone and squeezed in front of Lin Li. Mr. Lin, what is your motivation for investing in Dodo Group? Why did you choose Dodo Group instead of other groups? Can we interview you and Mrs. Lin? I'm sorry, my wife is not well, so I will be the one to take the interview. Lin Li protected Xin Xingxue behind him. Chapter 28, Super Fast Hand, Grab the First Prize. Well, it seems that you two are indeed as loving as the rumors say. The female reporter smiled and then turned the microphone to Lin Li. Xin Xingxue, who was protected by him, was also warmed by her gentlemanly behavior. She had always attended the company's press conferences alone before. Now she has someone she can rely on. Well, as you can see, I love my wife deeply. As for why I chose Dodo Group, it is naturally because I am also engaged in writing novels and in the new media field, and Xingxue also likes to read novels. Having said that, he took the other person's hand again. The reporters were even more shocked. Wow, it's for your wife? If you love her, you'd take over a mountain for her. What an enviable love. No wonder the eldest daughter of the Shin family insisted on marrying you. Such a good man is hard to find in several lifetimes. Praises continued to echo throughout the venue, and even the audience in front of the public screen began to swipe their screens. I said that the daughter of a mining family could not be a love-brained person. It turns out that Mr. Lin has such good judgment. What an enviable family. It is said that behind every successful man there is a successful woman. This has been the case since ancient times. Boss Lin has put it into practice. Wow, for a moment I don't know who to envy. I'm jealous, I want to eat a lemon. However, Shin Xingxue secretly gave herself extra points after hearing this. It turned out that he was really doing this for her own good. This wave of dog food was well spread. Then, Linley took her hand and kissed her directly in front of the camera. The employees on the scene even let out a loud roar. Wow, this wave of dog food is really exciting. It's such an exciting thing to do for the first time at the annual meeting. It's a pity that I'm too old, otherwise I would have joined in too. Woo woo, I want to report it. Boss Lin is abusing his single employees. Several female employees huddled together, envying the Lin couple. Mr. Shin in the audience even put down his glass. Ah, being young means having passion, but unfortunately I am already old. On the stage, Shin Xingxue, who was being kissed, also froze in place, allowing him to ravage her. Linley opened his eyes slightly and looked at her expression of wanting but not daring to accept. The thick, slightly curled eyelashes and delicate facial features turned red under his influence, as if she was drunk. But this time, he was not pushed away. It was not until they sat down to eat that Linley was counterattacked by him when he was picking up food. Under the table, a pair of white hands touched his thigh directly, while people were drinking and chatting on the table. Boss Lin, I'd like to toast you. I wish our cooperation will become more and more pleasant. Boss Zhao, cheers. Congratulations to you and Miss Shin on the birth of your baby. The boss on the other side continued to congratulate. He endured the fingers ravaging his legs and toasted with the person opposite him. What is Xingxue up to? Is she seeking revenge? So he also reached under the table, trying to grab her naughty hand, but she escaped. But it was only offline, so he didn't dare to act recklessly. 5 minutes later, she tried again, but was caught by Linley. On the other side, Zhang Hohat, who was cleaning the house, also saw the interaction between the couple on the live TV broadcast. Lizi's father, look. This is our son and his wife. They're on TV. On TV? Father Lin, who was about to light a cigarette, put down the match, then opened his eyes wide and leaned in front of the TV. Lizi is really a successful man. He became the boss so quickly. I have to prepare some good wine for them when they visit. Father Lin looked at his brother's family who had just walked into the house. Originally, their family was bragging about the fact that their son had found a daughter-in-law who was a member of a demolition household in the city, but now, they felt their cheeks burning before they had even stayed there for a while. I don't want to stay in the Lin family. That's the boss of Douda Group. Not to mention the boss, just being able to become a formal employee there would make me feel proud for a while. Second brother, are you in such a hurry to leave? You haven't even had your tea yet. Father Lin smiled and called out to the two people who were about to go out. No, isn't this a distant relative of the child's mother's who wants to ask us something? I have to go back and give him some advice. Oh, it's getting dark, and it's not safe to go back. How about this, you and our nephew stay at my house today? There are plenty of rooms at home. How can I let go of the business that comes to my door? Besides, it's not the time for the annual meeting lucky draw yet. Dad, what should we do now? The son beside him asked in a low voice, because he wanted to continue showing off his family. He didn't expect Linley to be doing so well recently. Well, let's take it one step at a time. After all, he is my eldest brother. An elder brother is like an elder father. The two had no choice but to continue watching TV. Lin's mother also sent the news about Linley that she saw on TV to her son. Son, Mom saw you and Xiaoxue on TV. You are worthy of being the son of our Lin family. You have brought honor to our Lin family. Linley, who was at the scene, also saw the conversation sent by Lin's mother. Sure enough, those guys came to cause trouble again, but fortunately, I didn't need to fight back personally. Are you busy working again? Shin Xingxue beside him carefully put down the teacup and looked at the other person carefully. Isn't there something going on at home? But it's enough for me to have you by my side. After saying this, he gave a brief reply and then went back to the annual meeting. Soon, the annual meeting entered the most anticipated part, the super lucky draw. The host walked onto the stage with a smile and introduced the lottery rules. It's time for the part you're all looking forward to. Please scan the QR code on the screen and click to grab the red envelope. The one who grabs the most red envelopes will receive a super luxurious confinement center gift package sponsored by the company. What? A confinement center gift package? Who came up with this? The people in the audience were all confused. You know, most of them are single, and this reward is obviously prepared for families planning to have a second child. Can I get a discount? An audience member raised his hand and asked. No, but you can give it to others. The host smiled. Then, Linley picked up his cell phone. As the countdown came to an end, the 60-second red envelope grabbing action quickly began. Linley tapped the screen of his mobile phone so quickly that he could see the afterimage. The last 5 seconds, 5.4.3.2.1. The host ended the countdown on the stage. 3:32. Congratulations to our Mr. Lin for winning a super luxurious confinement gift package. Mr. Lin? Is that you? Xinxing Xue covered her mouth gently and looked at the other person's screen. Yeah, it's me. I didn't expect that being single for more than 20 years would still be useful. After Linley said these words, he received the gift package amid the surprise of all the employees below the stage. Xingxue, this is for you. He stuffed the lottery ticket into the other party's hand. Well, thank you, you are so nice to me. She hugged the other person gently. Chapter 29, Visiting the Confinement Center, the school beauty started studying. After attending the annual meeting, Linley slept until 9 in the morning. Wife, I will accompany you to visit the confinement center today, so we can take a look at the environment inside. He turned over and said to Xinxing Xue, who had just woken up. Oh, okay. She rubbed her eyes. Although Linley's system does have postpartum recovery pills, in most cases, postpartum recovery is needed after giving birth. Moreover, this reward was snatched by her own hand speed. So after a simple breakfast, the two drove to the confinement center in Taisling. Not far away, there was a 5-story confinement center. The surrounding environment was also very quiet and had a lot of greenery. At this time, the white winter sweets outside also bloomed, emitting bursts of fragrance. As soon as I entered the door, a beautiful nurse came to greet me. Hello, sir, are you here to order the postpartum recovery package? Linley nodded slowly and handed the lottery ticket to the other party. Oh, you are a client of the group. I am so sorry. Please follow me upstairs. The young nurse immediately led the two to the elevator and went up to the second floor. Just outside the bar, there is a large rest area with sofas, treadmills, T-bar, etc. This floor is our postpartum recovery clinic, but since you are our VIP member, there will be a postpartum recovery area just for you. After the nurse finished speaking, she pushed open the door at the corner of the corridor. There were many restorative instruments inside that the two had never seen before, as well as a special physiotherapy room, and acupuncture, and other functions. If you have special needs, you can also ask the hospital to allocate equipment. Well, it's pretty good. Linley was very satisfied with the facilities on this floor. I think so too. After the baby is born, I will come here for repair. Xinxing Xue nodded slowly. Then, the nurse took the two of them to the second floor. Here is our swimming pool and baby area. You and your child can swim here. And all the coaches in our center are female. You don't have to worry. She turned on the lights, and a swimming pool divided into long strips appeared in their sight. Not far away, there were several circular swimming pools. Please rest assured that our pool water is changed every time you use it, and it is naturally disinfected and will not harm your skin. Well, that's fine. I haven't swum for a long time. She gently pulled at the corners of Linley's clothes. It is worthy of being a confinement center package worth 200,000 yuan. After that, the nurse took the two to visit the nutrition canteen, meditation room, mother and baby library and other projects. Moreover, the two walked in the corridor and could not hear any noise. The sound insulation effect is also great. At the end, Linley asked again, "Excuse me, what is the 5th floor used for? Can I go up?" Well. The nurse was silent for a moment, then waved her hand and said, "The 5th floor is the office area, you can't go in." After hearing this answer, Linley smiled and nodded. It seemed that this confinement center was indeed serious. Because a few days ago, I saw an exposure that said that the confinement center had a mysterious exploration area or something like that. Xinxing Xue, who was tired from walking, also smiled and said, "So you didn't express your opinion just now, because you were thinking about this question?" She also couldn't understand why the other party asked so many questions. "Oh, honey, I'm just asking." He pinched the other person's cheek and smiled happily. After visiting the confinement center, the two of them read some books about babies in the experience area of the confinement center. Although Shin Xue also watched it from time to time, she always felt that she didn't know as much as Linley. In addition, after being told by Master Shin, she became more determined to learn about pregnancy knowledge. The book mentions the diet for pregnant mothers, how to exercise during pregnancy, and how to feed and change diapers when the baby is born. The content was very diverse and detailed. Before, it had always been Linley who helped her, but now it was her turn. It turns out that raising a baby requires so much knowledge. After reading for an hour, she put the book down. Yeah, honey, you don't have to work so hard. Just leave everything to me. Linley put down the book and replied. But, I also want to learn how to be a good mother, so that you can have an easier time. She has been a top student since childhood, but she was actually stumped by the practical knowledge in the book, especially how to hold a baby, how to comfort the baby, etc. How about, you help me buy a lifelike doll online? I don't want to fight an unprepared battle. Realistic doll? Ahem, to be more precise, when a baby is just born, its bones are not fully developed, so the realistic doll is only similar in appearance, and the feel is also different. Linley gestured as he spoke, but apart from his own children, who else could he use as a baby for the two of them to practice with? Of course not. Well, okay, then I'll take a look at the others. She felt a little regretful. After all, other people's children were cute and quiet. Don't be discouraged, play in the sandbox for a while to relax your mind. Linley handed her the small shovel. Sandbox? Shin Xue smiled. I played with it in the elementary school's psychological counseling room before, and then I never touched it again. It's not bad to give it a try. So she sat in a chair and played with it, the fine sand flowing through her fingertips and then falling into the rest of the sand tray. The baby in her belly also became active as her mood gradually improved. How about it? Are you feeling better now? Linley wrote the word Shin on the sand table. It's a little better. Just as the two looked back, a mother had coaxed her baby in her arms to sleep, but the baby was wearing a dragon-shaped hat and clothes on his limbs. His hands were also clenched lightly, and looked very small. Honey, look, he's a baby dragon. Shin Xue turned sideways and said softly. Well, our child will be a baby snake. Linley smiled. Snake? It's the same zodiac sign as mine. The babies in Mom are such a perfect match. She was extremely happy. Well, it's a baby snake born in the summer. He put his ear on her belly after he said that, only to be kicked in the face by a strong force moments later. You guys are so naughty after kicking me. Linley covered half of his face and asked Shin Xue beside him for help. Well, I'll touch it for you and it won't hurt. She felt helpless, but still touched him. My wife is so nice. After visiting the confinement center, the two returned to their home. But they spent 100 yuan on gas today, so it can be considered as opening the business, right? Ding, if a pregnant mother visits a confinement center for the first time, she will be rewarded 100,000 yuan. Chapter 30, Relax and go see the penguins. Yes, another sum of money has been deposited. Seeing the balance in his account growing, Linley felt very excited. Nothing is better than money. After a simple lunch, the two sat in the restaurant and saw Animal World on TV, which showed various penguins living in the Bay of Madagascar. The waves kept hitting the penguins on the edge of the rocks, and the adult penguins swayed their bodies to the shore. Wow, husband! Look, it's a penguin! Shin Xue, who was originally listening to music, put down her mobile phone and pointed at the penguin on TV. And she was instantly attracted by these cute little guys on the beach. Yeah, they are very cute. Linley nodded slowly, and then searched online and found a newly opened polar ocean world. There were not only penguins, but also various jellyfish, dolphins, beluga whales and other wild animals. It is especially suitable for family or couples traveling, and there is no need to worry about safety issues. Want to go for a walk in the afternoon? I'll take you to Ocean World to relax. He opened the content on his phone and said with a smile on his face. Ocean Park? My grandfather often took me there when I was a child, but I didn't go there much later. She flipped through her photo album and clicked on the photo of her interacting with the beluga whale when she was a child. She was wearing Princess Elsa's skirt, a crown on her head and holding a fairy wand. A cute white whale was smiling at her, looking very naive. Yeah, that's cute. I'll go with you this time. After saying this, Linley drove her to the aquarium. However, since it was the weekend, there were a lot of people checking tickets, and most of them were families traveling together. There are also young people like them. Hello, ticket check here. The ticket inspector called out to Linley. Okay, here you go. Since we bought a couple ticket, the ticket inspector reminded us after checking the ticket, sir, after you have visited all the projects in the museum, don't forget to collect the small gift. A small gift? So mysterious? After hearing this, Shin Xingxue turned her head and looked at him. Well, let's go, honey. After we finish shopping, you'll know what the gift is. So the two of them walked into the museum. The entire aquarium is not very large. It is divided into the Starfish Hall, Turtle Hall, Jellyfish Hall, Underwater Tunnel, and Penguin Parade. The beluga whale and dolphin shows will not start until 3 p.m., so there is still 60 minutes for the two of them to take their time to explore. However, as the indoor temperature was relatively cold, Linley had to support her as she walked during the visit. Every time she arrived at a place, she would stop for a while and invite Linley to take photos with her. Come on, smile, eggplant. The two of them walked and stopped along the way, and after about 40 minutes, they arrived at the penguin house on the edge of the ocean world. There were several artificial icebergs floating not far away, and the transparent sea water kept hitting the glass, leaving a layer of water stains. No traces of penguins were found on the ice. Strange, where is the penguin? Is it still taking a lunch break? Shin Xingxue slowly stood on tiptoe and looked inside curiously. Maybe, they may come out soon. Linley comforted her and handed her the warm water. After a short break, a soothing waltz filled the entire museum. Then, one after another, the large emperor penguins swayed their bodies and slid down the icy slide set up in the museum. It's out. The little girl next to him clapped her hands excitedly. And Shin Xingxue slowly leaned on Linley's shoulder. Plop plop. The penguins slid into the water one after another. They were huge, especially their cheeks, which were a conspicuous fluorescent yellow. Until a smaller penguin appeared. When he was about to jump onto the shore, his feet slipped and he fell into the water again with a splash. Oh my god, is it okay? Shin Xingxue blinked, somewhat incredulous. Don't worry, they are penguins and are expert swimmers. Oh. As the two were still watching, the South African penguins in the opposite pavilion also came out. Huh, isn't this the penguin I saw last time I traveled to South Africa? She frowned. South Africa? Linley smiled. Yes, we went to South Africa for a trip before, and an ant wanted to touch a penguin. She used the food in her hand to attract it, but it almost bit her. When she said this, her eyes were full of helplessness. In the local area, penguins are a very aggressive species, just like the seagulls who go to the beach to get some chips, they are considered bullies. I see. Thanks to my wife for the science. Linley, who originally wanted to touch it, immediately retracted his hand after hearing this. But you don't have to be so scared. The penguins raised in the aquarium are probably very docile. The penguins inside were skating on the ice at a very fast speed. Then, the keeper took the fish bucket and threw food to the penguins queuing for food. Era! Go on! He shouted among the penguins, and one of them opened its mouth wide and sucked in a fish. Era? Ha, this name is very unique. Shin Xingxue was amused by the keeper's words. Who would give a penguin such a name? The audience around also laughed. Era should be the name of a husky, right? Who says it's not? My dog's name is Era. Names establish the existence of humans and animals, just as names are the best blessings parents can give to their children. 10 seconds later, the keeper threw out the remaining fish. Dechai, ice cream, rice balls. Eat. The remaining penguins also rushed forward and swallowed the fish in one gulp. At the end of the breeding process, the keeper took out a 1-month-old baby penguin from the door. Its body was covered in gray-black feathers, its eyes were as big as black buttons, and its black paws swayed gently in the air. This is the first penguin baby born in our polar world. His name is Fubao. As the new year approaches, I wish everyone can reap the results they want. Honey, this one is cuter. Shin Xingxue covered her mouth and said, the corners of her eyes curved into crescent shapes. Yeah, but not as cute as you. Linley lowered his voice and said. You come again. When will he change his bad habit of flirting with others casually? After watching the penguin performance and interaction, Shin Xingxue also rubbed his shoulders. Huh, my neck feels a little sore after watching for so long, but it will be fine after a break. When they walked out of the penguin house, Shin Xingxue was really tired, so the two of them went to the exit to receive their gifts. Congratulations on completing this adventure. This is a souvenir for you. I wish your family will be happy. The salesperson took out a beautifully packaged gift bag from the counter. Chapter 31. What? You like clownfish. After receiving the gift, Linley returned to the car with her. Hurry up and open it to see what gift is inside. Xinxingxue, who was sitting in the back row, asked curiously. Good. After tearing open the package, a pair of clownfish, one big and one small, similar to Timo, appeared in his hands, but they were mouth to mouth. Timo? Lin Lijian glanced at Xinxingxue, and then began to study how to use this clownfish? Ah, it turns out to be a kissing fish. Xinxingxue blinked her eyes. This kind of gift is quite suitable for commemoration. However, when Linley was about to separate them, a thin rope appeared in the fish's mouth. Once he let go, the fish would wag its tail and kiss him again. Hey, that's interesting. She asked the other party to pass the toy to her and play with it again. Sure enough, no matter how she separated them, they would kiss again. Well, it's really great. I will keep this pair of clownfish as a treasure as proof that we are together. Sure. If my wife likes clownfish, I'll raise some more in the fish tank in our living room. I can also raise anemones and other fish. Linley suggested. So on the way home, she played with the pair of clownfish, not only because they felt good in her hands, but also because it was less likely to make her dizzy than playing with her phone. Due to the cold weather recently, there are some children playing snowball fights and ice skating near the park in the villa. Don't run, or you'll get beaten. A little boy ran past the car and punched the child in front of him. Bang! The child whose arm was hit immediately grabbed the other snow on the car and threw it away. A father was walking in the aisle, dragging his two daughters behind him. Dad, hurry up, faster. The daughters asked their dad to go faster in a soft voice. Okay. The man gathered all his strength and started running. After getting off the car, Xinxingxue looked back from time to time in the direction where the children ran, her eyes full of hope. Why do you want to go skiing? We can do it at home. Linley said with a faint smile. No. I was just wondering, will our children be as energetic as them? Of course you are. After all, you are quite energetic. The baby will definitely look like you. The two walked into the house hand in hand. Mr. Shin, who was sitting in the hall reading a newspaper, put down the newspaper when he saw the two people come back. Hey, are Xiaoxue and Lizzie back? Grandpa, look, this is a gift from Lizzie. Isn't it cute? It feels really good too. She took out the clownfish and waved it in front of him, then took it away when Mr. Shin tried to reach for it. Hey, I won't let you touch it. You little girl. After being teased by Xinxingxue, Master Shin couldn't help but shake his head. After so many years, she is still the same. Mr. Shin also prepared the New Year's goods for the family in advance and ordered someone to give the list to the two of them. This is the New Year's gift that Grandpa prepared for you. See if there is anything else you need. Grandpa will celebrate the festival with you. Grandpa. You are so nice to me. After thanking Mr. Shin, Xinxingxue took the list to Linley, a husband. Please check if there is anything that needs improvement. I was the one who made the suggestions before, so please let me take a break this time. Well, let me take a look, don't be anxious, honey. Although he was a little helpless, he still checked the list. In addition to the nuts and general merchandise needed for the new year, there were some drinks and some food. But the only difference is that there is some more champagne and precious Chinese medicinal materials. They are probably bought to nourish the granddaughter, right? However, if I tell Mr. Shin directly, I might offend the old man's good intentions. As for the remaining shortage, why don't you buy some on your own? Yeah, that's good. You are worthy of being my grandpa. Linley put down the list and gave a thumbs up. At this time, the aunt also opened the package she had just received. Mr. Lin, what should I do with these dendrobiums? They were sent from home, along with some pheasants, mushrooms and other ingredients. Okay, got it. These dendrobiums are specialties from his hometown and have certain medicinal value, but they are difficult to handle. Even if they are stewed, they have to be stewed for 2 days before they can be eaten. Use it in soup. After giving these instructions, Linley received a call from his good brother Fatty Zhao, who used to be Linley's roommate and his good ranking partner for many years. Brotherly, how are you and Miss Shin doing lately? Fatty? Long time no see. Didn't you just go out shopping with her and are resting at home now? He turned on the video function. The group of brothers sitting on the other end of the phone were all stunned, especially when they saw the interior of his villa. They couldn't stop crying. Fuck, I'm so jealous, bro. Then he took the gift he had just received from Xin Xingxue. This is my wife's favorite toy. Isn't it cute? When the clownfish appeared at that moment, they were even more confused in front of the screen. What was going on? The campus beauty of Xin University liked such an ugly thing. What a joke. Brotherly, you can't lie like this. My ex-girlfriend didn't care about this. Every time we celebrated a holiday, she would either give me cosmetics, bags, or brand name perfume. You can fool water, but you can't fool your brothers. However, the next second, Xin Xingxue opened the door and sat next to Linley. Honey, what are you doing with my clownfish? Xiaoxue, please, listen to my explanation. He immediately raised his hand and his cell phone. Damn, this is real, Miss Xin really likes this thing. Several brothers on the phone couldn't help but shout. Put it down, let's take another look. Xin Xingxue felt a little helpless when she heard several people shouting. So you were just chatting with them? I thought you were doing something alone in the room. Yes. He nodded slowly. Now the few people in the phone don't need to pursue the truth at all. This is the truth, and Shen Xiaohua loves him very much. This damn charm value. But because the phone call was not hung up yet, Xin Xingxue leaned on Linley. My waist is a little sore, can you rub it for me? Aching waist? What a bullshit. The brothers on the phone leaned closer to the phone, wanting to continue watching the show, but Linley hung up the phone. That's all? Do you treat us as outsiders? The fat man shook his head. On the other side, Linley had already pressed her waist. How is it? Does it still hurt? Well, rub it for a while longer, and it won't hurt anymore. Because the child put some pressure on her spine, it put her under a bit of overload, but with his superb technique, it was relieved a lot. Chapter 32, Online Shopping, Encountering a Good Friend from 10 Years Ago. After the massage, the phone on Xin Xingxue's bedside table rang, and the note on it was Feng Express. Wife, did you buy Express again? Linley handed her the phone. Oh, I just bought some pacifiers and educational toys for my baby. I saw them online and bought them, didn't I? Okay, I'll get it for you then. After saying these words, he took the elevator downstairs and saw a masked courier boy standing next to a large package of goods. There were also a lot of goods on the cart outside the door. You are Xiaoxue, right? Please sign here. However, after looking at him for a while, Linley felt that he looked familiar, especially because of the scar on his hairline. It was left on the head by the old monitor who tutored him before his high school entrance exam. However, because the family was in financial difficulty at that time, the old monitor did not charge them for tutoring. So he handed him a bottle of water from the shelf next to him. Thank you. The other person said in a hoarse voice, then took off his mask, revealing his all too familiar face. Old squad leader. Is it really you? Linley was actually a little excited for a moment. Are you Linley? Only then did he rub his eyes and look at the other person carefully. It's me, come in and sit down. He pulled Zhao Chang directly into the reception room. Xin Xingxue also saw that Linley had been out for a while, so she came to the first floor. Who is this? Zhao Chang slowly stood up and looked at her. Oh, this is my wife Xin Xingxue. Xingxue, this is my old monitor Zhao Chang who used to tutor me for the high school entrance exam. The two nodded in a friendly manner. Then, Linley asked again, Old squad leader, can you tell me about your recent situation? Well, it's a long story. I thought I would be able to find a good job after studying abroad, but I never thought I would end up in this situation. Originally a passionate young man, he experienced many vicissitudes and the hardships of life. I didn't expect to see you again. Isn't it because a fellow at the station is sick and I'm here to take his place? Linley couldn't help but sigh for this former top student, because he himself had also experienced the hardship of finding a job, so he could better understand his feelings. So what's your major? Hotel management. I thought it was just managing a hotel, but I didn't expect. I made a mistake. He said while shaking his head, his mind full of regret. Just like there are many majors in universities, they all sound high-sounding, but in fact there are some differences. Hotel management? Wife, isn't Arin short of a supervisor? What do you think of him taking on this position? Well, if it's a suitable major, then of course you can do it. Xin Xue also glanced at him and replied, "Thank you. Thank you so much." Seeing that he could get a good job, he thanked Lin Li repeatedly, and his originally deep eyes were filled with tears. In this way, after resting for a while, the few of them arrived at the Linzhong's Inn. At this time, the business in the inn was gradually picking up. Although it was not booming, it was enough to set up more than a dozen tables. "Everyone, I want to announce something," Lin Li shouted into the inn. "Boss Lin is here. Please serve those with guests. Those without guests can come to the lobby." The receptionist shouted into the intercom. Soon, dozens of employees gathered from the corners of the inn into the lobby. "Boss Lin, what do you want to announce this time?" everyone asked. "From now on, Zhao Chang will be the manager of our Linzhong's Inn. He will be in charge of supervising everyone's work." Lin Li introduced Zhao Chang beside him. "No. Isn't he a courier?" "Boss Lin, are you sure he can manage us here?" a chef said, somewhat confused. "No, you will know him after you have worked together." Lin Li continued to laugh. Hello everyone." Zhao Chang felt a little embarrassed, then stood beside them with his hands behind his back. After the announcement, Lin Li patted his shoulder again. "Our inn is still in the new stage, but I believe that with our joint efforts, the inn will get better and better." "Well, I believe you." Zhao Chang clenched his fists, his face full of confidence. After a while, Xin Xue's stomach made another rumbling sound. "Honey, are you hungry again? I will cook for you today and personally welcome you." "Okay, got it. I'll wait for you outside." She felt a little embarrassed and waved her hand slowly. Kitchen. Lin Li also purchased 5 years of master cooking skills from the System Mall, so he was naturally very good at cooking. Even the chef next to him would turn around from time to time to look at his movements while cooking. Zhao Chang was naturally not idle either. He was either handing him tools or helping to wash the dishes. Half an hour later, a rich smell filled the entire kitchen, making people drool. "Come on, Zhao Chang, try it." Lin Li casually scooped up a few mouthfuls of soup with a ladle. The milky white tofu fish soup was thick and creamy, and it was thick and sticky. After taking a small sip, Zhao Chang's eyes lit up. "Great soup! It's even more delicious than what the new Oriental chef made, and the ingredients are also very simple, with just some scallions, tofu, etc. Well, bring it up." After saying these words, the 5 plates of home-cooked dishes were served on the table. Milky white tofu fish, 3 fresh vegetables, braised pork, stir-fried vegetables with mushrooms, and braised meat with fresh bamboo shoots. "Come, Xingxue, try my new dish." Lin Li picked up the chopsticks and picked up a piece of fish belly meat for her. After taking a bite, she continued eating until she finished all the fish soup in the bowl. "Honey, it's delicious. Have you been secretly learning how to make it?" Maybe practice makes perfect. With you by my side, I feel more motivated to cook." "Well, then help me get another bowl. I like to drink thick ones." She smiled and handed the bowl to the other party. Zhao Chang was also enjoying the sight of the couple interacting with each other at the table. "Okay, there's more in the pot." Lin Li smiled and served a large bowl. It was rare that Xin Xue had a good appetite recently, so he had to eat some. So after dinner, he took a group photo of the 3 of them. A large table of food, plus a few people who were well fed and satisfied. In the corridor, Lin Li had just finished using the toilet and was about to wash his hands. A cigarette was handed to him. "Would you like one?" Zhao Chang smiled. "No, I've quit. You can keep the cigarettes for yourself." "Well, okay, I understand. I will always remember the kindness you showed me, Zhao Chang, today." He relaxed his brows and put the cigarette back into the cigarette box. "It's just a small favor. You helped me 10 years ago, so we can say that we have achieved each other's success." Lin Li patted his shoulder. Chapter 33, Beautiful Counterattack. Just as Xin Xue was walking in the yard, a young man's voice came from behind her. "Xiaoxue, how have you been recently?" Yi Tianlong, wearing a suit and holding a rose, appeared behind her. "What are you doing here? And you are not allowed to call her Xiaoxue." This man was originally the #1 young master in Hangzhou. When she just entered university, he wrote her all kinds of love letters and pursued her in various ways. "What? You don't want me to come see you?" The man raised the corners of his mouth. "I'm pregnant, can't you see?" Xin Xingxue bit her lip and took a few steps back. She didn't expect that this guy would appear here. Of course, but I don't care, I'm willing to wait for you, as long as you want. However, Xin Xingxue said bluntly, pervert. There is no way I will choose you. After saying this, she pushed the man in front of her away and walked into the house. At this time, Lin Li had also arranged Zhao Chang's work and found her on the first floor. Wife, who has offended you again? I'll help you teach him a lesson. You, well, let's not talk about it. She really didn't want to mention that disgusting man, especially now. But how could Lin Li not know what happened in the inn? Yi Tianlong was really stubborn. So he ordered someone to print out a notice people with the surname Yi and their dogs are not allowed to enter. Now, when Yi Tianlong saw the new notice, he was about to take a few more rounds when he became angry to death. Dog? You! As the eldest son of the Yi family, he could not stand this. I honored you by coming to your house for dinner, but you refused and even scolded me. Okay, Wang Kai, let's go. He left the inn in a hurry with a group of black-clad men downstairs. Xin Xingxue, who was beside the bed, turned around and asked after seeing everyone leave. Did you type the notice? Well, they bullied us first, so my scolding back is the lightest punishment. Lin Li handed her the freshly baked sweet potato. Pff, they are just trying to be clever. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. No one mentioned any names of their family, they just made up their own minds. This is all thanks to my wife. Come and eat some roasted sweet potatoes with red hearts. They're so sweet. After saying that, he blew on the sweet potatoes several times and then handed them to her mouth. It's so sweet. After taking a bite, she cut off a small piece and said, "Open your mouth, I'll feed you." Ah. Just as he was about to speak, Zhao Chang pushed open the door. Brotherly, I forgot my clothes in the room, can you? Ha? After seeing the feeding scene, his ears immediately turned red. What's going on? Is he eating? It's really hard not to be misunderstood. Lin Li quickly climbed up from his wife. It turned out that one should not be too conspicuous in public. It's Zhao Chang. You can take the clothes. Ahem, thank you. Zhao Chang turned around embarrassedly, then gave him a thumbs up. He is truly a role model for our generation. If he were as brave as him, he might have succeeded in his confession long ago. Well, you should lock the door next time. Xin Xingxue on the side reminded softly and wiped her fingers clean. Time flies and it is night. Xin Xingxue, who had just finished taking a shower, put on a loose set of pajamas, with water dripping from her hair, and a layer of blush on her fair skin. Honey, let me help you blow dry your hair. Lin Li said softly while holding a hairdryer, and after the other party agreed, he covered her with a cashmere towel. The warm wind blew past her ears while he massaged him. Finish. After blowing for half an hour, he put down the hairdryer and helped her dry the water off her body. Yeah, thank you, husband. Go take a shower. The water in the heater is still hot. She rubbed Lin Li's big hands a few times and said happily. Okay. After taking a shower, Lin Li also lay down in bed. That night, both of them slept soundly. At the same time, the Yi family. Dad, look, that Lin Li is actually in his own inn, calling the Yi family dogs and insulting our Yi family. Yi Tianlong angrily slapped the photos he took on the table. What? It's Lin Li who has been making a lot of noise on the trending searches recently. After finishing the meeting, Mr. Yi put on his glasses and glanced at the photo. Sure enough, there was a sign saying Yi family members are not allowed to enter. His expression instantly became serious. The Shin family has always cooperated with our Yi family. If someone from their family openly provokes our Yi family, we must not let them succeed. That's right. Dad, I just wanted to go to their new restaurant for a meal, but they targeted me. You have to stand up for me. Seeing that his efforts to fan the flames had worked, he continued to intensify his efforts, because the Yi family was responsible for collecting the ore, the Shin family was responsible for mining, and he had also expressed his intentions to the Shin family many times. But they were all rejected by their opponents, so naturally they wanted to get their money back. Okay, I get it. If things are really as outrageous as you said, I won't let them off easily. After saying these words, Mr. Yi asked everyone to leave. The next morning, Mr. Shin was sitting at the table reading a newspaper, while Lin was standing by the window basking in the sun. Ever since it snowed in Hangzhou, it had often been cloudy. It was a sunny day that he had to enjoy, and he could also relax his muscles. Linley, you have taken good care of our Xiaoxua recently. I have to thank you very much. Grandpa, it's too polite for you to say that. Xiaoxua is my wife, and it's my duty to take care of her. Linley also smiled at him. In the past, everyone had always seen Mr. Shin as a very fierce person, but in fact, he was quite good to his family. At this moment, the secretary took the phone and he went to a room to answer it. After answering the call for half an hour, he walked towards Linley with a serious expression. Linley, do you know Yi Tianlong? Without the other party saying anything, he knew that the guy was asking for trouble. I know him. He's a young master from Hangzhou University. All the men in our school know him. Ahem, then did you not allow him to enter the store to consume? No. He is a rich young man, why should I stop him from spending? Everyone knows that his family is very wealthy? Linley smiled again. Because some things are better not to be spoken out, otherwise it will be hurtful to both parties. Yes, I understand. Mr. Shin shook his head, then stood by the window thinking, if it wasn't Linley who did it, could it be his beloved daughter Shin Xingxue who did it? Besides, the inn was opened by Linley, so isn't it his freedom to let anyone in? Did the Yi family use him as a pawn? We still have to think long term. So, when Shin Xingxue woke up, she saw Linley beside the bed. The secretary said, my grandfather came to see you? Did he give you any trouble? How could that be? Honey, you worry too much. He pulled Shin Xingxue into his arms. Chapter 34, A Duplicity Wife. But after thinking for a moment, Mr. Shin still felt that with Linley's character, he would never take the initiative to provoke others, so there must be something fishy going on. Moreover, the Yi family had always doted on their son, and he even had multiple relationships during college. So, it was definitely not his fault. At noon, the Yi family called again. Master Shin, what does your son-in-law Linley say? I believe he would not do such a thing, so I have the right to refuse to answer such questions. After he finished speaking, he handed the phone directly to the secretary beside him. After finishing their meal, Linley and the other two also invited him to sit down and eat. Grandpa, is the problem resolved? Shin Xingxue said with a smile. Well, it's okay. If the Yi family dares to stir up trouble again, I'll make them pay. He was angry after eating all morning. Oh, that's good husband, eat the chicken leg. She said as she raised her chopsticks. After finishing his meal, Linley wanted to change his slippers, but he couldn't find them after searching the bedroom. Honey, what are you looking for? Shin Xingxue leaned on the sofa and said with her fingers spread out. Have you seen my slippers? I remember putting them outside in the sun, but how come I can't find them when I want to wear them? As he spoke, he bent down and searched between the cracks in the bed and the cabinet, but found nothing. After hearing the question, Shin Xingxue smiled and turned her head away. Maybe you remembered the wrong location, husband? There are so many rooms in the house, maybe it's in another room? Ah. Linley blinked. He felt that the other party was hiding something, but he couldn't tell what was strange. Until Aunt Wang's voice came from outside the door. Mr. Lin, I found your slippers under the sofa in the living room on the second floor. Shall I wash them now? Oh, I see. After all the evidence was collected, Linley shook his head. Needless to say, it must have been his wife who spread the news. Is it you? He looked at the other person. Ahem. You've discovered all this? But the material of your shoes is indeed more comfortable than mine, and there's more space, and my toes don't hurt that much. She slowly stretched out her toes, because during pregnancy, people will indeed be stretched a little, but the time of stretching may be earlier or later. In addition, since the two of them are together every day, it is naturally difficult for them to notice changes in each other. Although she is still as delicate and beautiful as when we first met, she is now more gentle. Okay, I don't mean to blame you. If your wife likes to wear my clothes, just take them. Linley hugged her gently and said tenderly. Yeah, I understand. After lunch, Linley helped her unpack the express package she had bought earlier. It must be said that Shin Xingxue bought a lot of bags, big and small. It took 2 bodyguards to move the disinfection cabinet alone. There are 5 floors in total, and each floor has a large disinfection space. Oh, wife, this disinfection cabinet is a bit exaggerated, isn't it? He rubbed his eyes. No, the first layer is for sterilizing pacifiers, the second layer is for sterilizing bottles, and the third layer is for sterilizing toys. Babies are very fragile, so they must be sterilized. she said as she snapped her fingers. The clothes he bought were even more exaggerated. Basically, there were both men's and women's styles, a total of 30 sets. As for this dress, I like the bear style, so I bought it. There are other animal styles, I think the babies will like them, right? Ahem, you are worthy of being my wife. Linley was now somewhat convinced. Don't worry, I also bought parent-child outfits for you. They're so cute. Xinxingxue said this with pride on her face. What a good wife I am. He nodded repeatedly. After opening the express package, he felt like his hands were not his own. Originally, Xinxingxue wanted to open it herself, but she was physically disabled, so she had to do it for her. Ding, it is detected that the host has opened a large number of express deliveries for pregnant mothers, and the cumulative amount has reached 300 million. A cruise ship is given as a gift, which can pass through designated ports in China. Cruise ship? This thing is amazing. The system finally acts like a human this time. Since Hangzhou is close to the sea, a cruise ship is still a good choice. You can travel and have fun at the same time. That would be much more comfortable than simply going to a certain island. Please name your boat. AI Shui, right? Named successfully. As soon as he finished speaking, he received a new message on his phone. Congratulations, you have successfully bound Haya 1314. I have currently bound several means of transportation, including some property, and they are all displayed on it. That's great. Linley wanted to conquer the sea since he was a child, and now his childhood wish has come true. Although the actual area of a cruise ship is not large, it is still no problem to provide a family of 9 with sea travel. After all, the price of a single large cruise ship is as high as hundreds of millions. The system probably won't give out such expensive gifts. After completing the naming ceremony, he also learned about how to drive a boat, emergency measures at sea, and related swimming training. His swimming skills were average before, but now he has become a swimming coach. Are you tired? Let me massage you. Xinxingxue stood up and walked to Linley. Okay, thank you for your hard work, my wife. Linley smiled and closed his eyes. I saw her gently kneading the other person's shoulders, and a feeling of unobstructedness came naturally. After 20 minutes of massage, the pain in the waist was relieved a lot. Oh, it feels so good. As long as you feel comfortable. I learned this from a book. I didn't expect it would be useful so soon. The two of them spent some time on the sofa. Of course, Linley didn't intend to hide the cruise from her. Honey, I bought a boat online. Once the baby is stable, I will take you on a sea trip. Boat? Xinxingxue, who had just heard the news, was also slightly shocked. If he wanted to go fishing at sea, couldn't he just rent a boat? Well, yes, this boat is very suitable for our family. After saying that, he showed the demonstration picture to the other party. There are guest rooms, balconies, plywood, swimming pools, etc. inside, and even the library is cleverly arranged on the round columns. The overall style presents a warm tone, and there is also a family restaurant on the ship where you can cook by yourself or hire a chef. Well, it's really good, husband, you are so good to us. Xinxingxue said softly, and she even considered what would happen after the child was born. What a nice guy. However, just as the two were immersed in the atmosphere of watching the ship, a phone call from home broke the silence. Hello, is this Lizzie? I'm your mom. Doesn't your dad miss you again? Would you like to bring Xiaoxue home when you have time? Chapter 35, Oolong, the child's gender. After hearing her mother's voice on the phone, Xinxingxue also held her breath. Oh, it's Mom. Isn't Xiaoxue's belly getting bigger recently? The mountain roads in our village are shaking again. I'm worried about her safety. Oh, so that's how it is. Mom is a little anxious. Because her belly is now about 6-7 months big like other single babies. Although she can move around, it is winter after all, and the temperature in her hometown, Hua City, is even lower. So for driving safety considerations, the two elders had no choice but to wait a little longer, even though they missed their son and daughter-in-law. Have you stewed the dendrobium that your mother sent you for Xiaoxue? It's stewed every day, and now Xiaoxue eats it every day. Linley nodded repeatedly. Then, during the prenatal checkup, did the doctor tell us whether the baby was a boy or a girl? So Mom could sew a quilt for the baby in advance. Mother Lin continued to ask curiously. Because in previous times, doctors would say this, and since Xin Xingxue already had 3 children in her belly, the 2 elders became even more curious. This. Linley was stumped by the question for a moment. Mom, even if the doctor knows about this, he can't tell us, right? This is not the same as before. It's completely different from before. Oh, okay then, Mom got it. After explaining some things, Lin's mother hung up the phone. This question also aroused Xin Xingxue's curiosity. Hubby, since Mom asked this, I also want to know the baby's gender. Look at the checklist, there are no clues, right? Because the pregnancy test report not only contains the baby's photo, but also various physical values of the baby. However, after learning that the child was healthy last time, the 2 did not pay much attention to it. On the pregnancy test report, there was a baby lying in the corner, and there seemed to be an unknown object with a few dots between his legs. Linley rubbed his eyes again, feeling a little uncertain. Is this my son? Since the manual provided by the system did not show how to read the ultrasound images, he was not sure whether the results he saw were correct. Son? Are you sure? Xin Xingxue was somewhat skeptical about his attitude, because she had no confidence in being able to control the naughty little guy. Not so sure, take another look. After observing for nearly 15 minutes, he reluctantly rubbed his eyes. It could also be the umbilical cord? After all, the umbilical cord is floating inside, and there is a chance that the baby will play with the umbilical cord. Then, call a doctor to take a look? Xin Xingxue said with a frown. Just as she looked up, the doctor with a medicine box passed by them. Doctor, please help us look at this list. Yes, miss. The doctor lowered his head and took the list. He said the child is a boy. Do you think it is a boy? After looking at it for a while, the doctor laughed heartily. According to the picture, it is the baby's umbilical cord, not something else. Miss, don't worry. Really? Xin Xingxue was a little embarrassed for a moment, and then handed over the remaining 2 report sheets. But most of the background is pitch black, only a part is bright, and it is relatively blurry. I'm sorry. The doctor's photography skills are quite good. He should be able to tell the baby's gender, but the angle he chose was quite tricky. The doctor was helpless about this result. Of course, if you need it, we can also help you arrange a foreign hospital, even a private hospital. No. No need, let's keep it a little mysterious. The gender of the child is not that mysterious. Xin Xingxue waved her hand and looked at Linley beside her. Because both of them were just curious, so they would guess if they could, and forget it if they couldn't. If you really want to exhaust your mental energy guessing, that's fine. There is another method. When testing for Down syndrome, we can probably determine the baby's gender through the data. Linley seemed to remember something. Is this possible? It may not be accurate. There are also reports on the internet about fetal heart rate and so on. This matter came to an abrupt end after being discussed for a while. After lunch, Linley saw Xin Xingxue washing her face in front of the mirror. Crystal clear water droplets slid down her fair skin, making her look like a beauty emerging from the bath. Most pregnant women's skin condition will probably deteriorate during pregnancy, such as oiliness, acne, etc. But her skin not only did not change, but became smoother and smoother. Especially right after taking a shower, there is a white mist in the air, which makes people linger. Have you seen enough? Xin Xingxue looked at Linley behind the mirror and asked softly. No. I just found that my wife has become more beautiful again. Again? So I wasn't beautiful before? Beauty, always beautiful. I think it's possible that all 3 of our children will be girls, because girls have higher levels of estrogen in their bodies, which can make the skin better. Honey, don't you think so? Linley nodded slowly and handed her the face towel. Well, if that's the case, it's perfect. My daughter is so soft and sweet, she's my sweet and caring little cotton padded jacket. In that case, I will definitely dress them up and change their clothes every day. I will also take her to eat delicacies from all over the world. Well, if it's a daughter, she'd look like you, beautiful lady. If it's a son, it'd be better if he looks like me. I'd teach him to play basketball. After all, the height advantage can't be wasted. Linley also took over the conversation with a happy face. I heard from my aunt that you were very naughty when you were a kid. What if he likes to make trouble everywhere? Xin Xingxue frowned, because when the parents of both parties met before, Zhang Hohat pulled her aside and told her that when Linley was a child, he once threw firecrackers into other people's fertilizer pits, and the fertilizer exploded everywhere. He is like the reincarnation of the devil boy. He would sneak into the water to go swimming in the wild during the summer vacation, and he never has a moment to rest. Ha! My mom told you all this? I originally thought that my mom was on my side, but I didn't expect that all her secrets would be exposed. Pfft, then look at what this is? Lin Lijin was standing on a manhole cover, covering his ears. He looked about 6 or 7 years old. He was wearing a big coat and looked very small. Oh my god. I'm rich now? If I hadn't run fast, I would have. Thinking of the bad things he did back then, Linley shook his head. Because after doing it, he couldn't avoid a dragon fruit punishment. From then on, he never dared to throw firecrackers into other people's caves again. It's okay. I'll take care of my son. I'll never be so naughty. Wasn't my parents working in the fields at the time and no one was taking care of me? He said with a smile on his face. It's different now. I'll help you take care of the children. I was also punished when I was a child, but it was because I didn't go to violin lessons. So the two of them started sharing their childhood memories with each other. Chapter 36, Meet Mother-in-Law by chance and rush to buy clothes. About a week before the Chinese New Year, Lin Li and Xin Xingxue posted couplets outside the villa. Left, a little more left. Xin Xingxue stood not far away and directed everyone. Lin Li on the bench also raised the couplet a little higher. It was their family tradition to post Spring Festival couplets during the New Year, so they had to post them themselves. Honey, how about this? Are they aligned? Well, it's almost time, come down quickly. She nodded slowly, but this year's couplets were not bought, but written by the couple themselves. Of course, this is also a very memorable thing. After putting up the couplets, Lin Li couldn't wait to walk to Xin Xingxue's side. Let me hear what the babies are doing now. Pfft again? You've heard it several times since I got up this morning. Isn't this curiosity? He smiled and then lay on the other's stomach. The baby in the belly made a gurgling sound, and then started to hiccup after a while, even affecting a large area of skin around it. Oh, what's wrong with the babies? Xin Xingxue, who was shocked by Lin Li's reaction, also lowered her head and asked. It seems like he is burping because he drank enough amniotic fluid? Hiccups? Xin Xingxue was stunned when she heard it, because the baby's hiccups not only affected them, but even she, as a mother, could vaguely hear the hiccups. At the same time, Zhang Hohat had already gotten off the bus carrying large and small bags of supplements. Just as she was following the navigation to find the location of the community, a black Maybach stopped directly beside her, and a middle-aged woman with curly hair and wearing a red embroidered cheongsam leaned her head out of the rear window. Lao Zhang? Why are you here too? She took off her sunglasses, revealing her extremely delicate facial features, shining like a big star. Boss Yun? Is that you? The two women were in a cooperative relationship. Zhang Hohat was responsible for planting, while Boss Yun was responsible for purchasing and processing materials. Of course, Boss Yun had many types of business. It involves multiple fields, such as medicine, mining, and some new energy fields. Well, didn't you just come back from doing business abroad? She smiled shyly. Oh, so that's the case. I've been looking for my son and got lost here. Look, the signal is only 3 bars left. She pointed at the phone helplessly. Okay, I also want to go to the neighborhood to look for my daughter. Can I give you a ride? How can I trouble you? I can just call my son. Zhang Hohat shook her head repeatedly. It was because of Boss Yun that the medicinal materials of her village were promoted abroad. So we can't take advantage of them. Boss Yun smiled and said, it's just for the trip, get in the car. She felt that it was a great fate to meet Zhang Hohat in the same community, so she was very happy. What address does your son live in? Boss Yun continued to ask. It's in room 101, Yunchi building. Zhang Hohat replied with a smile. Why does the name sound so familiar? Hearing this, Boss Yun frowned, because her daughter Xiaoxue also lived in that building, and she came here this time to teach the man who had deceived her daughter's heart a lesson. Are you sure? Yes, my son and daughter-in-law are there. Zhang Hohat smiled. It was not until the car arrived at the gate of the villa that the two children saw Lin Li touching Xin Xingxue's belly on the swing outside the villa. Is it him? The two elders looked at each other, and then Boss Yun couldn't help but ran out of the car. Mom? Why are you back? Lin Li first glanced at Zhang Hohat, then noticed the beautiful woman next to her. Isn't it that Mom can't find the way? It was Boss Yun who sent Mom here. She turned around and grabbed his hand. Boss Yun couldn't believe it. It turned out that his cabbage was taken away by someone close to him. This was too magical. Xin Xingxue, who was standing by, also had a heavy expression when she saw her, because from childhood to adulthood, her mother had rarely stayed by her side, and she even missed her graduation ceremony in order to discuss business. So naturally she felt mixed emotions and she did not participate in the marriage registration. Thank you, Boss Yun. Lin Li also stood up and bowed to her. Xin Xingxue, who was standing beside him, leaned over and whispered in his ear, "Stupid husband, she is my mother." After hearing the other party's explanation, Lin Li was stunned for a moment. Such a young beauty turned out to be her mother? It was not an exaggeration to say that she was her sister. And why didn't she let me know beforehand when my mother-in-law came? The food we cooked at home was not enough. Hello, mother-in-law. He had no choice but to add one more sentence. Boss Yun also shook his head. Xiaoxue, it's New Year, shall I take you to buy new clothes? Okay, Mom, let's go. Xin Xingxue smiled and pulled her sleeve, and Zhang Hohat was also surprised. It turned out that Boss Yun was her relative? This is incredible. Xiaoxue is also my daughter-in-law, so Mom will buy you a few sets too. Zhang Hohat said without lagging behind. Ah. Then Mom, what about me? Lin Li in the corner pointed at himself. You? Mom buys clothes for her daughter, go buy them yourself. After saying these words, the three of them drove to the mall together, leaving Lin Li alone at home. A world where only men get hurt has been achieved. He shook his head and continued to work at home. Shen's mother took her daughter to a flagship store of a certain family, where a scarf cost several thousand yuan, not to mention other clothes. Come on, Xiaoxue, pick whatever you want. Mom will pay for it today. Mom, you are so nice to me. Xin Xingxue blinked, then walked to the counter. After picking out several sets of clothes that fit her, she looked at the men's clothing display cabinet on the side. Especially the display area above said that the scarf was futuristic and could automatically adjust the temperature, which she thought was suitable for Lin Li. Although the price was 40,000 yuan per piece, she still thought it was suitable. Mom, I still want this scarf. Scarf? Shen's mother smiled, of course no problem, wrap them all up. After such a consumption, 80,000 yuan was gone. Zhang Hohat, who was standing by, took a few people to the handmade Suzhou embroidery area, where the world's top embroidery techniques were displayed. The clothes on display were even more lifelike. Xiaoxue, which one do you like? Mom, I think it's all right. She nodded slowly because their family was not short of money. But Zhang Hohat had already treated her as her own daughter, so she took a fancy to a cheongsam with the pattern of snow mountain and flying crane, which can be worn in winter and has ample space for movement. Do you like this one? I like it, thanks, Mom. Xin Xingxue nodded slightly, and then she spent 20,000 yuan to buy it. Along the way, the two relatives chatted a lot. Chapter 37, Mom, you misunderstood my husband. As soon as she entered the door, Zhang Hohat carried the bags of various sizes that she brought from the village into the kitchen. Mom, why did you buy so many things? Lin Li said as he took the large and small bags from her. Tell me the truth, did you not give Xiaoxue any good food during the time I was away? Huh? Mom, how did you know that? He was stunned by the sudden question. Haven't you seen Xiaoxue's thin arms and legs? When a village girl is 5 months pregnant, who wouldn't gain more than 10 pounds? She said as she plucked the processed chicken feathers. This chicken is an old hen that your father and I have raised for 3 years. It's just right to stew it for Xiaoxue's body. Alas, it really won't work without Mom. Xin Xingxue, who had changed into a cheongsam, also walked to the kitchen door. Honey, does it look good? She had her hair tied up in a bun and was holding a round fan in her hand. Her slightly protruding belly made her look more feminine. She was wearing a pair of snow-white embroidered shoes on her feet. She looks like a beauty walking out of an ancient painting. When she puts down the fan, her charming expression is even more revealed. Beautiful, so beautiful. Lin Li smiled. He didn't expect that she would be so beautiful in cheongsam. Come, I have something to tell you. She pulled him to the study next door and handed him a gift box. After opening it, I found that it was a scarf with a very high-tech feel. The box was engraved with "Made by a certain Lee family." Scarf? Yes, it can automatically adjust the temperature. My mother gave it to you. After she said this, she helped Linley take it up. Sure enough, even in his home clothes, Linley was so handsome. A moment after the scarf touched him, a warm current surrounded his neck. It's really warm. After he said this, he took off his scarf and said, "Honey, you try it too." In response to Linley's invitation, Xinxing Xue also stretched her fingers around the scarf, and sure enough, there was a warm current. Although it had stopped releasing air, she could still feel the residual warmth. Of course, having accepted his mother-in-law's kindness, Linley naturally could not remain ungrateful, so he also planned to buy her some gifts. An hour later, the aroma of chicken soup spread directly into the air. The chicken soup is here, everyone get ready to eat. Jean Hohat put a large pot of chicken soup directly on the table. Wife, let's go. The chicken soup my mother cooked is delicious. After saying this, Linley led the people in the living room to the dining area. After opening the lid, I saw the rich chicken soup mixed with a lot of mushrooms, wolfberries, and some green onions. Just by shaking it a few times, I could see how thick the soup was. Come, let me serve you. He directly served Xinxing Xue a big bowl. Then when Shin's mother saw the scarf around Linley's neck, she was also a little surprised. Wasn't this scarf Xiao Xue wanted to buy? Why did she bring it to him? Just when she wanted to ask, Linley handed her the soup. Mother-in-law, please have some soup. She couldn't ask any questions now. Is this guy good? And he was really handsome. Even in pajamas, he was as dazzling as a star. Then, Xinxing Xue put the big chicken leg into Linley's bowl. I don't like chicken legs, you eat it. Ah. For me? Linley glanced at everyone at the table. Eat. Shin's mother waved her chopsticks. Thank you, my wife. He was no longer polite and started to eat. Lin's mother's cooking skills were indeed good, and everyone at the table was praising her. Mom, your cooking skills are really good. Xinxing Xue embarrassedly asked for another bowl of soup. Ha, Xiaoxue, as long as you like it. Zhang Hohat was very happy, and then she laughed and said, these chickens are raised in the mountains. They eat and drink in the mountains, so they are naturally different from those raised outside. Every time Linley picked up the chicken, he would remove the chicken skin and then put it into Xinxing Xue's bowl. You prodigal boy, chicken skin is so nutritious, why are you throwing it away? Zhang Hohat, who came from a poor family, was a little uncomfortable with his continuous actions, and she just touched his chopsticks. He was stopped by Xinxing Xue, who was standing by. Mom, I have never liked eating chicken skin since I was a child, so don't blame your husband, okay? So that's how it is? I understand. She smiled at Linley. She didn't expect her son to be so considerate. The two of them lived a comfortable life. After eating, Zhang Hohat got up to clean up the dishes. Mom, just leave the cleaning of the house to Auntie, you don't have to work so hard. Linley turned his head and said. Hey, Mom can't rest, just be good to Xiaoxue. Zhang Hohat shook her head and turned into the kitchen. Of course Linley was not idle either, and went straight to their room. Honey, is there anything Mom likes? I want to give Mom some gifts. Gifts? Bags, jewelry, and health products. They are the same hobbies as most people. The only difference is that she likes to collect limited edition bags. Don't think she is serious now, but she will be much better after getting to know her better. Clear. After saying this, he drove alone to a nearby high-end shopping mall. As soon as I walked into the jewelry store, the clerk came to greet me. Hello sir, what kind of jewelry would you like? Give me a few of the most popular necklaces in your store. I want to give them to my mother-in-law. Linley said softly. Okay. We have high-grade Hetian jade, emerald hearts, and charming purple diamonds. She took out several exquisite gem boxes from the back of the cabinet. Because he was a young man, she only took out a few of the more affordable ones. Linley thought for a moment before he slowly said, how much is the emerald heart? Mr. 30,000 yuan. 3W? Linley raised his eyes. You know, his mother-in-law is a member of the Shin family, so this amount is certainly not enough. If you think the price is not suitable, I can ask the store manager to give you a 10% discount. The clerk added again. No, 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 you misunderstood. I'd better call my family to confirm it. After looking at the time, Linley made a video call to Shin Xingxue. Hey, honey, look at these necklaces. Is there one that mom likes? Ah, you bought a necklace for our mother? Actually, there's no need to be so polite. We are all family. Shin Xingxue said softly on the other end. My mother gave me a gift, so I have to give her something in return. Linley smiled. Oh, let me take a look. After understanding the reason, she began to observe the scenes in the store. What's that purple diamond called? Mom has a lot of purple clothes. Hello, miss. The purple one is called Charming Purple Diamond. The clerk picked up the box and introduced it softly. Oh, honey, I think the purple one is nice. Chapter 38, Returning the Gift and Getting the Herb Company. Well, please pack it up for me. Linley waved his hand and put the purple diamond directly into the bag. He spent 50,000 yuan, and then exchanged it for some precious Chinese medicinal materials in the System Mall before going back. For example, bird's nest, wild high-quality Cordyceps sinensis, century-old Polygonum multiflorum, etc. These precious medicinal materials are very rare even in modern times. Especially for a beauty-loving woman like my mother-in-law, it can both nourish the skin and delay aging. However, this time the system reward was not triggered. It seems that buying gifts for my mother-in-law does not count. After packing all the gifts, Linley drove back to the villa. On the other side, Shin Xingxue was in charge of chatting with her mother. Mom, tell me about some interesting things that happened abroad. I want to hear more. Okay, Mom will tell you more. Mother Shin smiled, took her hand and continued to tell the story. Until the phone rang. Mom, it's my husband calling. I'll go downstairs to check. She turned sideways and got up. Hey, don't move here. Mom is here. I'll help you get it downstairs. Feeling sorry for her daughter, Shen's mother helped her back. When she was pregnant with her daughter, she often had injections for health reasons, so she could empathize with her. Okay, Mom, go downstairs slowly. Soon after, Shen's mother opened the door and saw Linley carrying bags of different sizes. What are you doing? Why don't you ask the bodyguard? Her eyes widened, and she was a little at a loss. It's a long story, Mom. Let's go inside first. Linley didn't explain much, but gently closed the door until the two of them took the elevator and came to the study. Because Shin's mother liked reading, he arranged her room nearby. When he put down the package, he handed her a beautiful box. Mom, I bought some small gifts, I hope you like them. A gift for me? Mother Shin blinked her eyes and was even more delighted when she saw the charming purple color in the box. I thought this little thing would just pass, but I didn't expect him to be so nice to me. And these Chinese medicines, I'll give them to you as well. Linley smiled and placed the high-quality Chinese medicine in front of her. She bent down, touched the herbs with her fingers, and nodded repeatedly. Yes, they are indeed high-quality herbs. You are thoughtful. Mom, you're welcome. Linley felt a little embarrassed after being praised. Then she put on the necklace, and it matched her clothes very well and shone with a different kind of light. But then she thought again, she would soon be 50 years old, and they had only one child, Shin Xingxue, and she had hated the taste of Chinese medicine since she was a child. It always smells bad. Isn't Linley in front of me a good candidate to inherit the company? Although the Shin group is very large, his own company is only a part of it. So he smiled and asked, Linley, are you interested in inheriting my company? What? Mother-in-law, are you serious? He was stunned for a moment as he stood aside. Is his mother-in-law starting to choose an heir now? Does Xingxue know about this? He continued to ask. As a result, Shen's mother laughed directly when asked, do you want her to know or not? Well, I think it's better to let her know. Linley smiled, because he already had a big company, and it would not be a good idea to steal his wife's job, right? Could it be that the other party is testing me? Wouldn't it be too superficial to just agree? You might be labeled with other labels. After Linley finished chatting and left, Shin Xingxue, who was behind the screen, also walked out from behind. Mom, I've already told you that he treats me very well, why are you asking him tricky questions? Seeing is believing. Who knows if you, a little girl, have been deceived by him? But he is indeed courageous and responsible. Mom can hand over the company to him without any worries. Yes, I'll talk to him right away. Ask him to give us the information. Shin Xingxue nodded slowly. Although she knew that Lin Li was not short of money, multiple companies meant multiple incomes. After walking into the living room, Shin Xingxue leaned against Lin Li. Hubby, Mom really likes the necklace you gave her, and she plans to hand over her company to you to inherit. Ah? Did Mom really say that? Lin Li smiled. Of course. Don't you like Mom's company? Ahem, no, I was just a little excited for a moment. He didn't expect that a gift could bring so much profit, and even the company could be inherited. But after thinking for a while, he said, these companies will belong to the babies in the future. When they grow up, I will resign. Shoo, if you keep saying that, the baby will protest. She gently blocked Lin Li's lips, with the corners of her eyes slightly raised. Protest? How do you know? Lin Li sat up immediately and made a gesture as if to tickle her. Because you use child labor. I'll tickle you. He grabbed Shin Xingxue's hand and started tickling it. Mom. Lin Li is bullying me. She was almost unable to bear the tickling and shook her body while laughing like a silver bell. After hearing her daughter's cry for help, Shin's mother also felt helpless. Hey, the couple just love to fight and quarrel, Xiaoxue, take it easy. She turned around and went to the living room, and saw her daughter lying on the sofa and Lin Li holding her hand. At the same time, Zhang Hohat, who had sharp ears, rushed to the two of them and hit him with a pillow. I told you not to bully your wife. I'll teach you a lesson. When she was about to continue educating Lin Li, Shin Xingxue got up. Mom, I was just joking with him. He didn't bully me. No bullying? He pushed you down. Zhang Hohat glanced at Shin's mother, then rolled up her sleeves and said, I'm so sorry, mother-in-law. Mom, our interaction is normal between husband and wife, really, I promise. Lin Li helped her up and scratched his head. But Shin's mother waved her hand and said, my dear relatives, maybe we are out of date. We should leave some space for the young people. I think Xiaoxue is much more cheerful. She didn't like to communicate before. Since her own mother didn't blame Lin Li, she naturally didn't want to discipline him too much, so she left. Afterwards, Lin Li breathed a sigh of relief. Wife, were you scared by my mom just now? Shoo, don't talk about her like that. Shin Xingxue patted her body and stood up. Got it, my dear wife. Since Shin's mother's sudden visit, she has smiled less often, so he wanted to make her happy. 2 days passed in a flash. While Lin Li was tying his tie in front of the mirror, his trembling secretary called him. Hello, Mr. Lin. Recently, the company wants to launch a new down jacket. Does Mr. Lin have any special opinions? Chapter 39, Down Jacket Endorsement, I Want to Find Xiaoxue, 3,300 words long chapter. Down jacket? Lin Li took a look at the reference picture sent by his secretary. The down jacket in the picture was a couple style and came in 4 different colors, black, white, gray, pink, etc. Yes, do you think we should invite the recently popular young actress born in the 2000s or Huayu Tianho to be the spokesperson? The secretary asked tentatively again. Because according to the company's usual practice, they invite popular stars to endorse their brands, which can achieve greater brand promotion, and the company is not short of money. I think my wife, Miss Shin, would be a good choice. Lin Li continued to reply. Ms. Shin? Okay, I'll report the plan. The secretary was a little surprised, thinking that although Shin Xingxue was indeed good-looking, she had never been a spokesperson. And how much will it cost? After hanging up the phone, Lin Li informed Shin Xingxue about the pre-selection of the endorsement. What? You want me to endorse a down jacket? She blinked. Wife doesn't want to go? No, it's just that my figure is not as good as before. What if I mess up the endorsement? Well, that's okay, I will go to the shooting site with you. And this time it's an indoor shooting, so it's not a big problem? And think about it, everyone knows that you have a baby. If you endorse down jackets, wouldn't it better reflect that we are a caring and inclusive company? Lin Li explained to her as he spoke. Will you shoot with me too? Shin Xingxue looked up and asked again. Of course, I'll stay with you and the baby. After waiting for a few hours, the secretary called again. Mr. Lin, the board of directors discussed it and decided to give it a try. If the filming is good, we will adopt your result. Well, okay. Once the matter is done, I will increase your year-end bonus. Hey, thank you, Mr. Lin. The secretary on the other end of the phone was very touched. I will do my best for you and Mrs. Shin, no matter what. Okay, stop talking nonsense. Linley was completely speechless. After answering the phone call, the company agreed to shoot at 2 p.m. tomorrow. The next morning, Shin Xingxue, wearing a white cotton jacket and a pair of furry leather boots, appeared in front of Linley. Her cheeks were slightly red, and her natural face did not need any concealment. Honey, do you think this suit is suitable? She fits perfectly. You're worthy of being my wife. Linley bent down and picked her up. Ah, husband, what do you want to do? Her head was buzzing for a moment as she was being carried like a princess. It's cold outside today, I'll be warmer if I hold you. A smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Of course, this was one of the few times he carried her in his arms like a princess, so Shin Xingxue's little feet naturally lifted up unconsciously. Well, what if other people see us? She covered her face with her hands, her ears drooping like monkey buttocks due to shame. People? Where are the people? Linley looked around and glanced at the bodyguards around him, but they all had blank expressions on their faces, as if they saw nothing. No. I'm not talking about them, we're talking about those people in the company. Her voice was gradually getting smaller as she questioned him. Oh, them. Today is the weekend and there are not many people in the company. Don't worry. After saying this, he hugged the other person and got into the car. Half an hour later, Linley glanced at the company and saw that the floor was covered with water, so he picked her up again. Be careful not to bump your head. There is water under the car and it will dirty your shoes. Oh. Shin Xingxue nodded slowly. As soon as she got off the car, she saw more than 20 employees standing outside the car. She patted Linley on the shoulder and said, "My liar husband, let me down quickly. After all, she is the eldest daughter of the Shin group. How could she be carried like a princess in front of outsiders?" A middle-aged employee in the lead also stepped forward and asked, "Mr. Lin, I am Tudo, the person in charge of this project. I guess this is Mrs. Lin, right? Hello. I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation." Since they had to shake hands, he could only put Shin Xingxue aside in a clean place before shaking hands with him. As for the female employees behind her, they also looked at Shin Xingxue with envy, because not only did she have a good family background, but her husband also loved her so much. After entering the shooting area, several costume designers asked Linley for instructions. "Mr. Lin, we will take Mrs. Lin to change clothes first. Is there any problem with your end?" "Of course." Linley gently let go of her hand. Tudo was adjusting the lighting and scenes with the chief director. "Mr. Lin, our costume theme this time is spring, so is Mrs. Lin allergic to any plants?" "Except for highly irritating plants like catkins, there are no others." Linley thought for a moment, then answered slowly. On the other hand, the stylist also designed a bun for Shin Xingxue, and then selected a small white daisy on it, which looked elegant and generous. "Mrs. Lin, you and Mr. Lin have a really good relationship." "Ah? Is that so?" Shin Xingxue patted her face and looked at herself in the mirror. "Of course, you are the one involved, so you naturally cannot see the mystery, but as bystanders, we can see it clearly. And I heard that you two were in a campus relationship. I really miss the days when I was in college." "That's it, right? Every day is a repetitive routine." She blinked. To her, these were just ordinary days. Speaking of this, her mind also recalled the unforgettable night when she first met Linley. When she was about to put on makeup, Shin Xingxue took out the cosmetics that Linley had prepared for her in advance. "Use this to help me put on makeup. He said there are no harmful ingredients in it." Seeing the makeup bag in her hand, the makeup artist also smiled. "See, I told you, his love is all in these little details. She is still a young person after all." After finishing her makeup, she saw Linley sitting across from her chair. "Honey, why don't you go in and enjoy the air conditioning? Isn't it cold in the hallway? Hey, I was worried that you would get worried if you couldn't find me when you came out. Anxious? Am I that impatient?" Shin Xingxue grabbed his hand. Okay, I'll listen to my wife. The studio is ready and we can start shooting anytime." After Linley finished speaking, he took her to the studio. At this time, the two had already changed their clothes, and the staff exclaimed in unison when they saw them, "Great, great! This is exactly the effect we wanted." The two of them have such natural temperament that they seem like a perfect match. All the big stars and celebrities would keep their distance. It'll be a big hit. It will definitely be a big hit. The director walked towards the two of them excitedly and gave them a thumbs up. Shooting is also proceeding rapidly. Linley came up and put his arms around her waist and struck an extremely handsome pose. Hey, can't you just hug my waist? Shin Xingxue screamed when she was touched like this, and the down jacket was designed to be thin and light, so she could easily feel the other person's touch. Linley reminded her. Since we were in front of the camera, we couldn't go any further. Okay, very good. Change to the next pose. The director announced next. Next, you hold my hand, and then lean towards me. Linley explained softly. What? Why did I take the initiative? Shin Xingxue was a little speechless, and even doubted her husband's aesthetic taste. It's always a good idea to try new things. If you finish shooting early, you can go shopping earlier. Shopping? Shin Xingxue smiled when she heard this. After all, which woman doesn't like shopping? So she took his hand and leaned slightly into his arms. A fresh herbal fragrance came towards her, and since she rarely held each other's hands, her movements were a little stiff. Then, the two completed 5 moves together. Great, let's take a break first. The director nodded at the two of them. Thank you for your hard work. Thank you for your hard work, honey. Let me massage your shoulders for you. Linley, who was sitting next to her, subconsciously gave her a massage, and the moderate force captured her at this moment. Okay, so you did it on purpose. Her cheeks puffed up slightly, making her look as cute as a hamster. Honey, you misunderstood me. Sample photos need to be shot in a variety of styles. After all, this is the only way to stand out. It's not good to be too rigid. Linley let go, then took out a thumb-sized pear candy from the bag beside him. Want some? Sugar? When did you buy it? You know, since the beginning of her pregnancy, she has given up milk tea and desserts for fear of consuming too much sugar. So let alone milk tea, even a small piece of candy can make her crave for a long time. I made it by hand, but I didn't tell you, because I was afraid you would eat it secretly. Linley smiled and handed the candy to her. Then Shin Xingxue opened the wrapping paper and tasted it slowly. It's not sweet, but it tastes very refreshing. As long as my wife likes it, it's fine. Because he integrated the food into the recipe, it was not unpalatable, but had a special fragrance. The 30-minute break passed quickly, and he returned to the set with his wife. 5 more sets of actions to end our filming today. The director announced to the audience. How about we do one of Jack's classic moves this time? Linley leaned over and asked in her ear. At this time, the classic theme song was echoing in Shin Xingxue's ears, as well as the sunset and the seagulls circling around. Shin Xingxue was full of doubts. But she still raised her hands. The staff around her stared at each other. A tribute to Titan has been released? Mr. Lin is really good at playing tricks. Shoot, don't shoot yet. The director on the side quickly instructed the surrounding staff. They operated for a while, and then Linley and Shin Xingxue sat on the sofa again, each holding a cup of coffee. 3.2.1 As the countdown continued, the couple's photo shoot was completed. Mr. Lin, Mrs. Lin, thank you for your cooperation today. The director took off his hat and thanked the two. You're welcome. Today's work is all thanks to everyone. Have a happy new year when you go back home. Linley took out the red envelope prepared for the filming crew from his pocket. Red envelope. Thank you, Mr. Lin, Mrs. Lin. As a working person, the employee was naturally moved to tears. I wish you and your wife a son soon and a long-lasting marriage. Thank you, I love you. An employee's child also thanked him. You're welcome, little friend. Linley touched his little head. Don't be disrespectful, you have to call me Mr. Lin. The employee immediately pressed the back of the child's head. This kid must have surfed the internet too much. Shin Xingxue and Linley smiled at each other. After giving out all the red envelopes, she only had the last one left. It seems there's one more. Is there anyone who hasn't received one yet? No. The employee shook his head. Wife, this red envelope is for you, no need to ask anymore. Linley leaned close to her ear and whispered. For me? Shin Xingxue was a little surprised, then stuffed the red envelope back into her pocket. Don't you want to open it? There might be a surprise inside. Surprise? She thought for a moment, then opened the red envelope and saw a key, a letter, and 1314 inside. Where does this key open? Code book. Linley raised his hand. Clam? The employees around were also eating melons at the scene. Mr. Lin is so romantic, this is pure. I guess it's a love poem inside, and it has to be witnessed by everyone, right? Yes, let's reminisce about our youth. Mr. Lin, we won't disturb you and your wife. The employees said goodbye to the two with red envelopes in their pockets. If you block it further, it will be a pure 24K light bulb. Where is the code book? Xinxing Xue continued to ask. Where we first met. Linley smiled. Ding, it has been detected that the pregnant mother has received the nth red envelope, which made her extremely satisfied. The reward is 134W. Please keep up the good work, host. Chapter 40, Back to School, the school beauty loves to eat candied haws? Could it be the Hill Hotel? Xinxing Xue thought for a moment, with a hint of contempt in her eyes. No. How could he be in that kind of place? Honey, you are overthinking, aren't you? Linley said helplessly. That's Hangzhou University? That's right. He nodded slightly. So the two of them drove to the university gate. At this time, the sycamore trees planted in the school had long been reduced to bare trunks, and the security guard guarding the gate also poked his head out from inside the gate. Uncle Wang, please open the door, thank you. Linley rolled down the window and greeted him. Oh, it's Lin. Long time no see. The security guard walked forward and bent down to greet him with a smile. It's okay, I want to go back to school. He smiled. The car quickly drove into the campus and stopped in front of the library. A short-haired woman riding a bicycle carrying teaching aids also stopped after seeing the two of them. Linley? Is that you? Teacher Zhang, you haven't come home yet this year? After seeing him, Linley felt very close to him because she was his advanced mathematics professor and one of the professors who took the most care of him when he was in school. Hey, there are a lot of seminars at school recently, I will go back in the afternoon. She nodded slowly, then looked at Xinxing Xue again. Student Xin, long time no see. You and Student Lin are really a strong combination. Hello, Teacher Zhang. Xinxing Xue agreed with a smile. Although many students gave gifts to Teacher Zhang on weekdays, she never accepted them. She was a good teacher who was upright and incorruptible. After chatting briefly, she lowered her head and glanced at the time. Mr. Lin, I have some things to deal with here, so I'll leave first. Okay, teacher, you are busy. Linley said goodbye to her, and then took Xinxing Xue to a few wishing trees. If you look up, you can see the two names colliding with each other. Although it is not clear who put them together, the two people have indeed come together. Honey, look, that's the wishing card we wrote. Well, do you want to write a new one and hang it up? New year, new wishes. Linley took a sign from the sign-picking area next to him. Okay. They each took a piece and wrote their wishes on it. Let me see what wish my wife wrote. He turned his head to read it, but Xinxing Xue covered his hand. You can't read it. Haha, okay. He smiled and hung up the wish he had written, then fixed his eyes on the sign he had used before. I hope to find someone who loves me. Although the other party's name was not signed on it, after spending many days together, he could recognize the other party's name at a glance. Hisai originally thought she had no desires or requests. After all, she has everything. It seems that as long as one is a human being, they all have different desires. So, where is the code book you mentioned hidden? Xinxing Xue turned around and asked after writing the sign. It's in the tree. I'll climb up and get it. A tree? How can you put something important up there? And when she thought of this, a bunch of strange hot searches popped up in her mind. Shocked. Mr. Lin from a certain company actually climbed a tree in public. And General Lin's secrets, etc. Well, forget it. I don't want to watch it anymore. Come down quickly. Don't worry, honey. I've got it. After saying that, Linley jumped down from the tree. He was an expert at climbing trees, and there was no tree he couldn't climb. He's coming down right now? She blinked in disbelief. Could he be born in the year of the monkey? How could he move so quickly? Open it and take a look. He took out the diary and spread it out. The photo showed the pleated skirt she wore when she first entered the school, her youthful face, and even her posture every time she gave a speech on stage and at the morning meeting. He also made these gestures into a three-dimensional book, and later on, he got married and listened to his children's voices. All of these were included. So this is your secret? I thought it was an open love, but unexpectedly it was a mutual secret love, but one was unknown and the other said one thing and meant another. Well, I was going to keep this album for myself, but I thought it would be better to take it out. At this point, Xinxing Xue smiled. Stupid, aren't you afraid that it will be stolen by others? No matter how hard you try to hide it, you don't have to put it here, right? Don't worry. Even if it's stolen, I'll still be with you. And our children are witnesses. At this time, a few snowflakes fell from the sky and melted in the palms of the two. It's snowing, let's go home early. Lin Li smiled and pulled her up, then walked across the street with her. Outside the school gate, the sound of vendors selling candied haws could be heard. Selling candied haws, 5 yuan a string. Seeing that she couldn't move her eyes away, Lin Li asked, "Do you want to go and take a look? Is it okay? That's cheap merchandise. What if?" She licked her lips and clutched the diary tightly in her arms. "Well, buy it if you like it." After Lin Li finished speaking, he pulled her to the stall, where they saw candied haws, candied kumquats, candied strawberries, seasonal fruits, and so on. "Then I want 2 bunches of candied strawberries." "Okay, here you go." After the old man rolled the strawberries in the sugar water, the sugar coating solidified into lumps in the cold temperature. It not only gave off an enticing fragrance, but also looked very beautiful. She took the strawberry, just smelled it, and then handed it to Lin Li. "Hubby, I won't eat it. I have a toothache recently. Just smell it and it will be better." "Ah. Then I'll eat it." He nodded and blew on the icing. Snap! As you bite the sugar coating, the sweet fruit also flows into your mouth, and the ingredients are big strawberries with cream. Although Xinxing Xue really wanted to eat, she decided to endure it for the sake of her child. "So when I got home, I drank vegetable juice. Vegetable juice is much more delicious, unlike candied haws." It was getting close to evening and the sky was completely dark. On the other side, Lin Li was also preparing syrup with his aunt in the kitchen. "Mr. Lin, just let me do these things, you can take a rest." She nodded to Lin Li, who was busy by the pool. "No. Xiaoxue loves to eat candied haws, I have to prepare some for her before the festival." "Okay, then I'll go wash the fruit." The aunt couldn't argue with the other party, so she had to put down the work in her hands. Soon, Lin Li brought the homemade strawberries to the table. "Wife, come and try my cooking." "Cooking skills? Cooking again?" After hearing the other party's call, she also came to the hall. Then he picked up a candied fruit. It's delicious indeed. You are worthy of being my beloved husband." She couldn't help but praise him, and then gave Lin Li a big hug. Of course, Lin Li himself also felt extremely happy. It's okay to eat some occasionally. Lin Li continued. Chapter 41, Down jackets sold out, earning 100 million. 2 days later, it was New Year's Eve. Shen's mother and Lin's mother were making dumplings in the kitchen, while Lin Li was helping them roll out the dough. "Mom, is there anything else I can help with?" "Oh, no need. Mom and Aunt Yun are busy. You've been helping me all morning, rolling noodles and chopping meat. I'm here to help you, not to hold you back." She wiped her hands and pulled her son aside. "Mom, this is what I saved last month. You are my only child, so all this is yours." She handed the deed to the ancestral house to him. Because this also means that everything in the house will be handed over to him, and the Lin family's ancestral home has a history of 150 years, so it has a certain collection value. "Ah. Ancestral home? You can just keep this." Lin Li waved his hand. "Take it. Mom is looking forward to the birth of the child so that I can enjoy the happiness of family. Now Mom thinks you have the responsibility." After saying this, she pushed her son back to the living room. At this time, Xinxing Xue was sitting on the sofa watching TV. "Xiaoxue, you young people should have a good chat." After giving the instructions, she happily walked back to the kitchen. Just when the two wanted to chat, a news report was interrupted. At this time, reporters were interviewing on the street. The young couple wearing cotton jackets were actually wearing black and white down jackets, and the people passing by were also wearing the same down jackets. "Hello, may I ask why you chose to buy this down jacket?" "Well, I think it's because of the fashion and the promotional pictures. My boyfriend and I both like them. The girl nodded slightly with a happy look on her face. Ah, isn't that the down jacket we endorsed a few days ago? Shin Xingxue blinked, feeling incredible. Hey, of course. Linley smiled. The reporter continued to interview several middle-aged people. Can you tell me what you think of buying this down jacket? Because they gave us coupons, people over 60 years old get discounts, and we were also moved by the love story of the boss and his wife. The middle-aged man smiled. I not only bought one for myself, but also bought one for my parents. Oh. That's great. The reporter excitedly said, now as you can see, Dowdo's new down jackets have quickly become an indispensable part of our lives. Indispensable? So how much did the company sell? Shin Xingxue leaned directly into Linley's arms, and then saw the employees who were in an uproar. 89.99 $99.99. Congratulations to our group for breaking the 100 million mark. 100 million? So much? She was stunned. Although this amount of money was nothing to her, being able to sell so much in just a few days was already a big success. So why didn't you tell me in advance? Linley put down his phone and gently hugged her neck. Because this news is too shocking, I'm afraid you will say I'm arrogant. Nonsense, why would I say that? Hey, isn't this the goal achieved? I'll report to you later. At the same time, Shin's mother, who was listening to the news in the kitchen, also stayed where she was. 100 million? My son-in-law sold it? What? My son sold it for 100 million? Zhang Hohat was also shocked, because she really didn't expect Linley to be so good at marketing, and it was a new product that was still in the company's trial stage. Anyone would say what an amazing young man. Come on, in-laws, pinch me. I'm afraid I'm dreaming. She turned her head and glanced at Shin's mother. Question mark. Although Shin's mother thought her request was a bit strange, she still satisfied her a little. Oh, it's true, it's true. She happily went up to the third floor, and when she saw Linley on the sofa, she excitedly grabbed his hand. Son, you are great. Mom is proud of you. Mom? You, no? Oh, you didn't tell Mom such an important thing, and you didn't tell Mom about Xiaoxue either. You are really a good son to Mom. She shook her head, her eyes slightly moist. Mom, I didn't help him this time. He didn't even mention this to me. The wrongly accused Shin Xingxue said unhappily. Okay, Mom, today is Chinese New Year. I'll prepare Alon, Buddha jumps over the wall, and 9-headed abalone for you. Just tell me what you want to eat in the future. Linley stood up and said gently. Can Xiaoxue eat what you said? I have also prepared the dishes that Xiaoxue likes. This year is a double blessing for our family. We have a successful career and love life, and we also have our baby. Having said that, he also hugged Shin Xingxue. Time soon came to dinner time. Since we needed to watch the Spring Festival Gala in the evening, we directly moved the time to 4 p.m. Let's toast to our happy life. Linley raised his glass to Mr. Shin. I was right about you. Come on, cheers. After learning about his achievements, his face lit up even more. I wish you more success in your career. Grandpa, just praise me once. If you praise me more, my husband will be proud. Shin Xingxue looked at him and frowned slightly. All right, you little girl. Although the elders at the table were helpless, they couldn't do anything about her. He could only serve food to her while they were talking. Of course, after filling her bowl, he would also serve food to Linley, fearing that he would be hungry. Mom, that's enough. You and the others should eat too. You are too thin. You need to gain some weight to protect your wife. Zhang Hohat picked up another big pig's trotter for him and said helplessly. Ha, are you asking Xiaoxue if she likes fat people? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone at the table burst into laughter, accompanied by the sound of fireworks exploding outside the window. There was a trace of helplessness on Shin Xingxue's face, but she still cheered up. I hit a gold coin in the dumplings today. Let's see who can eat it. Mother Shin waved her chopsticks with a friendly look on her face. Gold coins? They looked at each other and started eating dumplings. Of course, Linley was the only one who was not in a hurry, and the people around him were faster than him. Hubby, please eat faster. Shin Xingxue said after swallowing a dumpling. As a result, Linley felt a hard object after taking a bite. Ha! Did you eat it? Mother Shin raised her head and glanced at him. Sure enough, a gold coin appeared in his palm, shining with golden light. Ah, my husband actually ate it. She felt helpless. It was really unexpected. However, the next second, Linley handed the gold coin to her. Since you like it, I'll give it to you. May our family have good luck. This time, Shin Xingxue was even more moved and kissed him on the cheek. Thank you, honey. I will definitely keep it well. Chapter 42, The Birth of Triplets Makes This Life Worthwhile. 5 months later, Provincial Women's and Children's Hospital. Hubby, I'm scared, can you please not leave? Shin Xingxue, who was lying on the hospital bed, grabbed Lin Li's sleeve. It was her due date, so she was sent here. Don't be afraid, I will stay outside to watch over you. He lowered his head and gave her the painkillers prepared by the system in advance. The original pain was gradually relieved. Then he kissed her forehead again. After the two of them finished explaining, the doctor quickly pushed her into the operating room. It was not until several hours later that the young nurse came out of the door. Mr. Lin, congratulations, your wife has given birth, come in and take a look. After hearing this, he immediately ran to Shin Xingxue's ward. I saw that she had changed into a light blue dress, her eyes slightly closed, lying quietly at the head of the bed, breathing evenly, as if she was asleep. Wife, thank you for your hard work. Lin Li slowly walked to the head of the bed. At this time, the nurse also brought the baby in from outside and placed it next to Shin Xingxue. Perhaps after feeling the breath of his mother, the crying baby gradually calmed down. Congratulations, the first one is a boy, and the remaining 2 babies are girls. With 1 son and 2 daughters, my life is complete. Looking at the babies in the nurse's arms, Lin Li was very excited. You know, a daughter is a caring little cotton padded jacket, and now they are a pair. Shin Xingxue on the bed slowly opened her eyes and looked at the 3 little babies sleeping beside her. The wrinkled little face and the kicking little hands made me feel scared. Could it be that the nurse took the wrong baby? Well, wrinkled like a little old man. Wife, the babies are still young. They will be beautiful when they grow up in a few days. Look how much the eldest one's mouth looks like yours. Lin Li put his hand in front of the baby's swaddling clothes, but the eldest one grabbed his finger. Wow, honey. Look, De Bao recognized me. He tried to pull his finger out, but he was firmly grasped. And he didn't know if it was because he had grasped the umbilical cord too much when he was in the belly, so he had too much strength. He will definitely be a strong man in the future. The nurse at the side was also amused by this scene, but she picked up the second child after a while. Dear parents, when you hold your child, you should support the child's waist with one hand and the child's head with the other hand, so as not to hurt the child. Oh, so that's how it is. Shin Xingxue also imitated the nurse and slowly picked up the third child. Because the bones of the baby were soft when it was just born, she was very careful. But after trying twice, I finally succeeded. Is that so? She asked, turning her head. Well, Dad, come and try it too. The nurse turned her head again. Lin Li also waved his hands, then picked up the boss skillfully. Well, it seems that Dad has done his homework. The nurse nodded at him. Hubby, you're amazing. Shin Xingxue smiled. After holding Mei for a while, the second child in his arms kicked his legs again, his little face turned red, and he burst into tears. Baby, what's wrong with you? Shin Xingxue was a little anxious for a moment because she had never come into contact with such a young baby. Baby, maybe you're hungry? It's hungry. Should I feed it? How should I feed it? Because after the second child started crying, the eldest and the third child also started crying. The cries echoed throughout the delivery room. Suck it, let the baby suck it and see. Suck? Her face turned red when she thought of this. But for the sake of the baby, she turned around and took off her clothes. Driven by appetite, the baby found the source directly and started sucking it click, click. The redness on his face gradually faded away and returned to normal skin color. After eating a few bites, De Bao let go and gave his seat to other babies. Are you full already? But he only ate 5 bites. Shin Xingxue found it unbelievable and was afraid that he had not eaten enough. Hee, the first day is normal. The baby's stomach is very small when it is first born. It will grow bigger and bigger in the next few days. Lin Li smiled and handed the baby in his arms to her. Ah, is that so? But the book doesn't say that. Xin Xingxue picked up the baby again and placed her in the designated position. However, she did not have as much strength as the eldest sister. Instead, she sucked gently, fearing that she would hurt the other person. After taking several puffs, it still didn't come out. Baby, use more force, you can't suck it out like this. But she was no longer trying, perhaps because she was developing slowly in the mother's womb? Linley, who was standing by, couldn't bear to watch her continue to worry, so he said, "Wife, I'll go outside to see if there is a special auxiliary machine. You can feed Sanbao first." "Well, that's all we can do." She nodded slightly. After leaving the ward, Linley exchanged a baby feeding aid in the system, which is a machine that can help babies feed. Of course, it is not the ordinary one, but a fully automatic one. You can use it by plugging it in, and the force is neither too strong nor too weak. You should know that the first mouthful of breast milk at birth is the best way for babies to gain immunity, so it must be eaten, but milk powder can be used instead later. 15 minutes later, he returned to the ward and plugged in the handheld machine. "This is something I made especially for our baby. Honey, please try it." Looking at the strange trumpet-shaped machine, Xin Xingxue also smiled. "Does it really work? Or should we let the baby try it again? Just give it a try." After saying that, he turned on the machine. The machine made a puffing sound and began to clean automatically before returning to relative silence. With a try-it attitude, Xin Xingxue picked up the machine. After a while, the machine made a hissing sound, and then the milk flowed along the pipe into the bottle beside it. "Is that it?" Although she was a little surprised, she still stuffed the bottle into the baby's mouth in response to the baby's crying. I saw the milk flowing through the nipple directly into the baby's mouth at a moderate speed. After a while, the full baby smacked his lips and let go of the bottle. I have to say that the quiet baby is really cute, with a small body, a round belly, and a cute head. Especially the eyelashes of Erbao and Sanbao, which are dark and thick. Even though their facial features are flat, they will definitely be beauties when they grow up. Linley also discovered that babies have a special fragrance after feeding. So he moved closer and sniffed again. "What's wrong with the baby?" Xin Xingxue asked with a blink. "Nothing. I just think the baby smells good, and look at her eyelashes, they look exactly like my wife's." Chapter 43, Name the 3 sacred beasts and get a huge reward. After Linley smelled it, he gave the baby a kiss on the cheek. Sure enough, the baby's skin was like jelly, very soft and bouncy, and exuded a faint fragrance that made him want to take a bite. As a result, the moment the baby touched him, he started crying again, as if he was being bullied. "Honey, you didn't shave cleanly. Go shave it later. It's hurting the baby." Xin Xingxue, feeling sorry for the child, immediately hugged the child, and then looked at her husband with resentful eyes. Hee, isn't this just because I'm excited?" Linley touched his chin, because under normal circumstances, even if the beard is shaved cleanly, it will still feel prickly, especially for a newborn baby. "You still say?" She patted the baby's back gently, and the baby stopped crying. Okay, my wife is not angry. Drink the fish soup first to replenish your body." She took out the fish soup prepared daily from the incubator and scooped a spoonful. "Put the baby down, I'll feed you." "Wow, hold me for a while longer, what if the baby starts crying again?" She shook her head and refused. She didn't start drinking until the baby fell completely asleep. At the same time, the nurse, who had finished her work, came in from outside with the registration book. "Hello, Mr. Lin, we need to make birth certificates for the babies, so we need you to give them names." "Name it?" Linley blinked, then looked at Xin Xingxue. "How about we take it together?" "Yes, sure, names are important to babies, so." She was a little confused for a moment. "Why not call them Si Nian or Si Chi? The second baby will be called Si Nian, and the third baby will be called Si Chi. The nicknames will be Nian Nian and Chi Chi. Hey, this name is quite nice. She is worthy of being my wife." Linley smiled and said, "Since my wife has already started, let's call our eldest son Siyu. The universe is vast and can accommodate everything." "Yeah. I agree." Just like that, the two decided on the baby's name. However, when Linley went to the registration office, he saw many baby names, most of which were names from novels, such as Yuchu, Xianyu, and Wanwan. In short, they are all identical. Of course, even if there are duplicate names, it is a very normal thing. After completing the name registration, a system sound came to my ears. Ding, it is detected that the host has named 3 cute babies, and the reward is 5 million yuan. The system now gives you a set of 1,000-year-old sandalwood cribs. It can help babies calm down quickly, reduce the number of crying at night, and let expectant mothers raise their children with peace of mind. Fuck, 1,000-year-old sandalwood? Even the cultural relics were found? Although Linley was a little unconvinced, he still opened them all. I saw an exquisitely carved sandalwood cradle appearing on the system page. Not only was it carved with exquisite patterns, but it also came with a matching baby pillow. It is also made of pure natural and pollution-free sandalwood, fragrant and soft. It is much more comfortable than the uniform baby cots in the hospital, and because I am a VIP of the hospital. Therefore, the ward can be customized or adjusted, and Xin Xingxue needs to stay in the hospital for at least a week after giving birth. Although a confinement nanny can also take care of the baby, she is still worried, especially since the child is still young. Yes. As soon as I clicked to receive the item, a set of ancient sandalwood baby crib was received. The system was also very powerful. Within half an hour of placing the order, a courier was sent to bring it up. Hello, sir, which room should the crib be placed in? The leading courier took off his hat and looked at Linley, who answered the phone. Room 808. Be careful when moving it, don't bump into anything. When moving into the ward, Xin Xingxue, who was sitting next to the chair, was stunned. You bought another crib? I didn't buy my wife, but a distant old friend gave her to me. He said it can soothe babies and help them rest better. Linley explained as he helped her back to her chair. The doctor said you need to rest more since you just gave birth. Look, I have the birth certificate ready. I saw that each child's birth certificate had the baby's cute portraits printed on it. The eldest had his mouth open, the second was huddled in the corner with a gentle manner, and the third had no expression on his face, as if he saw through everything. For a moment, I was unable to evaluate these ID photos, as if I had never drunk XX soup. But they are all very cute. Hee, these are the pictures the doctors took of the babies as soon as they were born, Linley said with a smile. However, after they chatted for a while, the baby in the bed woke up and made ah and ah sounds. Mom is here. Seeing the baby waking up, Xin Xingxue immediately picked him up. The other 2 babies who were not being held were blowing bubbles on the spot, one after another, like little fish. Wow, you learned to blow bubbles so quickly, that's amazing. Linley happily moved to the bedside and looked at the baby, who was entertaining himself with his eyes closed. This was too mature for the baby. After lunch, he stayed by Xin Xingxue's bed. Because she had given birth all night and did not sleep well the night before, she was already sleep deprived. As they talked, her eyelids drooped. Zhang Hohat, who received the news that her daughter-in-law had given birth, also rushed to the hospital with her husband. It was around 2 o'clock in the afternoon. After asking around, he happened to run into his son while fetching water. Lizzie, why don't you hire a confinement nanny to take care of Xiaoxue? Zhang Hohat grabbed him. Mom, Aunt Zhang will cook for Xiaoxue, but the child is still too young, and she can't bear to let the child out of her sight. Oh, which ward is Xiaoxue in? Take me to see it quickly. Zhang Hohat was very excited because this little boy finally came to his senses and gave birth to 3 babies. Mom, Xiaoxue hasn't woken up yet, so don't scare her and the child later. Linley was really worried about his mother's loud voice. Oh, I know everything even if you don't tell me. Have you chosen a name for the baby? If not, I'll give you some advice. We've chosen them. The first one will be named Siyu, the second one will be Sinian, and the third one will be Siki. They're all good names. Linley smiled and pulled her to sit aside. Hua, what a great name. You have the demeanor of your father. Your father hoped that you would be able to stand tall and proud, and now you have really achieved it. After chatting for half an hour, Xin Xingxue woke up, sent her a message, and then brought the 2 elders to the ward. Hua, this ward is good, and it has its own door and a separate room. Zhang Hohat nodded again and again. You know it's not easy to have a daughter-in-law, and you pamper her, that's good. After entering the house, Xin Xingxue met her eyes. Dad, Mom. Are you here? Chapter 44, Injection, Is my son a master at coaxing babies? As a result, Zhang Hohat supported Xin Xingxue, who was about to get up as soon as she entered the room. Xiaoxue, you just gave birth to a baby and you are weak. Leave the rest to me and Lizzie. After saying that, she placed a glass bottle on the bedside. This is what your father and I prepared. It can help you replenish your qi and blood. Thank you, Mom. Shin Xingxue nodded slowly, her heart filled with warmth. Then, Zhang Hohat and Lin's father looked at the baby in the cradle. Oh, the second and third children are like Xiaoxue, and the eldest child is like our Lizzie. They combine the advantages of both of you. She lay beside the cradle, teasing the three babies in the cradle. Finally, after teasing for a while, he asked again, Lizzie, have our three precious grandsons and granddaughters received their vaccinations? Ah? Vaccine? Linley scratched his head. The doctor brought the baby here right after he was born. He didn't get an injection, right? No? Hey, Mom is here with Xiaoxue, you go and get the vaccine with the child. Zhang Hohat was speechless. He actually forgot such an important thing. So, under her urging, Lin's father and a young nurse accompanied Linley to the vaccination room. I saw many parents sitting on the chairs outside the vaccination room, and they looked envious when they saw the babies in their arms. Your wife gave birth to triplets? Well, yes, one brother and two sisters. Linley looked at the eldest child in his arms with a proud expression, but the situation of the second and third children was not so good because they heard the voice and breath of strangers. They were not used to it and kept making babbling sounds in their arms and twisting their little fists around. In short, they were very uncomfortable. Be good, baby. Grandpa is by your side, be good. Father Lin tried to comfort the baby by patting his back the same way he did his son. But they couldn't be coaxed no matter what they did. The next second, their brows were twisted together, as if they were about to explode. There's no way around it. Most baby girls lack a sense of security than baby boys, and as an identical twin, the younger sister seemed to have telepathy and sensed her sister's anxiety. Especially when the surrounding environment was that of a reception room, a chilly atmosphere surrounded them. Little bunny, please open the door. Linley blurted out a few familiar nursery rhymes to comfort the anxious baby. Huh? Why did he start singing directly? The other expectant fathers looked at him in unison. Would singing this song work? Everyone's children are newborns. And the mothers of the children have to accompany them to get vaccinated, otherwise they can't be sent here at all. But the next second, the baby, who was still angry, gradually stopped being angry and started listening to his singing. Is that all? You've made progress, son. Looking at his granddaughter whose emotions had stabilized, Father Lin also praised him. Dad, it's nothing. I used to sing to the kids when they were in my belly. It seems that prenatal education is still useful. Before babies open their eyes, they can only rely on touch, hearing, and smell to observe the surrounding environment, so we can only start from the following aspects. Soon, the assistant nurse invited Linley and his family in from the vaccination room. Mr. Lin, we will give the child 2 vaccines. These are the precautions before vaccination. You can take a look first. The middle-aged female doctor handed him the notice, which contained some allergy issues and post-vaccination care. However, he had been exposed to these contents to some extent before, so he was able to quickly immerse himself in the role of a future father. Yes, I see. After signing the confirmation notice, Linley followed the doctor's instructions and took off half of DeBayo's sleeves. At this moment, he just yawned, completely unaware of the changes in the surrounding environment, and even began to smack his lips, making a crisp sound. The needle flew into his arm, and DeBayo was still slow to react. He didn't cry loudly until the doctor finished removing the needle. Wow! Although it was a crying sound, it was somewhat similar to the pronunciation of ba. Xiaoyu, don't cry, don't cry. Linley also held him in his arms and coaxed him gently. Come here, sister. The doctor handed a rattle to Linley and shouted. As the rattle was shaken, the eldest child, who was still in pain, was attracted by the sound and his crying gradually became quieter. Great, it seems the drum sounds really work. Linley discovered another way to coax the baby, which changed the rhythm. However, when the second baby was vaccinated, he didn't cry much, but just hummed a few times. Father Lin was confused at the scene. Doctor, has my second child received the injection? Okay, Erbo is very obedient. The doctor nodded to them. Soon, the third child also started the vaccination. But just like the first child, he cried the second the needle was inserted. Wow, wow. Tears were squeezed out from the corners of her eyes, followed by bursts of crying. Ding, it is detected that the baby has completed the first vaccination, and the reward is 3 million cash and a newborn parenting manual. God-level comfort pacifier 3. This pacifier has a very strong soothing effect, can soothe the baby's emotions, and does not carry any addictive design. Even newborn babies can use it smoothly. A system sound was mixed in with Sanbao's crying. If you have such a good thing, why didn't you take it out earlier? Linley was somewhat speechless, and then chose to receive the reward. Soon, 3 animal-shaped pacifiers appeared in his hands: a pink rabbit, a brown bear, and a blue dolphin. Without saying a word, he put the rabbit pacifier into the mouth of the third child, who was tired of crying. After the third child took a few puffs, he stopped crying. So effective? Linley found it hard to believe it was indeed a comfort item sent by the system. On the other side, Xinxing on the bed was a little worried and looked out the window from time to time. Xiaoxue, are you worried about the child? Zhang Hohat handed her the cut apple pieces. Mom. I'm just worried. My husband is a man after all. What if he can't take care of 3 babies? Hey, don't worry. With his father by his side, there will be no problem. He was the one who took care of Lizzie when he was just born. At this point, Zhang Hohat revealed a bright smile. Ah. Xinxing was a little surprised. Could it be that her husband's family had a long tradition of being a nanny? A professional babysitter for 30 years? Hey, Mom knows you don't believe me. But Mom had just given birth and was weak, so she couldn't take care of the baby. So I had to let him take care of it. Just then, there was a crisp knock on the door. Xinxing immediately smiled and raised her neck. Mom, it must be my husband who brought the babies back. Well, Mom, go watch the door. After saying this, she slowly opened the door. Chapter 45, The Baby Peed, amusing the whole family. Xiaoxue, Mom and Dad are here to see you. Shen's mother took off her sunglasses and looked directly at Xinxing, who had just given birth to a baby inside the door. Dad, Mom, it turns out it's you. If not us, who else could it be? Your grandfather has been busy lately, so your father and I came to see you and our grandson. After saying this, she nodded to Zhang Guimei. As both of them were mothers, they naturally understood each other's meaning. Then, he asked the bodyguards to bring in boxes of supplements. Xiaoxue, this is the nutritional formula that Mom brought from abroad. You should take 1 spoonful each morning and evening. It will definitely be good for you. And here are the black pearls. Take them out and rub them on the blackened areas. Mom, isn't this too much? Hey, it's not that much. You are my precious daughter. If your father hadn't stopped me, I would have brought more. Mother Shen smiled. Father Shen, with the vicissitudes of life on his face, looked helpless. Xiulan, I thought Xiaoxue would say that. Hey, don't worry about your dad, he's just like that. She rolled her eyes at the other person and then looked at the empty crib. Hey, where's our eldest granddaughter, Xiaoxue? Why isn't she here? Hubby, I took the kids to get vaccinated. Are they in line? Xinxing raised her eyes and said. Oh, that's how it is. Have you had lunch? If not, Mom will buy you some. I've eaten. My husband made some soup for me. At this moment, Linley and others returned to the ward with the babies. When they opened the door, they saw Mr. Shen standing beside them with his hands behind his back. Hello, father-in-law. He subconsciously greeted the other party. Ah, you're welcome, let me see the baby. He was originally serious, but after seeing the soft and tender baby, he instantly became amiable. His name is Siyu, right? Father Shen took the child and held him in his arms. Yes, father-in-law, the second and third children are named Si Nian and Si Qi. Xiao Shui and I thought of them together. Linley raised his hand to explain. Well, that's a good name, I like it. After he said this, he continued to look down at his adorable grandson. Although he looked very similar to Linley, he just couldn't hate him at all. After holding him for a while, he placed his grandson next to his daughter. Is this the second or third child? Because the 2 sisters look exactly like they were cast in the same mold, they are completely indistinguishable. Ahem, the one my dad is holding is the second child, Si Nian, who is quite brave. The one Nurse Wu is holding is the third child, Si Qi, who is quite timid and shy. Linley smiled and explained to him that since the 2 sisters were born from the same egg, they could only judge based on some small aspects. To know more specific information, they would have to spend some time together to know. Oh, the third one is more like our Xiaoxue. Father Shin glanced at the third child who was sucking on the rabbit pacifier, holding it tightly with both hands and sucking on it continuously. Dad! Shin Xingxue cried out in a tender voice. How could she expose her own shortcomings in front of everyone? Dad won't say anymore, Dad won't say anymore. Father Shin raised his hands in surrender and picked up his second son. Little baby Siki, do you miss Grandpa? Grandpa really misses you so much. The second one let out a series of ah sounds, and his hands and feet were waving up and down, as if he was excited. Xiaoxue, look, she doesn't hate Dad. Having such a playful father, Shin Xingxue was speechless. Do you want to play with trains? Grandpa will take you to play. He held the child in his arms again and walked slowly. Ah! Erbao continued to cry with his little mouth open, waving his excited little hands in the air. With this level of devotion, even Mr. Shin standing by felt ashamed of himself. It is said that most grandparents spoil their children, but he did not expect that the Shin family is also like this. Even the bodyguards guarding the door heard Chairman Shin's excited and encouraging voice. Here we go again, Chairman, we can forget about leaving get off work on time today. Inside the door, Father Shin kept holding the child and was reluctant to let go. Until Shin's mother waved at him. Okay, Xiaoxue's father, if you hold the child again, he will be hungry. Just as he was about to put the baby down, a warm liquid flowed directly down his sleeves, forming a series of crystal clear water droplets in the air. Snap, snap. Pee, Chi-Chi, you're peeing. Mother Shin screamed first, then looked at Father Shin in surprise. Because it is a newborn baby, the urine does not have a strong smell. Chi-Chi? Father Shin even blinked, not knowing how to react for a moment. Dad? Linley quickly took Erbao, who was pooping happily, from his arms, but she had already finished pooping, so she didn't get anything on him. You know, Chairman Shin's clothes are specially customized, and a set costs hundreds of thousands. Now, on the first day of the meeting, his clothes were wet. What should I do? Just when he thought his father-in-law was going to get angry, Father Shin let out a crisp laugh. It's just a little pee, right? Just deal with it. There's nothing more joyful than playing with kids. Dad, this is your favorite Zhengshan suit. How about I buy you a new one? Shin Xingxue also continued to explain. Silly child, just take care of your body. After saying this, Mr. Shin took Mother Shin out of the room. Only Linley and Shin Xingxue were left. Honey, let me change the baby's diapers. They must be full. After saying this, he placed the baby on the mat and opened the diaper to take a look. It was indeed a heavy diaper, and his round belly shrank a little after he finished peeing, and his lotus-like calves were kicking in place. And she, who was lying on the mat, laughed even more vigorously when she found that some restraints on her body were gone. Although he felt a little helpless, Linley still changed her diaper and patted some talcum powder on her, but with a pad. Shin Xingxue, who was standing by, was stunned. Husband, are you bullying Erbao? No, how could I bully her? Then pat gently, the baby is very delicate. After giving these instructions, she closed her eyes. After changing the diaper, Linley smelled a stinky smell. Although it was not very strong, he was sure that it was a stinky smell. Wife, do you smell the stench? Smell? Didn't you just change Kiki's diaper? But it really stinks. After saying this, he walked over to Lin's father and leaned in to smell it. This scene amused Shin Xingxue so much. If it's not my husband, why are you still smelling it? Father Lin also moved his hand upwards with an embarrassed look on his face. If it's not the third one, then it's the second one. After realizing all this, he walked straight to the bed, opened the diaper, and indeed found the golden legend. Chapter 46, Washing the Second Brothers but in showing off his god-level kissing skills. Second brother, it is you after all. Linley wiped his face, looking helpless. Fortunately, he was quick and picked up the baby with one hand. Then he didn't let the remaining gold fall on Shin Xingxue's white sheets. That was a close call. I almost stained your mother's bed sheet. Ah. The little guy waved his arms up and down and kicked his legs. Honey, don't scare the little one. Just change the sheets when they get dirty. Shin Xingxue looked up and said with concern. It's okay, honey, I'll just help Erbao clean it. Do you need my help? I'm worried that you can't take care of the child. Father Lin asked as he came closer. No need, Dad. Just help me look after the remaining two babies. After saying this, he pushed open the bathroom door and filled the baby bathtub that he had prepared in advance with water. Because the baby's skin is very delicate, the water temperature should be controlled at 36-38. When the babies grow up a little, you can raise the water temperature a bit. Honey, is this really okay? Shin Xingxue, who was lying on the hospital bed, asked again because she was really worried about a grown man. Don't worry, honey. I'll be fine if I leave the baby to me. Although Lin Li said this, she still sat down at the door of the toilet with the help of Lin's father. After thinking for a moment, I took off the baby's clothes. Bath? Well, if you only wash your butt, your clothes will get wet to some extent, which will make it easier to catch a cold. It's better to take them off completely. After saying that, he first used baby wipes to clean the stains on the baby's buttocks, and then slowly put the baby into the water. Bubbles continued to appear in the basin. Slow down. Shin Xingxue felt a little distressed. What's wrong? Is it okay to wash like this? What if the baby chokes on water? Perhaps it was because pregnancy made people stupid for 3 years, so she didn't realize the uniqueness of the matter for a while. But as a new mother, she naturally had to ask for clarification. As soon as these words came out, the two grown men at the scene laughed. Wife, you are so cute. Lin Li smiled, then slowly loosened her hand. Under her surprised gaze, the baby in the water kicked its legs quickly, revealing its round little head. Its pink little mouth was half open, and it exhaled a series of air from time to time. She can actually swim? Shin Xingxue blinked her eyes and found it even more incredible. She originally thought that the baby relied on the umbilical cord to transport oxygen and slept in the belly. Who would have thought that she had learned how to doggy paddle during this time? Well, of course, the eldest and the third brother can do it too. He picked up the baby after swimming for a while, and then applied baby-specific shower gel on the baby, which can effectively remove stains on the baby's body, such as milk stains, golden legend, etc. But after applying the shower gel, she became as slippery as a loach and slid into the water with a splash. He moved his hands and feet vigorously, splashing water again and again. It hit Lin Li's face and body as he was bathing him, soaking him from head to toe. My dear, we will be done soon, just be patient. But there is no need to worry about that. A newborn baby can only be bathed for a dozen minutes at most. Ding, it is detected that the baby has completed the first bath, and the reward is 300W. Because the host has performed well, the baby's experience has been upgraded again. I specially reward you with a god-level kissing skill. From now on, you are a master of kissing skills, and the relationship between husband and wife will quickly heat up. So much? It seems that my service was very good this time. Hearing the sound of the system receiving the money, he hummed a little tune happily until he walked out of the bathroom. No. Husband, you, haha. The first second Shin Xingxue saw him, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. Me? What's wrong with me? At this moment, he hurriedly looked at himself in the mirror, only to find that not only was there white foam on his eyebrows, but also on his body and clothes. Not to mention her, even Mr. Shin beside him almost couldn't help laughing out loud. How can this be the former Mr. Lin? This is clearly the super dad Lin Li, right? And because he was wearing a white shirt today, it became somewhat transparent after getting wet, revealing his faint muscle lines. Shin Xingxue, who was not far away, saw this and her ears turned red. You should go wash up too. After Lin Li handed the child to his father, a white bath towel was thrown on his face, followed by a tempting fragrance. Okay, I understand. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and then he took a deep breath. Since the pregnancy, the most intense contact between the two was kissing, and this woke him up. On the other hand, Shin's mother also found a dry cleaning shop for Shin's father. Hey, you are already so old, why don't you pay more attention? Even if you are my granddaughter, you should behave properly, right? Don't you like the baby too much? And Xiao Xue is also your daughter, don't you like her? Father Shin turned his head and asked. You don't know whether I like her or not? Quickly clean up the clothes so I can go back to accompany her. I just sat down for more than 10 minutes, okay? Mother Shin patted his arm, her face full of resentment. It's okay to be a little reserved in front of my daughter, but now I have to let go when I'm out there. Honey, I get it. Let's go back after we've dealt with the clothes, okay? And now there's the Lin family kid taking care of Xiaoxue, so don't worry so much. Father Shin continued to complain that they had missed many opportunities to spend time with their child because of business, so he wanted to compensate her this time. Fortunately, the clothes were not difficult to deal with and were cleaned in about 20 minutes. Sir, we have already taken care of your clothes. The front desk was all smiles. Thank you. Mr. Shin paid the money to the other party and then took Mother Shin back to the ward. However, just as he pushed open the door, he saw Lin Li in deep V pajamas, walking out of the steamy bathroom with a pair of slippers on his feet, water droplets running down his cheeks, looking very contented. There were clothes scattered all over the sofa, and there was no sign of Lin's father and mother. Dad, Mom? Did you forget something again? Shin Xingshue's heart beat faster when her parents suddenly barged in, and beads of sweat naturally appeared on her forehead. Could it be? Could it be? In broad daylight. What a beast! Shin's mother was the first to rush to Linley, and then her face was full of seriousness. Tell me, what did you do just now? What did you do? Linley was a little confused for a moment. Did his father-in-law and mother-in-law go out and eat explosives? Why did they change so much? Take a bath. Just take a shower? Father Shin asked sternly. Well, yeah, what else is there? You. The two elders almost fainted from anger. Xiaoxue just gave birth to a child, how could you? Ah. The two were even more surprised. Did they really think that they had done that kind of thing? As a result, Shin Xingxue laughed. Mom, you misunderstood him. After Dad left, the second baby came, so my husband gave the baby a bath, but he got the whole baby wet, and he... After some explanation, the two elders finally put down the stone in their hearts. Sorry, son-in-law, we were too excited just now. Chapter 47, I kissed you, but you still think it's not deep enough? It's okay. You're doing this for Xiaoxue's own good. I understand. Linley nodded to the two elders. Time flies and it is 7 o'clock in the evening. The babies have finished feeding and are gradually falling asleep under his coaxing. The babbling sounds in their mouths gradually stop. However, he found that Shin Xingxue, who had just finished her confinement meal, was looking at him from time to time, and when he looked up, she turned her head away, looking extremely awkward. But the look in her eyes was full of expectation. Wife? Didn't you eat enough tonight? Ah. Having her thoughts exposed, she quickly withdrew her gaze from Lin Li's abdominal muscles. It is said that after a woman has tasted a delicacy once, she will want to eat it a second time, not to mention that it has been several months since then. You did this on purpose, right? After sorting out her thoughts, she pretended to be coquettish and said. After receiving the signal, Linley sat down on the edge of the bed. The mattress shook at this moment, making the two of them feel aroused. Shoo! Be gentle, the baby will wake up soon. Oh! Following a crisp sound, the warm lips kissed hers. Although he didn't have the habit of applying lipstick, the special heat made her intoxicated. At this time, she was only wearing a thin pajamas and could clearly feel the changes in her body. The surroundings were very quiet, and the only sound was the breathing of the two people, echoing in their ears. Ding, it is detected that the host has completed the first kiss with the expectant mother, and the relationship between the couple is heating up. The reward is 100W. After hearing the settlement sound next to his ear, he kissed her more vigorously and even bit her lips. Let her hold me tighter. You're so mean, you chose to bite me. Shin Xingxue was about to whisper a few words, but she was kissed again. This time, she not only kissed, but also touched her earlobe, throat, and collarbone. Ding, the host has completed the second kiss, and the reward is 100W. It was not until he got tired of the system's broadcast that he slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, Shin Xingxue's eyes were tearful, her long hair was disheveled, and she had no strength left. She could only hold on to her shoulders tightly. The white moonlight shone through the curtains onto her face, making her look particularly attractive. Why not continue? Perhaps her brain was a little confused, and she began to speak nonsense. Continue? What kind of continue? Linley licked the corner of his mouth and loosened his hands. That is... Okay, my dear wife, it's already 10 o'clock in the evening. Staying up late is not good for your health. Go to bed early. But, Shin Xingxue placed her hands on her slightly swollen chest. Perhaps it was because the babies ate too little, she actually felt dizzy. She also discovered that Lin Li's kissing skills were even better than before. It made her even more reluctant to let go. So, she took the opportunity to grab his sleeve. How about you move the bed over here so we can sleep on the same bed? How about we sleep together again when you're discharged from the hospital? Linley really didn't want to disturb her who had just given birth, and besides, he really had to agree to it. The next day, when Shin's parents saw that the single bed had become a double bed, wouldn't they beat him to death? Well, okay then. After greeting each other, Shin Xingxue lay back down, and Linley covered her with a blanket. Ms. Shin, Ms. Shin. A gentle female voice woke her up, and a nurse was standing by the window holding a medical examination instrument. How long have I slept? She rubbed her eyes. As she was about to give birth, she hadn't had a full sleep for a long time. And with Linley accompanying her all night, she seemed to sleep even better. 12 hours. You got plenty of sleep, the nurse said as she strapped the blood pressure monitor to her arm. So long. She looked around the house but couldn't find Linley. Hey, where's my husband? Oh, you mean Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin went to get water to make milk powder for his baby. He even got up in the early morning to ask us where the water dispenser is. The nurse stopped talking halfway because she had reminded herself not to tell the other party about this. Ah? In the early morning? Then, wouldn't he have gotten up several times? She realized that she slept too deeply last night and felt very guilty. At the same time, Linley, who had just finished making the milk powder, yawned, but not because he was sleepy, but because watching the baby feeding was so hypnotic. Especially when he saw such a cute human cub, his heart almost melted. Baby, eat quickly and grow up quickly. He kept talking as he watched, because he was really looking forward to what the baby would look like when he grew up. Although the baby is still wrinkled today, he looks much better than when he was just born, but his nose is still flat. As for the reason why I didn't feel sleepy, it was naturally because when I got up in the middle of the night to make milk powder, I received the System S reward item, the No Sleepy at Night crawling card. No matter how many times you get up at night, you will regain your energy quickly without harming your body. After all, according to normal logic, a newborn baby should be fed every 2 hours. With such a frequency of feeding, even a donkey would be exhausted to death, which is why the old saying goes, giving birth to a baby makes you age 10 years or giving birth to a baby makes you lose a tooth. Being a mother is really hard. After he fed the 3 babies, he returned to the ward. As soon as I walked in, Shin Xingxue beside the pillow spoke. Hubby, thank you for getting up in the middle of the night to take care of the baby. How about we take turns in the future? Wife, I'm your husband, I'm strong and healthy. Getting up at night is not a problem for me. Besides, it's said online that women will look haggard if they stay up late. You just need to be beautiful. Woohoo, hubby. Thank you. These words almost moved her to tears, and she hugged Linley. What's the matter? Does the wound still hurt? It doesn't hurt anymore. Shin Xingxue shook her head. Because she had a natural birth, was young, and the babies were very strong, she recovered quickly. Then, after you finish your meal, I'll call a wheelchair and take you for a walk in the back garden. Wheelchair, this. It's safer. After all, you just gave birth. After saying this, he took out the oral liquid for childbirth recovery given by the system from his pocket, which could help her speed up the efficiency of childbirth recovery. I'm still feeding my baby, can I eat this? She was a little confused. Of course, this has been specially tested. After saying this, Linley inserted the straw. After drinking the oral liquid, she felt that her abdominal muscles became a little tighter and her whole body felt warm. How about, rest for a while, then we can go walk around the garden and leave the baby to my parents. Besides, a proper walk will help to restore your spirit. Okay, I'll listen to my husband. After the babies finished feeding, Shin Xingxue began to take turns holding them. Chapter 48, Baby, open your eyes, visit the park to unlock new features. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Linley put a light pink plush coat and a warm hat on Shin Xingxue. Okay, honey, I can't walk if I put on anymore. She gently hooked Linley's hand and said shyly. It never hurts to wear more clothes. He smiled and handed the baby in the cradle to his parents. Mom and Dad, please help me take care of the child for a while. Hey, you and Xiaoxue should go quickly and come back soon. Zhang Hohat nodded at him. Just as Linley was about to lower his head to say goodbye to the babies, he discovered that a tiny gap had opened between Debao's eyes, and a glimmer of light was flickering under the light. Dad, Mom, look, has Debao opened his eyes? He was a little unsure and quickly looked at his parents. Open your eyes? Several people present gathered around the cradle and watched this meaningful scene. In most cases, a newborn cub would usually regard the first person it sees as its mother. Debeo slowly raised his eyelids until they were fully open. His black eyeballs were like big grapes, big and round, and he smiled at Linley, who was staring at him. The baby's nimble little hands are waving constantly in the cradle, which is so cute. Ma, ma. He mumbled a few words and looked around curiously. He was so adorable. Wow, hubby, Debeo can even call mommy now. He's really my good baby. Xinxing Xue couldn't stop smiling and quickly picked up Debeo. Come on, call another one, mama hasn't heard enough. However, he turned his head and looked at Linley. Ma, ma. This made Linley completely confused. No, this baby thought she was the mother? No, I'm the daddy and she's the mommy. Xinxing Xue was even more speechless. Husband, it's all your fault. You caused the baby to recognize the wrong person. Well, normally, babies won't open their eyes until they are 2 days old, right? The baby is still young now, and he'll be able to tell the difference when he grows up. As a result, after a while, the baby turned his head and looked at Lin's mother again. Ma, ma. Ah. It turns out that the baby didn't understand the meaning of the word at all, and just called out ma because the pronunciation was smoother? At the same time, Mr. and Mrs. Shin, who had gone out to buy a wheelchair, also came to the ward. Xiaoxue, Mom bought you the wheelchair you need. It has automatic speed control and navigation function. As soon as the two put down the wheelchair, they saw Debeo in their daughter's arms. Hey, my eldest grandson opened his eyes? This is a big deal. Yes, Mom. Linley also took the remote control from the two elders. At the same time, perhaps because of telepathy, the second and third children who were lying on the bed also opened their eyes, and they kept screaming with their eyes wide open. Erbao, Sanbao, Daddy is here. Linley quickly walked to the cradle and rocked it gently, while the baby inside looked at him curiously. Wife, now that the babies have opened their eyes, why don't we just take them to visit the garden together? Okay, it's a good opportunity to take them out to bask in the sun. Xinxing Xue nodded in agreement. So, the elders were responsible for pushing the stroller, while Linley was responsible for taking care of his wife. The environment in the hospital garden is very good, with green vegetation and fountains everywhere. However, the stroller is thoughtfully designed with a mosquito net, and the weather is good today. So the babies can get some pure natural sunlight. Before going out, Linley applied baby-specific sunscreen for them so there is no need to worry about the babies getting sunburned. Ding, the baby is detected to be basking in the sun, the system reward is upgrading. Ah ah. After breathing in the fresh air, Debeo also danced happily in the stroller. Wife, look, Debeo is so happy. Really? Look, he's still greeting us. Xinxing Xue, who was in a wheelchair, couldn't help but hold Linley's hand. The second and third children were also in the cradle, making gurgling sounds. After all, it was boring to stay in the ward all day, and coming out allowed them to see more new things. At this moment, a graceful melody came out from the fountain. The song was Butterfly Lovers. It sounds really nice. A golden butterfly landed on her fingertips and then gently flapped its wings. It's a butterfly. It must have been attracted by my wife. Linley pinched her palm. The babies in the cradles also kick their legs and sway their bodies to the rhythm. Oh my. Look, our little granddaughter can dance. Mother Shin took out the camera and recorded the little one. Yeah, she will be a great dancer in the future, right? Lin's mother also agreed, with a big smile on her face. Detect that the baby is listening to music, reward 2 million yuan, music talent +1. As the system sound fell, Linley also discovered the upgrade of the system functions. You know, every baby has different talents. If the system can increase the baby's talents, then wouldn't your 3 babies become geniuses? Xinxing Xue naturally caught the subtle changes on his face. Hubby, what are you thinking about? Why are you so happy? Hee, I was thinking that our baby will definitely be an excellent person in the future. Well, we're both good, so the baby must be good too. She boasted. After resting for a while, Xinxing Xue walked to the fountain again and saw several koi swimming in the water. She took out a few fish food from her sleeve and threw them down. Hey, so my wife wants to feed the fish? Look, those fish are so skinny. I just don't want them to starve. And... oh, I see. My wife is such a kind woman. Having said that, he also held her hand and fed the fish with her. After feeding the fish, an old lady pushing a baby carriage came from the other end. When she saw the Lin family walking the triplets, she came over. Hey, triplets? How long have they been born? A day and a half. Linley looked up and replied. 1.5 days? Look at their little foreheads, they look so smart, and they opened their eyes so quickly, so pretty. You can tell she is from the north without the aunt explaining. Does the baby have enough milk? If not, my wife has some extra. Ah. Enough. Thank you for your kindness. Xinxing Xue's face immediately turned red when she was looked at by the aunt. Was it because her figure was not perfect enough? Did she look like someone who did not have enough milk? Oh, that's good. But tell me, my daughter works in the hospital. After saying this, the aunt said goodbye to the few people. After returning to the ward, Xinxing Xue also called him aside. Chapter 49, Making postpartum meals for my wife, buying new clothes, she cries. What do you think of my figure? As soon as Xinxing Xue sat down, she placed her hands on her chest. Because after giving birth to a baby, apart from a more mature feminine charm and body lines, there is no other change on her. It's very nice, with a curvy figure. There's no problem for her to apply for a catwalk supermodel. Linley swallowed a few times and raised his eyes. You lied, it must be to comfort me, whoa. At this point, she stood in front of the mirror and looked up and down at her slightly plump body. She used to have slender legs with golden proportions, but after giving birth to her baby, her legs became fat. Especially the thigh root, which can directly crush several men to death. The girlish feeling is gone forever. Okay, honey, now your style is a mature MILF. If you want to get hotter, I can help you. Linley didn't need to guess, it must have been the fault of the old lady just now. Women are prone to anxiety, and after giving birth, they lost a lot of estrogen, so their personalities naturally became more sensitive. Really? Husband, you are not lying to me? She rubbed her eyes and said in surprise. When have I ever lied to you? You stay here and take care of the baby. I'll go home and cook you a delicious meal to change your appetite. After explaining everything, he drove to the fresh food store alone. I bought a few pounds of fresh pig strotters to make crystal pig strotters, and also bought some papaya and fresh milk. Then, he ran to a high-end department store and prepared to buy Xinxing Xue a few new sets of mature-style clothes, if for no other reason than to help his wife regain her confidence. As soon as he reached the door of the women's clothing store, the saleswoman came up to him. Sir, what would you like to buy? She looked behind Linley in confusion and found that he was the only one who came, so she curled the corners of her mouth. Do you have the latest dresses from Paris Fashion Week? Baba Fashion Week? The saleswoman was startled at first, then she took a fashion manual from the bookshelf nearby. Look, sir. These are the latest dark-style mature women skirts. They are all popular dresses from the Fashion Week, and each one is sold in limited quantities worldwide. But in most cases, it is worn by movie queens and pop divas. She paused again at this point. Sure enough, the clothes at the Fashion Week are full of personality. Linley took a fancy to a short dress called Dark Angel. This short dress is made of special black leather and is a tube-top style, which can greatly highlight a woman's hot body. Plus, she's wearing retro hollow leather boots on her feet. How can she be an angel? She's clearly a queen, right? Although Linley felt that the model still lacked some decorations in her hands, he was just thinking about it in his mind. How much is this set of Dark Angel? Sir, this set is 3 million. The upper part of the tube top is inlaid with natural diamonds from Nangra. The whole set is handmade and took 2 years to make. Are you sure you want to choose this set? You know, with this money, you can buy a fully paid house in Hangzhou, and he is so young and handsome. I really envy her. Well, please help me wrap it up. Linley smiled. What's the size? The clerk asked again. Oh, hey, give me a piece of paper. After saying that, he raised his hand and wrote down the size on the paper. Don't ask why he was so clear. It was because he had measured it with his hands yesterday, so it was naturally not a problem. Can it be delivered this evening? Sure, sir, I'll contact the express plane for you right away, just give us the address. The clerk continued to explain. In this way, he paid a deposit of 1 million yuan, and after receiving the goods, he would transfer the remaining 2 million yuan. Thank you, sir. We have received the deposit. I wish you a happy shopping. After saying goodbye to the clerk, he drove quickly back home. I happened to bump into the aunt who was cleaning the living room. Mr. Lin, you're back? Is everything going well with your wife? Well, everything went well. Help me. After that, the two walked into the kitchen. With the help of the system's cooking skills, Linley quickly finished processing the pig's trotters and stewed them in a pressure cooker using the ancient method. According to the original method, it should be stewed for several hours, but that is too inefficient, and Xinxing Xue is probably already hungry. 2 hours later, a rich aroma emanated from the pot. This pig's trotter dish not only restores vitality, but also helps to strengthen the body. Especially since she often breastfeeds during the day, it really consumes a lot of energy and blood. Open the lid of the pot and a crystal clear crystal pig's trotter is ready. Auntie, I'm going to bring Xiaoxue some food. I'll leave the house to you. But, Mr. Lin, does your wife really not need my help? She continued with concern. Not for now, we'll be back in a few days. Our house is big, and we can't do without someone to take care of it. After saying this, he drove to the hospital. At this time, it was already dusk, and the dim street light shone on him, lengthening his shadow. The courier boy also held up his mobile phone and dialed many numbers. Hey, the clothes are mine, no need to call. The two of them took the things back upstairs together. Wife, the crystal pig's trotter is ready, come and try it. Hubby? You're back? Seeing Linley in the corridor, she rushed forward and hugged his neck. Be gentle, or you'll have to spill the food soon. He opened the thermal box, and the crystal clear pig's trotters exuded a special fragrance. The greedy Xinxing Xue ate several bites. It's delicious. She scooped another spoonful and handed it to Linley. Ah, you have a bite too. Okay, thank you, wife. After Linley took a bite, he ate up the rest of the pig's trotter. Then he handed the box to her. For me? Well, I thought it would suit you well on the way, so I bought it. You can try it. After much persuasion from herself, Xinxing Xue finally plucked up the courage and put on that extremely hot dress. Her long black hair was casually scattered on her shoulders. The size was neither too big nor too small, fitting her waist perfectly, as if it was tailor-made for her. A hit from Baba Fashion Week? Honey, you've spent a lot of money. Only after she put them on did she remember the brand of the clothes. It's nothing. As long as you are happy, I don't need this little money. Linley smiled, then put his arm around her soft waist. Ding, it was detected that the host spent 3 million for his wife, and the reward was 300 million. When he heard the system sound, he felt that he was the happiest person in the world. A beauty on the left hand and a child on the right hand. Chapter 50, Mom is the biggest hater. Hubby, I love you. Muah. Xinxing Xue in his arms stood on tiptoe and gave him a sweet kiss on the cheek. His cheeks were burning from Linley's kiss, and he fell on her thighs in less than half a second. I love you too. He also took the opportunity to observe her pair of white, shiny thighs, which were smooth and delicate, especially since she had just finished a busy job and there was a layer of fine sweat on her legs. Hey, don't move. You are sweating, let me wipe it for you. After he said that, he wiped her with a towel. Itchy, be gentle, be gentle. Xinxing Xue trembled even more when he touched her. It was not until Debeo in the cradle uttered a series of ah and ah sounds after hearing his mother's voice that Xinxing Xue pushed him down. Baby, are you feeling uncomfortable again? Tell mommy now. She quickly changed into a soft pajamas, then picked up Debeo and coaxed him gently. Are you hungry again? Linley touched his sore arm and asked softly. I just fed the baby an hour ago. It shouldn't be. So, is the diaper full? He sniffed closer again, but there was no strange smell. After seeing their brother being picked up by their mother, the second and third babies also tried to imitate their brother's posture of asking for a hug, waving their little fists and making babbling sounds. Oh, you want a hug? Linley nodded slightly, then picked up the second child as well. Sure enough, the baby stopped making noises when he leaned in my arms. It seems that the babies must have missed you since you were away for a few hours, husband. Xinxing Xue held the child in her arms and gently rocked the cradle. The toys on the cradle also make pleasant sounds as they rock. Ah ah. The third child became even more excited and shook his little hands gently, trying to grab the toy above. Be good, baby. Mom will take you home in a few days. The mother and daughter both looked beautiful when they smiled, as if they were carved from the same mold. Especially the little girl, who had a dimple under the corner of her mouth, looked extremely sweet. Honey, look, this dimple looks so much like you. Lindley was even more amazed at the magic of genes. Oh, wow, her great-grandmother also had dimples. This is inherited from the previous generation. Xinxingxue blinked and then gently touched her chubby face with her fingers. The third child immediately let out a crisp laugh, and his little mouth was moving. Let Dad touch it too. Seeing his wife had already started, Lindley couldn't help himself and touched her with his big hand. Chuckle, chuckle. The third child, Chi-Chi, felt itchy when being touched, and then she grabbed Lindley's clothes with her little hands. At this time, Lin's mother was worried about the young couple and thought of checking on them before bedtime. Just then, she saw her son bullying the newborn baby. Rushed in all of a sudden. Lizzie. Mom is away for a while, and you are bullying Chi-Chi here? Mom, I didn't, I was just teasing her. You can't touch or pinch the doll's face, understand? What if it drools in the future? She bent down distressfully, looking at the baby in the cradle. The baby was still immersed in the joyful mood just now, with his little mouth opening like a crescent moon. New. Lindley shook his head. Maybe she hadn't played enough. After seeing her grandma, Kiki still wanted to be pinched and touched, and kept shouting at her. But she just picked her up, and after a while, she kicked her legs and started babbling in anger in her arms. Oh, my dear, what's wrong with you? Tell Grandma what you want. Mother Lin was shocked by the strength of this little girl. She had to use all her strength to control her from shaking. Mom, leave Chi-Chi to me. Seeing that she really couldn't calm the baby, Lindley offered some advice. Because getting angry is not good for newborns. If they get too angry, they may easily faint, especially those babies with bad tempers. This. Lin's mother had no choice but to hand the baby back. Lindley scratched her cheek with his big hand, and her chubby face began to tremble, and the baby seemed to have found the feeling. She stopped crying. Maybe she was suffering from skin hunger? Lin's mother had to admit, I've never seen anyone coax a child like this. Hey, I won't meddle in your affairs, just take good care of Xiaoxue. Okay, Mom. Drive slowly on the way back. Xinxingxue said with a smile. Then, after feeding the babies, Lindley poured warm water for them and took off their socks one by one. As soon as he took off his socks, Sanbao's toes spread out in 5 directions like hands, very flexible. Wow, this flexibility, Daddy must be envious, right? Hey, husband, what are you talking about? Xinxingxue put down the parenting book and looked at Lindley not far away. I'm observing the baby's growth. Tell me, are these little feet cute? He quickly held the baby in front of Xinxingxue. Oh, really? Well, if it's not degenerated, can I use my toes to pinch things? Let the baby try it. Lindley picked up a small towel and placed it near the baby's toes. Sure enough, the moment she touched the towel, her little feet, like a pair of pliers, quickly clamped the towel and lifted it high. It's as easy as feeding. I can throw it, really. The two were so excited that they immediately took out their cell phones to take pictures. This is the most critical scene in the baby's growth and is very worth commemorating. Honey, are you going to post it on PYQ after you finish taking the photo? No. I want to wait until they get married, and then put it at the baby's wedding. It will be very commemorative, right? Xinxingxue's face was full of excitement. Fuck, is this shrimp and pig heart? She is worthy of being my wife. It seems that both parents are the baby's dark side, and they have been dark side since childhood. Isn't this photo obviously embarrassing? Hey, I heard it. Are you scolding me or praising me? She grabbed Lindley's collar with her backhand and almost pulled him down. Of course, it's a compliment. Honey, let go, the babies are watching us. You don't want to. Ahem, you're lucky this time. Xinxingxue sat back on the bench and started browsing on her phone. Lindley chose to post the photos he took during the day of him touching his baby's face to PYQ, if for no other reason than to show off. Why can others post photos but he can't? Moreover, the babies are so good looking that they are bound to dazzle other people's eyes. Ding sent successfully. As the photos were sent successfully, Lindley also helped the baby to take a bath and then lay back on the bed. After all, I will be discharged from the hospital the day after tomorrow, so there are naturally a lot of things to deal with. Chapter 51, Show Off Your Baby. A famous foreign company invited you to endorse diapers? Contracted for 3 years of golden milk powder? 11 o'clock at night. Lindley had just finished feeding the baby and then gave the children goodnight kisses on their faces. Good night, babies. He walked to the bed again and kissed Shin Xingxue. Good night, wife. After that, I was about to set an alarm, but I found an extra message in WeChat. It's so late, who could it be? Out of curiosity, he clicked on the message and found that it was President Wang of Hangzhou University. This was added, by the way, when he received the award. Principal Wang took a screenshot of the triplets and asked, Student Lin, are these triplets your babies? Nonsense. Of course it is. Only I can give birth to such a cute baby, okay? Yes, Principal Wang, they are my children. I wonder what you are looking for me for. After the message is sent, the status bar on the opposite side becomes typing. It's so late, isn't the principal still resting? Not to mention Linley, a student, even the elders can't invite him, unless the matter is very important. I guess Principal Wang is also in front of the screen, waiting for my reply. The thing is, I have a friend abroad who has been looking for a child actor to endorse baby diapers, but he has interviewed 3,000 babies from different regions around the world and still hasn't found a suitable one. Baby diapers? You have to know that this thing is not only expensive, but also has high profits, and the raw materials are not high-tech ingredients. At least in the 30 years since the sanitary products came into the world, there has not been much change. However, due to the particularity of the company, it occupies a major leading position in the entire global market. Of course, could you please send me a copy of your company information? I would like to learn more about it. Originally, these tasks could be assigned directly to the secretary, but since they were asked of me, I naturally did some of them. After a while, the other company's information was sent to his mobile phone. Bebe Group, one of the 8 giants in the global maternal and infant industry, it specializes in infant formula and was rated as one of the most popular infant formulas last year, and is deeply loved by babies and mothers. Fuck. This guy is a big shot in the industry. You should know that this group not only produces diapers, but also women's products. Even if they don't sell diapers, their profits are extremely high. Moreover, the settlement currency is Dale, so this shouldn't be enough to satisfy foreign exchange needs, right? So, Mr. Lin, what do you think? If you think it's feasible, I'll arrange a meeting with you guys another day. We'll discuss the specific plan. But I can guarantee you that if you take this order, you will not lose money. He also agreed with me that if the candidate I recommend is suitable, he can also give the young actor 3 years of high formula gold-packed milk powder as a gift. Need I say more? Linley was determined to get the deal that was delivered to his door. So after half an hour, he gave a positive answer. Well, that's good. I'll send the baby's photos to my friend right now. If everything goes well, as the principal of Hangzhou City, I won't treat you unfairly. No problem. Thank you in advance. After he replied this, he fell directly onto the bed. The next morning, a buzzing sound woke Linley up from his bed. The golden sunlight shines through the light-colored curtains onto the babies in the cradles, and they also feel the changes in the surrounding environment and open their cute big eyes. Ah! Daddy! Good morning, babies. Even Daddy can call you now after not seeing you for a few hours. He walked to the cradle, put his head on the belly of the little ones, and shook his head from side to side. The little ones laughed cutely when he tickled them. Ah! The eldest, who was pushed, kicked his legs on the spot, while the second and third on the other side turned their heads and looked at them curiously. It was fun, right? Do you want to do it again? He plays this game with the babies almost every morning to make their day. Ding, it is detected that the dad has completed the second play with the baby, and the reward is 500W. The baby's mood is constantly improving. Please keep going, Dad. After hearing the reward, Linley played even more enthusiastically. Because he still has a lot of fun games that he hasn't played, and he's naturally happy because he can get various rewards. Shin Xingxue, who heard the noise around her, slowly opened her eyes and was shocked by him. Husband? Good morning. Wife, did I wake you up so early? Linley quickly got up and handed her a glass of milk. No. I'm just excited at the thought of being discharged from the hospital this afternoon. She really didn't like the smell of disinfectant seeping into the hospital corridors. I miss our big soft bed and our beautiful garden. I also want to take our baby on the swing and have a picnic. Well, in the afternoon, you'll go back in the afternoon. I'll help you pack your things in the morning. He gently put his arms around her waist and stroked her jasmine-scented hair. By the way, honey, I found some long-term meal tickets for the babies. Let me show them to you. What? Long-term meal ticket? What did you do last night, husband? Shin Xingxue raised her eyes, with a hint of doubt in her eyes. It's about the diaper endorsement of Bebe Group. Principal Wang recommended our 3 babies to audition. You are the mother of the children, so I would like to ask for your opinion. Oh. So that's how it is. After learning what happened, she covered her mouth with joy. No way? Our baby can really star in a diaper commercial? And the other party is willing to contract the high-end milk powder for 3 years? She was really overjoyed. She didn't expect that babies who were just born would join the job right away. Are babies nowadays so cute? And she is a baby from the dragon country. Generally speaking, foreign companies hire babies with blonde hair and blue eyes as their spokespeople. At worst, we'll hire a baby of color as our spokesperson. Inviting a baby from dragon country, isn't this too incredible? It was fine that I was the spokesperson for Longwa brand down jackets before, but now my baby actually has the opportunity to endorse a foreign brand? Why? Honey, you don't want to? Seeing that Shin Xingxue didn't respond for a long time, he asked hurriedly. Bullshit. I'd be surprised if you didn't want to. She simply hugged Lin Li's neck and rocked him gently. Hubby, you are so amazing. You have secured such a good opportunity for our baby. I will definitely reward you well when we get home. Reward? That's what you said. You know, the beds in the hospital are so small that you can't move your body at all. But the beds at home are different. They are big and wide, and can unlock more things. Chapter 52, Going Home, Did Grandpa Give You a Gift? At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the whole family helped Shin Xingxue pack her luggage, which included 20 boxes of various toys they had sent. Although Lin Li was in good physical condition, he still had a thin layer of sweat on his forehead. Thank you for your hard work, husband. Shin Xingxue took out a handkerchief from her pocket and helped him wipe the sweat off his face, but he hooked his wrist instead, causing her face to blush. Hubby. Mom and Dad are still over there directing the moving of things. Lin Li didn't let go of her hand, but kissed the back of her hand. There was nothing he could do, because her hand was so fragrant, white, and transparent like a beautiful jade. Hateful. Shin Xingxue turned her head to the side, but just happened to catch a glimpse of Shin's mother sticking her head out of the door. After a while, she handed the list to her daughter. Hey, Xiaoxue, you young people should take it easy. You just gave birth to triplets. Mom, it was Lin Li. He was the first to start. Shin Xingxue quickly pulled her hand away and explained to her mother. Oh, Mom understands you, no need to explain. After saying these words, she walked out the door and pulled Shin's father, who was about to come in. The young couple has something to say, so don't get involved. As a result, Lin Li was very happy. Just as he held her hand, she pinched him. Ah, it hurts, honey, be gentle. I already told you I would reward you in the evening, you are so impatient. She was just angry, so she took the following measures. Okay, let's go home. The baby in the cradle, seeing that he was frustrated, also started to giggle in the cradle. Hey, Nian Nian and Chi-Chi, you and your mother are wearing the same pants, right? Lin Li slowly leaned down and made a face at the two of them. As a result, Shin Xingxue, who was originally a little angry, was also amused by his actions. Okay, if you don't leave now, your parents will be waiting anxiously. Downstairs, Shin's father had already called the moving company in advance, so those large and heavy luggage were not a problem at all. Honey, please get in the car. Lin Li opened the car door and invited her to get in. The triplets were held by the elders in the back row. Especially Lin's mother, who looked at her with gossipy eyes as soon as she got in the car. Xiaoxue, don't blame my son Lizzie for what happened just now, he is just like that, especially when it comes to things he likes, he can't stop talking about them. Mom, please stop talking. Lin Li quickly blocked her mouth. Go away. Mom is trying to explain to your wife, but you are trying to stop me. She frowned and glared at her son, then smiled at her wife. He is a person who says one thing and means another, which is very awkward. Okay, Mom. I don't mean to blame Lin Li. Shin Xingxue wanted to laugh even more after hearing her explanation. She was clearly lustful, but she refused to admit it. The car quickly arrived at the gate of the villa. As soon as Shin Xingxue entered the house, he saw a large banner hanging on the wall that read, "Welcome home, my dear wife." Ah? What are you doing? Although she was a little delighted, she still bumped Lin Li next to her with her shoulder. Oh, you'll find out once you get in. He didn't want to explain anymore, so he just urged everyone to go upstairs. In the living room on the third floor, 9,999 rare pink roses are placed on the table, dotted with various pearls, and look particularly beautiful under the warm yellow light. How is it? Do you like it? Linley behind him was smiling. When did you buy it? A hint of excitement flashed in her eyes, and then she lowered her voice. Probably this morning, but because the journey was long, it took a little longer on the road. I like it. She bent down, smelled the fragrant roses, and a smile appeared on her face. Although she received enough flowers on a daily basis, what woman could refuse fresh flowers? After enjoying it for a moment, she leaned over to Linley's ear and said, "Wash yourself and wait for me at 10 o'clock tonight." Hey, okay. Half an hour later, everyone sat in the living room and played with the triplets. Wow, here comes the big plane. Father Lin put his hands on his head, making the shape of a big plane, and then jumped from left to right. The baby in the cradle was also amused by him and giggled. Hey, do it again. He took a few steps back and repeated the previous action. Oh, Dad is still the same. Linley felt helpless. Dad is cute, isn't he? Shen Xingxue gently shook his fingers. Yeah, it's cute, very cute. My father has been teasing me like this since I was a child. I found it funny when I was young, but when I grew up and knew the routine, it was naturally not that interesting anymore. At this moment, Mr. Shen stood up from the side. My little darlings, do you want to see Grandpa perform a magic trick for you? Magic? Everyone turned their heads in disbelief. Well, watch it. He pulled out a white handkerchief and covered his hand with it. Look, the big one is coming. After removing the handkerchief, 3 exquisite jewelry boxes appeared in his palm. The 3 babies were so amused that their eyes widened and they even stopped shaking their little feet. Wow, Dad is so awesome. Seeing that no one was applauding, Linley quickly clapped his hands and cheered. Well. After a round of applause, Mr. Shen opened the jewelry box, revealing 3 beautifully carved pure gold longevity locks. The lower end of the longevity lock is adorned with 3 strings of small golden bells. This is a little gift from Grandpa to the babies. I hope you like it. Thank you, Dad. The couple thanked at the same time. Hey, what's there to thank for? This is what I should do. Hurry and give it to the babies. Okay, I'll bring it right away. You should know that the longevity lock symbolizes longevity, can help babies grow up healthily, and is also the best blessing for babies from relatives. Moreover, Mr. Shen specially invited domestic craftsmen to make this specifically for babies, so it is even more heavyweight. Soon, the babies wore the longevity locks. Especially DeBeo, after vaguely feeling that his neck was restrained by some mysterious force, he slowly shook his body, making a crisp ringing sound. Wow, it seems that the babies like the gifts from Grandpa very much. Shen Xingxue smiled. Ha, of course. Mr. Shen felt proud. Okay, we've been driving for more than an hour, and the babies are tired. I think we should let them catch up on some sleep first. Mother Shen smiled. The family had dinner at home, and time quickly came to 10 o'clock in the evening. Linley sat at the head of the bed, waiting for Shen Xingxue to arrive. Reward? What kind of reward will it be? Just as he was lost in thought, a pair of glowing white legs stepped out of the bathroom. Damn! So exciting? Chapter 53, Wife, I really can't take it anymore. A fragrant breeze blew towards him, and Shen Xingxue, wearing a black carved suspender lace dress, appeared in front of him. She had a ruddy complexion, a graceful figure, and a black belt tied around her thighs. Her beautiful hair fell on her shoulders, which made Linley's heart beat faster. Especially today, she is not wearing stockings, and her white and tender feet are just stepping on the floor, which is a different kind of beauty. Damn, my wife actually has this side? Fortunately, my parents took the child away in advance. Does it look good? She put her arms around his neck and breathed into his ear. Good looks good. Linley lowered his head, not daring to move, because now she was sitting on his thighs, and no man could resist the beauties sitting on his thighs. Especially since she was wearing silk pajamas, which were soft and smooth. Then, why don't you dare look up at me? She reached out and grabbed Linley's head, lifting him up. No. I can't watch. After taking a quick glance, Linley was conquered by her appearance. See, I keep my word, it says on the internet, you all like this. She grabbed Linley's hot hand and held it in her palm. And it was this one thing that made him, who was already full of passion, go berserk. With a bang, she was pulled down. With a plop. Oh, hubby. You are so strong. Looking at Lin Li's majestic figure, she couldn't help but admire him. Because last time, both of them were in a state of unconsciousness, but this time, both of them were very clear. Even the sound of breathing hitting the collarbone was particularly heavy. I really can't bear it anymore. He whispered for a moment, his mind almost going blank. Because she became particularly proactive this time, he kissed her, and the two of them were so immersed in it that they were completely flustered. However, there was a knock on the door. Xiaoxue, are you asleep? Where is our diaper? The third child peed again. Lin's mother's question interrupted the two people's affectionate love. Yes, it's my mom. Lin Li slowly raised his head and prepared to open the door. Hey, don't leave, give me a few more kisses. Xinxingxue grabbed his collar, slammed him on her, and then kissed her several times. And because there was no light, he could only touch around randomly, and the mattress was a Simmons mattress, which was extremely soft. Until she uttered a voice of blame, husband, you are so bad. Ah. Lin Li didn't care about anything and rushed to the door, then opened it a little. Mom, diapers are on the table in the warehouse on the second floor. Oh my god, Lizzie, why are you trembling? Who bullied you? Lin's mother quickly pulled him out of the room, only to find that there were several red marks on his neck. His eyes became even more strange. Shu? Tell mom, are you too preparing for a second baby? Ah. No, mom, who told you that? Lin Li quickly pulled her to the other side. Hey, mom saw it all, isn't the evidence with you? She chuckled and looked at his neck. At this moment, Lin Li belatedly touched his neck. But mom is telling you, Xiaoxue can't bear to have a second child now. She'll have to wait at least a year. You young people shouldn't be impatient. I know, mom. After sending his mother away, he returned to his room. At this time, Xinxingxue was already sitting with her legs crossed at the head of the bed, looking at him with a smile. What did mom say? What can I say? He curled his lips. No need to think too much, she must have kissed him when the situation was chaotic, and she was born in the year of the dog? She kissed him n times in a row, and almost bit his neck all over. Plus, when I was kissed, I didn't feel anything at all, let alone notice it. Okay, don't be angry. I just can't stand those female passers-by flirting with you, so I marked you. Let them know that you are mine, so they can give up their thoughts. I can't help it, because you are so handsome. Xinxingxue raised her eyes and explained softly. Real? Lin Li was very happy to hear her praise. Of course it's true, do you feel uncomfortable, husband? No. He gently held her forehead and rocked her gently. Give your wife a break tonight, because we will be busy taking care of the baby later. Yeah, good night, husband. Xinxingxue crawled into bed and turned off the light. On the other side, after finding the diaper, Lin's mother also covered her mouth while running. She didn't put down the diaper until she entered her room. Gue Mei, did you pick up gold on the road? Oh, what do you know? I'm telling you, they're going to have a second child. Second child, pinch me quickly. Father Lin couldn't believe it. You know, the first child had just been born, and he wanted a second child right away. Isn't that too aggressive? As a result, Lin's mother gritted her teeth and exerted force, pinching the old man so hard that he cried out in pain. Ah, it hurts. I'm not dreaming. We are really going to have more grandchildren. Should keep your voice down. What if you wake up your in-laws? Tomorrow morning, don't shout everywhere. Do you hear me? I know. In this way, the two old people were smiling from ear to ear all night. It was not until the next morning, when the two of them had slept until nearly 10 o'clock and hadn't gotten up, that they felt that the matter was a done deal. I said it was true. Look, they have been busy all night and haven't gotten up yet. Mother Lin talked to Father Lin while picking vegetables. At this moment, Lin Li, wearing a scarf, also walked out of the toilet. Silly child, the weather is not cold, why are you wearing a scarf? Father Lin muttered. Dad. He smiled helplessly. Okay, mom has made a nourishing soup for you and Xiaoxue. You two should both take good care of yourself. Mother Lin grabbed Father Lin's ear, disliking him for being too talkative. Ah. Just when Linley was about to wonder, Shin Xingxue yawned and walked out. Hubby, do you really not want everyone to see this? This is a mark of love, do you understand? Untie it quickly. Okay, I got it. He couldn't get the other person to give him a hard time, so he took off the scarf. As expected, the scarf turned from bright red to dark red. At the dinner table, Shin's parents were even more shocked by this scene. Is our daughter too domineering? But it's not appropriate to say it directly, so I can only praise, oh, your relationship is really getting better and better. Hey, let me tell you. Shin Xingxue blinked. Chapter 54, Beibei Group invites everyone to join. Yes, my wife is right. Linley lowered his head and glanced at WeChat, just in time to see the interview email sent by Beibei Group, and moved the phone in front of her. Because the other party's situation is urgent, we made an appointment for today. Wife, look. Ah. She was originally drinking water, but she immediately put down the cup and smiled. Dad, Mom. My husband and I are going to take the babies to a job interview at Beibei Group this afternoon. Do you have any objections? What? Beibei Group? This is a big foreign company. Our baby is going to be on TV. Father Shen looked at the two of them with a smile on his face. Do you want Mom to go with you? Lin's mother continued. You two probably can't take care of 3 babies, but it's different with Mom here. Mom can help you get things, make milk powder, and keep an eye on the 3 little troublemakers. Facing Lin's mother's initiative, Linley wanted to refuse, but was stopped by Shin Xingxue. Mom is kind-hearted, don't let her down. Yes, what bad intentions could my mother have? She just wants to take good care of her precious grandchildren. Look at Xiaoxue, she's so nice to Mom. Lin's mother knew her son's temper and took the opportunity to turn the tables. In this way, the two of them accompanied him to the agreed location. A large business center, a central building integrating negotiation, dining, and entertainment. The first floor is the reception room, the second floor is the restaurant, and the third floor is a playground for children, including a swimming pool, handmade DIY, goldfish scooping, bubble ball pool, etc. Going upstairs are the VIP rooms and large banquet halls. Since Linley came in, he has been looking upstairs from time to time. Honey, what are you looking at? Shin Xingxue tugged at the corners of his clothes a few times. At this time, she had changed into a goose yellow long dress, with sapphire blue diamonds hanging on her chest and a large pink diamond on her fingertips. It was like a fairy descending from heaven, making everyone around turn their heads to admire her. No. Nothing. After searching around, he didn't find any cinema or anything like that, otherwise he would definitely take his family of 6 to see a movie. At this moment, a bald man jumped out from the crowd and walked towards the two of them at a relatively fast speed. Student Lin, long time no see. Following the sound, I saw a bright smile on the bald old face. Principal Wang, how did you become like this? The couple almost didn't recognize him. You know, when he was at Hangzhou University, he had a Mediterranean hairstyle. Let's not talk about this matter. Wasn't it because the freshmen in the college complained that I was fierce? I just changed my hairstyle. He smiled with his hands behind his back. Although he looked a bit like the fire cloud evil god in the movie, he was a good principal who cared deeply about his students. He often helps students from poor families in school and is a kind-hearted person. Oh, so that's how it is. Linley smiled. Hey, this is my good brother Mike whom I met in the United States. Standing next to him was a tall, brown-haired white man in casual clothes. If you didn't know, you would think he was Principal Wang's bodyguard. Hello, Mike. I'm Linley, this is my wife Shin Xingxue, and our child. Linley then looked up and smiled. Hello. Mike gave him a big hug. Then he bent down and looked at the 3 cute babies in the cradle. I thought they would be afraid of this giant in front of them, but unexpectedly they actually clapped their hands in the cradle and kept smiling. Oh, brave baby. When Mike saw them, he was conquered by the baby's cute appearance and their cute personalities. It seems that you don't need these things anymore. He returned a box filled with various baby toys to the secretary. Brave? Shin Xingxue's lips flashed with joy. Honey, he's praising our baby. Because this was the first time the babies were formally praised, she was even more proud. Yeah, it's all thanks to my wife. Linley scratched the tip of her nose, making her take a few steps back due to the itch. It's annoying. She touched me outside again. Although she felt a little resentful, she only showed it in her eyes. Ding, detected that the baby was praised by outsiders, wisdom +1. What? This is wisdom? As we all know, a child's IQ is related to his or her growth environment. If a child is treated with indifference, neglect, and insults all day long, then even if the child has a high IQ, he or she will be called stupid. On the contrary, accepting reasonable praise from others can not only enhance self-confidence, but also allow children to explore more possibilities, so they will naturally increase their wisdom. Then, Principal Wang led everyone to a luxurious VIP box. Not only are there luxurious and high-end configurations here, there are even automatic massage chairs. As soon as Lin Li sat down, the automatic massage began. Ah, it's so comfortable. Although he had experienced massage chairs outside, none of them were as comfortable as the simulated human hand massage chair here. Mike, I'm ready, what about you? Principal Wang adjusted the camera's position and asked. Well, I'm already looking forward to the baby's performance. Mike couldn't hold back his smile. This interview is very simple. I only have one request, to be on camera. After saying this, he clapped his hands, stood up, and pointed the camera at the three babies. Crack! Mike glanced down at the photo and clapped his hands. Okay, I knew you guys in Dragon Country have a lot of talent. Mike? Is that it? Principal Wang was even more shocked. Because the diaper endorsement is imminent, and even if the baby is cute, it will take several months before he can sit up. Your triplets are perfect for representing our diapers. He handed the camera directly to several people, and saw that the three babies in the photos were like little angels. Not only did they have delicate looks, but even their smiles could infect a group of people. And their expressions were also very good, especially the third child, who was sucking his fingers with curiosity in his eyes. With this wave of publicity, 1T-baby diapers sell like hotcakes? But the babies are still young, what should we do about this? Principal Wang smiled. Hey, our headquarters has a newly developed invisible baby seat that can help small babies sit up. And you know our company is very user-friendly. I will never let my baby work overtime. As he spoke, he asked his secretary to take out 2 contracts. Mr. Lin, our company currently has 2 cooperation models. One is a partnership model with a pure commission of 0.5%. The other is a one-time payment of about $12 million. Which one do you choose? Chapter 55, signing a huge contract, Principal Wang actually loves to eat hot dogs? I choose the partnership model. Lin Li looked calm. Are you sure? Mike frowned slightly. You know, although Bebe Group is a big foreign brand, there is no guarantee that every new product launched by their company will be a hit. Besides, isn't it nice to have $12 million? For a Chinese, that's enough to buy several big villas, right? If you choose the partnership model, you must be prepared for the product not to be a hit. The money you get from sharing the profits may not be enough to cover the cost of a single buyout. I am sure. Lin Li said firmly that he was not going to make a lot of money from this business. As long as the babies were having fun, what did money matter? Moreover, he had absolute confidence in his babies. It will definitely allow foreigners to see the charm of our Dragon Country babies. Husband. Xin Xingxue pursed her lips, a hint of worry in her eyes. Don't worry, I've made my own arrangements. He then carefully read through the terms in the contract and signed his name after confirming that they were correct. Such a huge cooperation naturally shocked Lin's mother, who was coaxing her baby at the side. She was so proud that her son was so capable, but she was just an ordinary woman and naturally didn't understand the conversation between the big guys, so she could only nod repeatedly. After signing the 2 contracts, Mike told his secretary. Jenny, you will be in charge of communicating with Mr. Lin later. Do you understand? Understood. The blonde secretary nodded. Just as she was about to approach Lin Li, she was stopped by Xin Xingxue. It's not because of anything else, it's just because she is too big. Mrs. Shun? My husband is usually very busy at work, and I have nothing to do at home taking care of the kids. It's a good opportunity for me to help him share the workload. Oh. So that's how it is. I understand. Jenny smiled like a flower, quickly took out her cell phone and exchanged WeChat messages with her. Everyone says that there are good men in Longwa. It seems that Mr. Lin is really a role model of men in Longwa. Xiaoxue this time, Lin Li also laughed. He didn't expect that she was jealous. What a jealous person. Just as they were about to leave, he called Mike again. Your photography skills are really good, can you send me a photo of the baby? Oh, haha. If Mr. Lin hadn't mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten. Jenny, send a copy of the photo to Mrs. Lin. In this way, the couple lived up to expectations and got the endorsement. In order to express his gratitude to Principal Wang, Linley specially invited him to the 5-star Western restaurant on the top floor. Principal Wang, thanks to your introduction, our baby has this photo shoot opportunity. Hey, it's just a small thing. I wanted to thank you. Don't look at Mike so calmly. In fact, he is almost dying of anxiety. Principal Wang touched his big bald head and grinned. It's been a pleasure working with you. What would you like to eat? Linley handed him the menu again, and then handed one to Xinxing Xue. Hot dogs, the bigger the better. Hot dog? Not Principal Wang, is there anything else you want to eat? You're welcome, order whatever you want. Let's just have a big French hot dog. I'm a little full from breakfast, so I'm afraid I can't eat anything else. If possible, have another glass of orange juice. As he spoke, he gestured the size of the hot dog. The waiter next to him immediately understood what he meant. He wanted an extra large authentic French hot dog. Soon, Western dishes were served on the table. Sure enough, the hot dog was so thick and big that only an adult male's mouth could swallow it. He rubbed his hands together, grabbed both ends of the hot dog, and stuffed it into the huge mouth of the abyss with 1 ton. It was neither too big nor too small, just right. He nodded slowly and then gave his approval to the delicious hot dog. However, because the look was so funny, Xinxing Xue at the table couldn't help herself. She didn't pull Linley to a corner until Principal Wang finished eating and left. No. Husband, do you think Principal Wang looks a bit like someone? People? Are you talking about Principal Wang? Linley immediately understood what the other party meant. Yes, it's him. When she said this, her body trembled. Well, you actually dare to say bad things about the principal behind his back. I'm going to tell him. After saying that, Linley rushed in the direction where Principal Wang left. Hey. Husband, don't, Principal Wang knows my dad, don't tell him. Xinxing Xue immediately gave in and called softly. Hey, I'm just kidding. After we feed the baby, shall we go downstairs for a walk? Linley stopped at the elevator entrance, then put his hands behind his back, waiting for the other party to hold his hands. Stinky husband. She grabbed the other person's hand, and only Lin's mother was still pushing the crib behind them. Hey, walk slower. Mom's legs are slow and I can't keep up with you guys. She was almost mad to death. Why did these two people fall in love with her as soon as she followed them out? Mom, I've pressed the elevator button, please come up quickly. Linley held the elevator door with his hand. I thought you forgot about Mom. After parking the car, Mother Lin glared at her son. They all looked like this. After feeding the babies, the two strolled around the DIY city in the center, but were attracted by the laughter of a group of children. I saw that there was a painting studio behind the glass door. Kindergarten children inside were following their teachers and pressing their palms, which means dipping their hands in paint and then pressing them on the canvas. Hello, how old are your children? If your children are interested, they can come in and experience it. The lady at the front desk walked out of the store. No, our baby was just born, I just wanted to try it. Xinxing Xue waved her hands quickly. Oh, so that's how it is. Then you can come in and experience it yourself. So at her invitation, the two of them walked into the store, and Lin's mother followed closely behind. Give you a drawing board and paint. The two took the materials, Linley helped her open the box, and then sat opposite her to paint. Because he liked painting since he was a child, he came directly to sketch on the spot. He displayed the beautiful and gentle Xinxing Xue on the canvas, and then he asked for a few more pictures to paint a family portrait. However, Xinxing Xue kept her head down, scribbling and revising the painting, and no one knew what she was doing. Wife, what did you draw? Linley stretched his neck to take a peek, but she covered his hand. Don't look at it, I haven't finished it yet. You don't want to show it to me? This made him even more curious. Only after she put down her paintbrush did she hand the painting to Linley. All I saw on the painting were some strange-looking blocks of color, including a pattern similar to Peppa Pig. Did you draw Peppa Pig? As a result, she was so angry that she was shaking. Idiot, that was you. The first time I saw you, I saw your profile. What? Me? I'm Peppa Pig? It seems my wife is an abstract player. It was really hard for him to associate this pattern with himself. After all, he was tall and handsome, so how could it be Peppa Pig? Chapter 56, The system gives you a baby room as a gift. Will the baby call you daddy? Ding, the happiness of the baby and the mother is detected to be rising continuously, and a set of advanced baby room configuration is rewarded. The host can freely choose the matching style. As the system sound fell, a baby room matching manual appeared in my hand. Great! Linley was delighted in his heart, and then handed the album to Shui. Wife, what do you think this is? Baby room renovation manual, isn't our baby so happy? She held the book in front of the triplets and smiled. Babies, your dad is going to reward you. Are you happy? The triplets shook their little hands. Hee, husband. Let's watch it together. Okay. The two of them started choosing on the spot. There are various styles on the picture book, including pink Hello Kitty style, Ultraman base style, and the warm style of Winnie the Pooh. Honey, I think the Winnie the Pooh style is better. It's all warm beige, and there's a spongeball play area. The most important thing is this little wooden horse. I think it's you, my wife, who wants to play. Linley twitched his mouth, because the last time they went out to play, she was swinging on the swing. Hey, can't you give me some face? Okay, I like this one too. Look, there's a little fence here, and we can put cribs for the babies around it, and there's also a sofa. Linley continued to add. Good idea, Mom. What do you think? Shui turned her head and looked at Shin's mother. It's young people's business, so they can decide for themselves. No need to ask Mom. Lin's mother replied gently. Okay, that's settled. I'll ask the workers to come and install it this afternoon. The next day, when Linley opened his eyes, he saw Chi-Chi sleeping on her back. Good morning, Chi-Chi. He touched her little head. Ah. Chi-Chi stretched and made a sound of pleasure. The other two little guys were not so obedient. As soon as they opened their eyes, they grabbed Shui's hair and pulled it. You, don't pull Mama's hair, it will hurt. He gently grabbed Debeo's hand and pulled out her hair. Ah. Debeo looked confused. Mom was exhausted last night, let her rest for a while. He said as he talked about dressing the babies. But the babies were very obedient and didn't start crying right away. Good baby, good baby. 5 minutes later, Shui frowned and suddenly opened her eyes. Baby, where's the baby? Wife. What's wrong with you? The babies are here. Woo, I'm glad you're still here. I thought the baby was taken away by a monster. She climbed out of bed with red eyes. You might be having a nightmare, shall I prepare some hot milk for you to drink? Linley grabbed Debeo's randomly grabbed little hand with a smile on his face. That should be the case. She always felt pain in her scalp, maybe because she didn't sleep well? After breakfast, Linley took her to the baby room next door. Honey, I've arranged the baby's nursery. The left side is the space for the babies to play when they're infants, and the right side is the bed for them when they're a little older. Looking ahead, I saw a low Winnie the Pooh castle built on the ground not far away, and there were also many swings and many wooden horses. Connected to the baby activity area is a slide, and looking up there is a cute bed. Wow, honey, this layout is amazing. She opened her eyes wide and looked around curiously at the miniature versions of everything. I thought it would take at least a few days to set up, but I didn't expect you to be so efficient. Outside the door, Shin's mother, who heard her daughter's cheers, also walked in. Shui. Is this the baby's nursery? The design is much better than when you were a child. Mom, all this was done by my husband. He is the hardest working person in our family. After saying that, she picked up Debeo. Dad, thank you for giving us the big house paper. She hid behind the baby and clasped his hands together. Oh my! This Shin's mother almost laughed out loud when she saw it. How come after only a few months of getting along with Linley, even his style of painting changed? So he asked back, did Linley lead you astray? No, he is very nice to me. Shui continued to speak through the baby's mouth. Linley on the side even cooperated. You're welcome. Do you like daddy or mommy? As soon as these words came out, they hit her directly in the face. What kind of question is that? Of course, I like myself the most. But after thinking for a moment, I felt that this answer was not generous enough. I like them all. Really? How much do you like it? After saying that, Linley walked behind Shin Xingxue and hugged her. Oh, Mom is still here, stop making trouble. She turned her head and rubbed the other person's forehead, and the baby in her arms clapped happily. Daddy! Listen, Dabeo is calling Daddy happily. He said with a smile. No way, it's Daddy, Dad is you. Shin Xingxue made a face at him. Daddy is Daddy, and the pronunciation of Daddy sounds better than Daddy. Linley let go of the other person and then carried Dabeo to the top of the sponge ball area. Come on, call me Daddy again and I'll let you go downstairs to play. Dad, Dad. Dabeo said stutteringly. Hey, good son. Linley put him down carefully. Then he went up to the second and third child and said, Call me Daddy, and I'll let you play to your heart's content. Call me Mom. Shin Xingxue felt that this couldn't be such a coincidence, so she said softly. As a result, after being stunned for half a second, the two sisters followed the eldest brother in the pool and shouted together. Dad, Dad. Good daughter. Linley smiled and let the three little ones play together. It turned out that all the efforts he had made these days were not in vain. Shin Xingxue was speechless. Hey, Xiaoxue, you two can play slowly. Mom doesn't want to be a light bulb anymore. Mother Shin really felt an acetic acid smell in the air, so she chose to leave. Mom, please don't leave. I thought you would help me, but I didn't expect her to run so fast. The second kid in the pool actually kicked a foam ball away. Wow, look, honey, our Nian Nian can do the shadowless kick. There's hope for the Chinese national football team. Linley said excitedly. Real? When she looked, it was true. The second brother kicked the second ball in an instant and it hit the fence with a bang. Wow, our Nian Nian is so amazing. She's a little sports enthusiast. Shin Xingxue hugged her excitedly and kissed the baby's little face hard. But, it would be better if it was you. She shook her head again. No matter who they are our pride. Linley gave a thumbs up. Chapter 57, Measure height, feed baby fish oil, and increase reward by 6 times. Half a month later, Linley took out the measuring tape from the drawer and checked the baby's birth information one by one. Honey, are you ready? I can't take it anymore. Shin Xingxue shook the bed bell and coaxed the remaining baby. Okay, let's get started. As soon as he finished speaking, he grabbed the baby's feet that were moving around randomly. Because the baby's bones were very soft, he had to ensure that the body was straight when measuring his height. 53 centimeters. He lowered his head and reported the measurement data to the doctor beside him. Because the elders were out today, there were only 2 people at home at the moment. Okay. Next. The doctor nodded slightly. Take a break. Shin Xingxue was really exhausted by the babies. Although they were not very old, they had a lot of skills in making people tired. But she couldn't bear to let the man touch the baby's fragile head. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Linley let go of the baby and handed her a glass of water. After a short break, the measurement continued. Nian, 54 centimeters. 54? Nian is growing faster than you? Husband, are you sure you didn't see it wrong? Shin Xingxue said in disbelief. No. It's possible that girls grow faster than boys in childhood, maybe Nian eats more? So she grows faster? Even though Yu is a man, he actually eats very little. Oh, is that so? Then I won't worry about it anymore. She raised her eyes. Then they measured the height of the third child, Kiki. However, she was quite quiet and stared at the busy adults with her round eyes the whole time. 53 centimeters, Chi-Chi has grown 3 centimeters taller, that's great. After Linley finished speaking, he scratched her little face, making her giggle. The doctor also handed him 2 bottles of supplements. These are fish oil and vitamin D, which can help babies supplement calcium and prevent bone diseases. Thank you. After he said that, he brought the bottle to Shin Xingxue. Honey, are you going to feed the baby this time, or am I going to do it? Let me do it. As a mother, how can I not feed my baby? So, she took out the fish oil wrapped in edible material and put it next to the third child's mouth. Chi-Chi, ah. Ah. The quiet Kiki opened her little mouth and the fish oil slid into her mouth. Hubby, feeding the baby isn't that hard. Unexpectedly, before she could show off for a few seconds, Kiki behind her spat out the yellow fish oil from her mouth, with her brows tightly furrowed, her little mouth pouted, and her eyes full of disgust. Wife, Chi-Chi vomited. Lindley reminded. Vomiting? No, this is good for your health. Mommy, can you please eat a little more? Was she just feeding her daughter in vain? She was even despised by her daughter. However, Kiki turned her head away, not wanting to touch that disgusting thing even more. Husband, please think of a solution quickly. Wife, our Chi-Chi may not like fish oil. Maybe it's because her senses are more sensitive? But don't worry. After thinking for a moment, he came up with a good idea. I brought her pacifier directly from outside. You know, it's baby's favorite. Dang, do you want a pacifier? When Kiki saw the pacifier, her eyes lit up and she waved her little hands constantly. Okay, Daddy's giving it to you. He handed the pacifier to her mouth, and when she opened her mouth, he quickly fed it in. Fortunately, this time she thought it was a pacifier in her mouth and didn't notice anything wrong at first. She even took a few sips. Done. Lindley stood up and went to feed the other babies. Husband, are all you fathers so bad? Shin Xingxue blinked and asked in confusion, because Shin's father often used this method to make promises for her. Women don't love bad men, and the same goes for babies. After saying that, he used this method to feed the remaining babies. Ding, it is detected that the babies have supplemented their nutrition for the first time, and 666W cash is rewarded. Host, your performance time is 6, so I will give you 6 times the encouragement. Oh my god, this is awesome. Being a nanny is such a lucrative business. Lindley was almost too excited. However, when he lowered his head, he found that the boss Yu was making faces at him. No, Yu, Daddy is doing this for your own good. You have to understand, Daddy. Chi-Yu. He closed his eyes, expressing his disgust for his biological father in front of him. Pfft, ha. No way, husband, Debeo hates you, huh? Shin Xingxue was feeling proud at the side. She had always been the one being disliked before, but now it was the other person's turn? I'm not hated. Yu, you're sleepy, right? Daddy will take you back to sleep. Lindley was about to pick him up, but he twisted around in his place and refused to let him touch him. Husband, let me do it. The eldest brother then lay quietly in Shin Xingxue's arms. What a vengeful little fellow. But it's okay, Mommy will take care of you. What about you, second brother? Call. Nian Nian's face was puffed up with anger, and her little fists were clenched tightly. If she wasn't young, she would have hit her father's chest with her little fists. This, isn't it? Am I wrong too? Now he understood how Lin's mother felt. Being a parent is really not easy. For example, I don't like eating greens and some green vegetables, so Lin's mother would wait for me at the entrance of the village with a big bowl. I had to watch him finish his food with my own eyes, because he would often turn around and spit it into a vegetable patch or throw it into the river to feed the fish. You are too rough. Be gentler towards the babies. Shin Xingxue picked up the remaining 2 babies and kissed them several times. Until the babies' anger subsides, I will take care of them. Okay, I'll trouble my wife then. Lindley stretched his arms a few times. He was already very tired during the measurement. Fortunately, today's work was basically completed. You must be tired. Come here. I'll give you a massage. She rolled up her sleeves, sat down on the edge of the bed, and massaged him several times. Sure enough, after a while of tingling, the pain in his neck finally went away. Hey, honey, where did you learn this technique? Why is it so comfortable? Didn't you teach me? I learned it after watching it once. TSK. Shin Xingxue said proudly. Wow, you are worthy of being my wife, so smart. Can you massage me more often in the future? Of course, you're my husband. The two reached an agreement after some interactions, so that Lindley could enjoy more treatment from his wife. Then, can you massage my feet? He took off his shoes in a flash. Chapter 58, Washing Feet. Lindley catches a cold. Married woman Shin Xingxue appears online for the first time. Shin Xingxue pinched her nose and glanced at his big feet. No. Why? Are you afraid that my feet stink? Linley scratched his head. You know, he was a very clean man, and things like smelly feet would never happen to him. In the end, she nodded gently. Go wash first, wash it clean, and then I will help you. Oh my god, it really is. But it really doesn't stink. If you don't believe me, try it yourself. He raised his foot, but was pushed down by the other party. I don't hear that. After saying that, Xue walked out the door by herself and brought in a large basin of warm water from outside. You have always taken care of me before, today it's my turn to take care of you. Hee, thank you for your hard work, my wife. Because it was raining outside today, the weather was gloomy. Linley had originally planned to take them out for a walk after the examination in the morning, but in the end he had to give up. Moreover, babies have weak resistance and are prone to catching colds when taken outside. Xue lowered her head and washed his feet in an unskilled manner. But she was extremely serious and helped him dry it carefully before finishing. My wife, the bath is very comfortable. Thank you, my wife. Linley touched her head. Don't move, I haven't washed you yet. Then, she massaged the soles of his feet. Well, the force is neither too strong nor too weak, just right. That's good. Xue continued to press. Just then, a sneezing sound rang in her ears. But he saw Lin Lijun covering his mouth and nose with his hands and turning in the other direction. Honey, are you catching a cold? No. My nose is a little itchy. Linley smiled, but she reached out and touched it. It really became very hot. You have a fever. You must be tired from taking care of me and the babies. Finished speaking. She helped him up. Come on, I'll help you go back to your room to rest. Leave the baby to me and Auntie. Ah. Honey, it's not that serious. I can walk. As a result, the other party refused to let her go until he was completely lying on the bed, covered with a towel, and had his temperature taken. Only then did she pick up her phone and call the doctor at home. Doctor, my husband has a fever. Please take a look at him. Miss, please don't worry. Mr. Lin probably just has a common cold. I'll just check him out. The doctor bent down and drew a tube of blood for testing. I also prescribed him some cold medicine. Just one pill after each meal. Okay, thank you, doctor. After saying goodbye to the doctor, she fed Linley medicine and wiped his sweat. Come on, open your mouth. Seeing Xue caring about him so much, Linley felt warm in his heart, especially when he was looking at her in a lying position. Her snow-white skin was slightly flushed. Her embrace was warm, soft, and had a faint fragrance. Hubby, are you feeling better? Seeing that he didn't respond, Xue called out a few more times. I heard you, but I found that you look even better from this angle. You really can't do anything about your husband, now you have a fever. She wanted to complain a few words, but seeing that the other party was like this, she could only compromise. Then, Linley fell asleep. But when Xue walked out the door with the cup, the doctor was staring at her in the aisle. Miss, there is something I want to say, but I don't know whether I should say it or not. Speak. Actually, for the health of you and your babies, I still suggest that you leave him to someone else to take care of, because as you know, colds are contagious, and you just had a baby, what if? You don't have to say anything more. I know my limits. My husband took such good care of me before. How can I abandon him now that he's sick? She knew very well that she wanted everything the other party had done for her, including the health of her children and husband. Ahem, since the young lady has said so, I can only cooperate with you. So she put on the anti-virus mask that the company had purchased earlier and walked to the cradle. Babies, your daddy is sick now. Can mommy ask Auntie to take care of you? Debeo thought she was playing some new game, so he kept waving his little hands. Outside the door, the aunt saw that she had already given instructions, so she came in. Because the aunt was an all-round player, taking care of the baby was naturally a piece of cake. Auntie, thank you for your hard work. Hey, it's not hard. It was Mr. Lin who hired me in, so I must take good care of your family. She walked to the cradle and showed a kind face. Hello, babies. The triplets yawned loudly and then closed their eyes. Oh, the little ones are so well behaved. Mrs. Lin, don't worry. I'm here. Xue was relieved and went to the kitchen to stew soup. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Linley just opened his tired eyes and saw Xue sitting on a chair with her chin supported by one hand. Xiao Xue, how long have you been sitting here? It'll only be a short while, husband. Are you hungry? I made some soup for you, I'll bring it to you right now. She wanted to stand up gracefully, but because she had been sitting for too long, she could only climb out of the chair by holding her waist. Wife, walk slower. Linley wanted to go forward and help, but he was unable to do so. It's okay, it's nothing? She said with a smile. Oh, okay. My wife can actually make soup? I have to try it. Linley, who was still confused, opened his eyes wide and said expectantly. Just follow the recipe. After a while, she brought up a bowl of pork ribs and corn soup. I'll blow it for you, be careful with the heat. The soup is crystal clear, with rich ingredients and a strong aroma of pork bones. It can be said that it is made with great care. After Linley took a sip, he gave a thumbs up. How does it taste? Very delicious. Really? Xinxing Xue felt a little secretly happy. Then she took a bite with a spoon and spit it out. Ahem, too much salt. Can you drink this, husband? Why not? That's the result of your hard work. Everyone has a first time. Next time I will try it first, and then I will dump this pot. It's not good for your health if you drink it. She pursed her lips, turned around and touched his head again. The temperature seems to have dropped a lot. Fortunately, it's okay. Really? Then try touching it again. Linley smiled, then took her hand and placed it on his chest. The thumping sound was the sound of his heart beating. You, husband, you are being naughty, I am just caring about you. Okay, I'm fine now. Where's our baby? Auntie is taking care of them, now it's my turn to feed them. After saying that, she quickly pulled away and slipped out the door. Chapter 59, Shooting for Diaper Endorsement, Saving Li Xiaowen. A week later, Lin Li's cold was cured. I even felt that my whole body was unblocked, and Beibei Group decided to choose Hangzhou Film and Television Center as the shooting location for this time, which is a place specially used for shooting various programs. Honey, what do you think of the babies wearing this bear-style clothes? Xinxing Xue held Yu, who had just changed his clothes, in front of him. The little guy was wearing an off-white baby outfit and a bear-shaped hat on his head, which made him look particularly cute. Daddy, Daddy! Oh my god! You are so cute! Linley couldn't help but touch his round belly. Okay, husband, you just finished drinking milk, don't touch him and make him vomit. Hey, I know. He put the baby back. Just like that, Nian Nian and Chi Chi also changed into teddy bear suits, but compared to their brother, the sister's eyes were softer and cuter. MUA, let daddy kiss you again. After packing up the basic supplies needed for the baby, Xinxing Xue stretched. Because this trip is special, Linley plans to drive a nanny car to take his family to the destination. Honey, I'm ready to go. Okay. Linley nodded, handed her the mask, then pushed the triplet stroller and walked out of the house. Then they were put on the big bed with protective rails so that they could rest peacefully on the bed, while Xinxing Xue took care of the babies on the side. She even shared this good news with Li Xiaowen. Oh my god, Xiaoxue, the company I just joined is right in the Hangzhou Film and Television Center. Xiaowen, isn't this too much of a coincidence? Carrot hee, yes. When you come, I will give the babies a small gift. 1 hour later. The nanny car stopped smoothly at the Film and Television Center, which is a giant building shaped like a planet. It looks very luxurious just from the outside. Xiaoxue, this way. Li Xiaowen, wearing a black work suit, slowly waved his arms at several people. Xiaowen. Long time no see. Xinxing Xue took Lin Li's hand and walked forward with a smile on her face. It hasn't been long. Can I see your baby? She turned her head and looked at Lin Li, full of anticipation. Sure. Yes. Baby, here I come. She squatted down and caught a glimpse of the 3 babies in the cradle. They had originally had expressionless faces, but when they saw the beautiful woman, they started giggling. Wow, they are so cute. Hee, of course, the babies saw a beautiful girl. Xinxing Xue said with a smile on her face. Oh. Really? I feel a little embarrassed. Li Xiaowen turned her head and took out 3 bibs from her bag. I bought these specially for the babies. They can be used when they eat, and they are very washable. Thank you, Baozi. Xinxing Xue nodded. Hey, what are you thanking me for? Let me tell you, the traffic here is very complicated. But I have an employee card, and I can quickly take you to the designated floor. So at her invitation, the whole family arrived at the recording studio. However, at this moment, a female patrol supervisor wearing glasses walked in from the other end. Lee Xion, you brought outsiders in and out of our company again? Do you want to deduct their wages? No, Director Jia, they were invited by the company to shoot the endorsement. Shooting endorsement? How come I don't know about it? Bullshit, of course the endorsement is confidential, how would someone like her know? Lin Li on the side was almost speechless. So he said, Manager, is this how you usually work for the company? Who are you? Still wearing a mask? Do you think you are a big star? The female supervisor frowned and raised her voice 8 degrees. As a result, Lin Li threw the invitation email directly in her face. It left her speechless. At this time, Mike also came here with the directors. Mr. Lin, you came really early? And that guy? I seem to hear you bullying him just now? Mr. Mike, that's not the case. The female supervisor explained to her tremblingly. The Bebe Group where Mike works is a long-term partner of their company. The contract recently expired, and it is a critical period for renewal. If you leave a bad impression on him, you will miss the opportunity for cooperation. Well, it's just as you heard. Lin Li affirmed. Okay, I get it. Mike said in a heavy tone. This was the kind of person he hated the most, but he didn't expect to run into him during his first collaboration with Lin Li. Your company is unfriendly. After filming this video, I will report the actual situation to the group. We at Bebe Group do not want to cooperate with unqualified companies like yours. No. Mr. Mike. This is a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. The female supervisor fell to the ground. She was already 34 years old. If she lost this job, she would lose everything. Mr. Lin, I'm sorry to have made you laugh. I apologize. Mike grabbed his hand. It's okay, Mike, our baby is ready and ready to be photographed. Okay, we'll start shooting in 15 minutes. Li Xion just watched the two of them discuss it eagerly, and she was full of gratitude towards Lin Li. Thank you for saving me just now. I thought I was going to die. You're welcome. You're Xiao Xue's friend, which means you're my friend too. Now you don't have to be afraid. Lin Li nodded. Wow, Xiao Xue. Your husband is so nice. Can I be the baby's godmother? I want to spoil them forever. Li Xion turned her head and looked at Xin Xuet again. Of course. I have always treated you as my own sister. Woo, that's great. She nodded happily. The triplets in the cradle also made a babbling sound. From now on, you will be my godbabies too. I will buy you delicious food, take you out to play, and also. Time flies. Okay, all the equipment is ready, let's start shooting now, the director shouted into the loudspeaker. The filming content of the triplets was also very simple. They just had to sit on the chairs developed by the company and complete the actions of smiling and clapping. Yu, Nian Nian, Chi Chi. Come on. Daddy will be watching you. Lin Li placed the babies on comfortable chairs. As cheerful music sounded, the babies opened their eyes wide, looking for the source of the music. Camera, babies, look at the camera. The photographer kept adjusting the shooting angle. Lin Li decided to go all out and directly carried the small speaker on his shoulder. The babies clapped their hands happily and showed very cute smiles. Good. Very good. Mike gave him a thumbs up. Chapter 60, Shooting is complete, buy toys for the triplets. Daddy. The second child, Nian Nian, kept calling him, and her fair little face was smiling brighter than a sunflower. The eldest child, Yu, would pull his diaper from time to time. Here, babies, look like this. Lin Li gently took out the rattle and shook it, and the triplets continued to focus. After 30 minutes, the whole set of shooting was completed. Good job, babies. Xin Xingxue, who was waiting on the side, rushed over and hugged the babies. You know, the younger the child is, the harder it is for him to concentrate, but my own children have done it, so I am naturally very proud of them. That's great, Mrs. Lin, your 3 babies are all great. Mike raised his hand and exclaimed. Yeah, it's mainly my husband's work. I just helped him out. Xin Xingxue turned her head away embarrassedly. I see. It seems that the babies have a very good father. There was a glimmer of disbelief in Mike's eyes. Thank you, Mr. Mike. Linley smiled, then picked up the baby who had been photographed and put the teddy bear clothes back on. There was even a burst of praise from the surroundings. Wow, these three little beasts of Mr. Lin are so cute, aren't they? I want one too. Mr. Lin, may I ask, did your baby grow up eating cuteness? Not only is he obedient, he's also very sensible. No. It's time for the baby to be fed, Mr. Mike. If there's nothing else to do here, I'll take them back first. Ding, detected that the baby received praise from everyone, wisdom +1. Ding, detected that the baby received Mike's praise, wisdom +3. As the system sound continued to ring, the three babies' eyes became brighter. Time. Ha? Nian Nian is talking about eating? Xin Xingxue lowered her head and looked at her in the cradle. Second rate. Honey. The second child is hungry. I'll take her to drink milk. She quickly pulled the others close a few times. Before leaving, Mike gave Linley a gold card with milk powder printed on it. Mr. Lin, with this card, you can go to the supermarket to pick up the group's milk powder. Thank you, Mr. Mike. Linley took the card, picked up Chi-Chi and said, Baby, this is your ration. She stretched out her little hand and grabbed the card. Don't worry, wait until mommy finishes feeding you. Daddy will take you to the supermarket. Because the baby's full-month banquet is coming soon, he plans to take them back to his parents' home. Half an hour later, Xin Xingxue walked out of the mother and baby room. Honey, I've fed the babies, where are we going now? Here. Take the babies to the supermarket and buy food. He handed the card to the other party. Okay, let's go shopping together this time. Several people came to the department store located on the underground first floor of the film and television city. Not only was the store large in size, but it also had all the goods you could want. Milk powder, diapers, wet wipes, and toys. Linley had just taken a few steps when he saw the huge shelves belonging to the Bebe Group. Various formulas of milk powder are displayed on the shelf, with prices ranging from $399 to $999 per can. The rarer the formula, the more expensive it will be. If there are gift cards from the group, you naturally have to buy the most expensive one. So he took 8 cans of $999 without hesitation. If for no other reason, just to let my children eat the best milk powder. Hubby, you bought so much at once, can our baby finish it? Xin Xingxue shook her head. The babies are still young now. After a while, you will know how powerful they are. Linley smiled. Ah? Then won't I be sucked dry by them? A sudden chill came from her back, causing her to shiver. Don't worry, just let the baby eat it. Don't I have you? The two walked hand in hand in the corridor. Suddenly, there was a laugh from the top shelf. Xin Xingxue, who was chatting, was so frightened that she covered her ears. What's that sound? Where is the laughter coming from? As a result, the baby in the cradle was full of curiosity after discovering the changes in his mother. Only when Linley looked towards the upper shelf did he discover a green cactus twisting its body there. Is it a cactus toy? Toy? Take it away. This thing is too scary, how can you let the baby play with it? She was still in shock and looked at the cactus with super cute eyes. As a result, the triplets in the cradle were clapping their hands. Do you like it? Linley slowly put the toy down. Daddy, you murmured a few times, and the cactus toy also imitated his voice and started to speak. Nian Nian and Chi-Chi were also amused by the abstract cactus and laughed so hard that they even started kicking their legs. Wow, honey, the baby really likes this cactus toy. Woo, that's a bit scary. You know, this kind of talking toy is the childhood memory of most children. Including Xin Xingxue, but she doesn't like her very much. Ahem, so, should I buy it or not? Linley was confused again. I don't like the sound of this. Let's try a different style. She pursed her lips. Yeah, okay. He picked up a matcha paka style from the shelf next to him. It was furry and looked much better than a cactus. What about this? Show it to the babies, as long as they like it. Xin Xingxue smiled. As a result, when the triplets saw Makabaka again, they clapped their hands happily. Ma. Well, very good, this is the one. This time I spent 10,000 yuan on buying baby supplies, not more, not less. I paid for the milk powder by credit card, so the price was very affordable. They quickly returned home, and after giving the babies a quick bath, the triplets laid down on the bed and began hugging Makabaka. Ah! Ah! The baby says something and Makabaka replies. In order to prevent the triplets from fighting over it, Linley bought 3 specifically so that they wouldn't fight over it. Cute baby, give me a kiss. Linley lay on the edge of the bed and gave each of them a kiss. Ha, daddy, the babies were so happy that they hugged his head tightly. Ah, be gentle, it hurts, don't grab my hair. Linley lowered his head and begged for help, while Shinshingshua shook her head. Husband, I told you to be careful, didn't I? After saying that, she took the baby with a sly smile on her face. Hee hee, well done, Nyen Nyen. The grandparents outside the house were also amused by him. Our granddaughter is really a naughty girl. Dad, Mom. Although Linley was a little speechless, he still enjoyed it. Chapter 61, Full Moon Banquet, Diapers Sold Out, Double Happiness. Time flies and it is the day when the triplets are 1 month old. Linley plans to take the babies back to his hometown Hushan. Honey, I'm done changing my clothes. Shinshingshua was wearing a light blue dress and a pair of teardrop-shaped necklaces on her earlobes, shining like a goddess. It's beautiful. Linley tiptoed and gave her a sweet kiss on the forehead, which made her little face slightly red. Have the invitations been sent out? It's been sent out. Most of my relatives will come. How about yours? My parents and grandpa are here. She changed the baby into some handsome clothes and said softly. Okay. Let's go when you're ready. The full moon banquet was held at a 5-star hotel in Hoshan City, so the couple drove their child to the hotel gate. As soon as the two got off the car, Zhang Hoat, who was wearing a red cheongsam, started shouting. Lizzie, Xiaoxue, this way. Mom has been waiting for you for a long time. Mom! Linley held Shinshingxue's hand and walked forward. Oh my babies have grown so much. Let Grandma see them. Mother Lin bent down and teased the 3 little ones several times. Where's my dad? Linley asked again. Inside, your uncle and aunt are here. Are Xiaoxue's parents here? Mom, they're almost here. I'll send them the location again. Shinshingxue lowered her head again. When the 2 fathers entered the hall, they saw a row of carefully arranged baby standees placed in the middle of the hall. The cute portraits and names were a big hit with the relatives present. Especially when Shinshingxue just approached the crowd, there was a burst of admiration. Lizzie, your wife Xiaoxue is so beautiful, isn't she? No wonder your children are so beautiful. The uncle said with a smile on his face. Uncle, please stop praising me. Linley smiled. Immediately afterwards, the uncle stuffed the red envelope into Shinshingxue's hand. Here, this is a little gift from us. Thank you, uncle. Shinshingxue nodded slightly. Then came the eldest and second aunts and their daughters. Cousin, you are so beautiful. Can you tell me if the baby is a brother or a sister? 2 7-year-old girls stuffed the red envelopes in their hands into her hands. Then he said with anticipation. The eldest is the brother, and the other 2 are sisters. Shinshingxue touched their little heads. We have 2 younger sisters. Cousin, these are the rabbit dolls my sister and I sewed. Can we give them to play with? She presented the cute little rabbit with both hands. But she was stopped by her aunt. Tian, didn't I tell you? Your cousin's family doesn't need this. Aunt, it's okay. I believe the babies will like this gift. Linley nodded and accepted the doll. Great, thank you, cousin. The 2 little guys smiled. At this time, the Shin family also arrived at the scene. Xiaoxue, we are here. Mr. Shin walked into the hall with a cane. Grandpa, Dad, Mom. Xiaoxue misses you all. She said softly. Oh, this is a big red envelope for our baby, take it. He took out a thick red envelope from his pocket and handed it to her. Honey, I can't hold it anymore, come and help me. She really couldn't accept so many red envelopes, so she quickly asked for help. Because the Lin family is indeed a large family, there are 30 brothers and sisters of the same age, and it took 10 large tables to accommodate everyone. During this period, Linley also bought a large house for his parents in the central area of Hoshan City, which was only renovated in the last month. Here they are. Put them all in my pocket. He opened his trouser pocket and put all the red envelopes into it. The triplets in my arms were also laughing all the time. Just as everyone was getting ready to start the meal, an old man in military uniform with a weathered face appeared at the door. "Jianye, you finally caught up." Mr. Shin's face was full of joy. "Jianye? Dad, is this the old comrade in arms you mentioned before? The old commander?" Mother Shin turned her head and asked. "Yes, Xiaoxue, Lizi. This is my old comrade in Huashan City, the hero of the War of Resistance against Japanese aggression, Commander Zhao." When these words were spoken, all the relatives present were even more shocked. It turns out that Lin Li actually has such a big connection? This is an incredible relationship. Alas, the past is gone. I'm here to celebrate your child's birthday. After saying that, he took out an exquisite pocket watch from his pocket. This was given to me by my squad leader when I went to the war for the first time. I have no children, so I might as well give it to you. But, isn't this gift too expensive? Lin Li continued. If I say I'm giving it to you, just accept it. Old Zhao nodded slowly. Okay then, I'll definitely keep it well. Because this pocket watch has been running for 70 years without breaking down, and it has also witnessed wars, it is also a unique gift. Commander Zhao also lowered his head, wanting to touch the 3 cute little babies. You are the hope of the Dragon Kingdom in the future. Grandpa wishes you to grow up happily and healthily. Ding, I have received praise from Commander Zhao. Baby's physique +8. Oh my god, he is indeed a big shot, the rewards he got are so many. Lin Li couldn't help but nod. After the banquet, Lin Li took Shin Xingxue for a walk on the street. Do your 2 nieces from your eldest aunt's family have anything they like? I can't take their gifts for nothing. Electronic products? Mobile phones and tablets? Most of the current children like these products. Okay, then I'll give them a pair of electronic watches. Your aunt seems quite strict. Shin Xingxue said helplessly. So, I bought a pair of electronic watches. The 2 little ones didn't come out until they arrived at their aunt's house. Here, this is my gift to you. My beautiful cousin, why are you here? Mom said that we can't accept gifts from others casually. The older girl pouted. Okay, take it. Lin Li also chimed in. The little ones then accepted it and bowed to them. Time passed quickly and it was evening. Shin Xingxue was sitting on the bed counting money while Lin Li was taking care of the child. A total of 9,900,000 yuan. So much? Lin Li originally thought that collecting around 30,000 yuan would be enough, but he didn't expect that this time it would be several times more. That's all, hubby, you should deposit the money in the bank tomorrow morning. It will be used as education fund for our baby. Shin Xingxue, who was tired of counting, leaned on his back. Okay, I'll do as you say. And there was good news from Bebe Group. Bebe diapers are selling like hotcakes. Global sales have reached 1.8 billion packs, and sales are still rising. Honey, diapers are selling out. Look. Chapter 62, Partners Payment Received, Return to Alma Mater to Improve Sports Facilities. Real? Shin Xingxue was stunned at first, then she turned her head and found that Mike's female secretary had sent her several messages. It was just that I was too busy preparing for the full moon banquet and taking care of the baby, so I forgot to check it for a while. Bebe Group also considerately deposited 300 million yuan of cooperation funds into Lin Li's bank card on a monthly basis. Wow, husband. You are so great. I love you too so much. She excitedly hugged Lin Li's neck and put her head on his forehead. Itchy honey, take it easy. Lin Li gently grabbed her wrist and smiled. So, husband, how are you going to spend this money? Well. I want to go back to my alma mater to see my mentor, because she helped me a lot before, and then I want to think about how to spend the money. Teacher? Then I will go back with you. I am also curious about what the school you attended was like. Shin Xingxue raised her eyes and spoke softly. So, after temporarily handing the triplets over to their grandparents, the 2 came to Huashan Junior High School. Originally, Shin Xingxue wanted to bring some small gifts such as flowers and fruits to the teacher, but was rejected by Lin Li. Because she is an honest teacher and never asks for anything in return from her students. Looking at the familiar campus and the concrete playground, Lin Li instantly fell into that youthful and wonderful campus life. Hello, who are you looking for? The hunchback security guard greeted the 2 of them. I'm Lin Li, a former student of Teacher Sunday. Oh, so you are looking for Teacher Sunday. Please wait a moment. The security guard nodded, then dialed the other party's number with his mobile phone. The security guard opened the door only after telling the other party the cause of the incident. Huashan has not been peaceful recently. I am doing this for the students. You guys go in. Okay, thank you. Linley nodded at him, then took Xinxingxue's hand and walked into the school gate. As soon as the two entered the corridor, they saw a huge selection of the top 10 people in Huashan, and Linley's career achievements were ranked first. This included his admission to Hangzhou University with excellent grades and becoming an angel investor of Dodo Group. Wow, hubby, it's you. Xinxingxue covered her mouth and chuckled. No. Who hung up this? Why didn't anyone notify me? Linley felt both proud and confused, but more proud, because he had also fantasized about similar events when he was young, and now his dream had come true. Hey, good job. She continued to browse the other party's glorious deeds, including winning gold medals in various literary competitions and various awards. At this moment, a middle-aged woman wearing black square-framed glasses and holding documents walked out of the office. Her every move was full of mature beauty. Teacher's son, do you still remember me? Linley stretched out his hand and called out to the other person. You are, classmate Lin? You're back? She raised her eyebrows slightly, then confirmed softly. It's me. Teacher Sunday. How have you been recently? Linley wanted to say something more, but swallowed his words back. Well, that's good. How were your grades after you entered Hangzhou University? Did you fail any more courses? Teacher Sun hit the nail on the head. No, of course not. You are worthy of being our homeroom teacher, Ms. Sunday. He muttered softly. He thought time had smoothed out her edges, but he didn't expect that she was still so sharp-tongued. Xinxingxue, who was standing by, laughed even more. It turned out that her husband, who was fearless, was actually afraid of the head teacher. Well, I have a new batch of green tea in my office. If Lin wants to come up and sit for a while, that's fine. Teacher's son smiled. Green tea? Okay, then I'll trouble you, Mr. Sunday. Linley nodded slightly. When I walked into the office, a sense of pressure hit my chest. The other teachers have all gone to the meeting. I'll get you a bench. Teacher's son moved a bench and made a few cups of tea. Because although he was a naughty boy in the past, he won a lot of honors for Huashan Junior High School, so naturally he would not take his past mistakes into account. Thank you. The couple sat by the window and looked at the students doing sports activities downstairs. However, due to the lack of funds, Huashan Junior High School does not even have a decent running track, and the students also lack sports activities. Basically, he either ran or drew grids on the cement ground to practice long jump. Especially Xinxingxue, who came from a first-tier city, frowned just by seeing this scene. Honey, did you have physical education classes on a playground like this when you were a child? She leaned over and whispered in his ear. No, when I was a kid it was all dirt, but now it's like this, kids really can't get a good workout. At that time, he didn't think the school's living environment was bad, but when he walked into the big city, he realized that he had overthought. Especially now that he has become a father, he cannot bear to see those young children running around in the dusty playground. He wants to improve the environment with his own hands. Mr. Sun. Does the school have any plans to improve the facilities for students' extracurricular activities? Linley hesitated for a moment and continued to ask. Huh? She almost choked while drinking tea. Although the school leaders had mentioned the renovation plan before, it had never been typeset and was delayed for 7 years. No, why do you ask this, Lin? I want to use my wife and I's name to fund the improvement of extracurricular facilities for our junior high school, such as a plastic running track, parallel bars, basketball courts, etc. Ahem, are you serious? Teacher Sun knew that the other party was rich, but didn't he expect that he would use his own money to improve school facilities? What does he want? Of course, I am also a father, and I hope to provide a better environment for my children. After his repeated confirmation, Teacher Sun quickly informed the principal of the news. What? Where is Lin? In my office. Teacher Sun was almost speechless. So, at the suggestion of Teacher Sun, the principal met with the couple in the conference room. Student Lin, are you really willing to help our school expand its extracurricular facilities? Of course, my budget is 1.5 million. Linley glanced at Xinxingxue. Okay. I'll prepare the contract right away. The sooner we sign it, the sooner we can start work. After signing the contract, the two checked it again, and after confirming that it was correct, they signed their names. Then I strolled around the ancient streets of Huoshan for a while before returning home. Chapter 63, Grandma gave away 100 quilts, which revealed a koi attribute buff. After dinner, Lin's mother called the couple over. He took out a patchwork quilt made of various fabrics. Son, this is a patchwork quilt that Mom sewed by hand. It combines the strengths of hundreds of families. I hope our baby can grow up healthy and happy. Thanks, Mom. The babies will love it. He took the beautiful patchwork quilt and brought it to Xinxingxue. Wife, is this baijia quilt beautiful? Beautiful, so you also covered yourself with this kind of quilt when you were a child? Xinxingxue was full of curiosity, because the quilt she covered herself with when she was a child was not a patchwork quilt. But it is a velvet quilt or a silk quilt. I am still curious about this quilt made of hundreds of pieces of cloth. Yes, but it was so long ago, and I moved several times, so I can't find it anymore. Linley felt a little regretful. Ah, then I have to take good care of the baby's quilts. Smell it, this quilt has a very nice smell. Xinxingxue closed her eyes and smelled it. It was the scent of the sun, which made her feel at ease. Ding, it is detected that the babies have received the quilts given by their parents, lucky attribute +5. Reward intermediate sewing skills. Sewing? No. I'm a grown man, why would I need sewing skills? The moment he heard about the reward, he couldn't hold back. Does being a dad also need to operate a sewing machine? Although he felt a little helpless, Linley didn't care too much about it as it might be useful in the future. The grandparents also approved of the gift. Grandma, this full month gift is a good one. It contains the blessings of hundreds of families for the children. Oh, my dear relatives, this is what we should do. We are a family, so we should take care of each other. Mother Lin felt a little embarrassed and patted Father Lin's back hard. Ahem, my wife is right. I'll go get some more melon seeds. Xiaoxue, do you want to sit down and eat something? Dad. No need. I want to go check on the baby with my husband. They must be worried after not seeing us for a few hours. After that, the couple returned to the room together. The triplets had fallen asleep, so the room was not very bright, but they could still vaguely sense the way forward. Shu. Be gentle, don't wake the babies. Xinxingxue said in a hissing voice. No. But in the next second, Xinxingxue tripped over the baby toy and fell to the ground with a bang. It hurts. Wife. Get up quickly. Are you okay? Linley quickly helped her up. No, just a little pain in the knee. The triplets in the cradle were also awakened by the sudden noise. Especially since they hadn't seen their parents for several hours, they started crying. Ah, babies, don't cry. Mommy is here. Xinxingxue ignored the pain, quickly got up from the ground, and gently rocked the cradle. The triplets gradually calmed down. As we all know, babies can switch between sadness and joy quickly. Good boy, Mom and Dad are here. With the two of them taking turns to coax the babies, the triplets' emotions finally stabilized. Especially since it was a new home, they were naturally even more sad. Xiaoxue? Lizzie? What happened? Lin's mother, who was cleaning the house, noticed the noise and asked hurriedly. Mom, it's okay, just keep busy. Linley helped her back to the bed, and then he found that her knee was just a little red and not injured, but her long white socks had a big hole torn by the impact. Ah, no way, I just bought new socks. Xinxingxue curled her lips, then covered the triplets with the newly received quilt. Sure enough, after the triplets touched the new quilt, they opened their eyes wide and stared at their parents with curiosity. Good baby, are you comfortable with the new quilt? Yu opened his mouth and let out a soft hum. Is it comfortable, Nian Nian? Linley squatted down again and teased her with his fingers. Instead, she grabbed her fingers and shook them gently. It seems like the second child also likes the gifts from Grandpa and Grandma. Xinxingxue smiled. That night, the sound of lonely frogs croaking was heard outside the window, making Xinxingxue toss and turn and unable to sleep. Ah, it's so noisy. She really couldn't understand why there were so many frogs in a city, and they were not alone, so why were they the only ones being quarreled with? Wife, if you can't sleep, I'll sing for you. Linley opened his eyes and looked at the other person. Sing. go to sleep, my dear baby. The familiar melodies sounded again. Although the lyrics were earthy, it made people feel at ease. Lindley took advantage of her sleep and used his sewing skills to help her mend her white socks. Fortunately, with the help of the system, he quickly embroidered an exquisite light blue snowflake on it. Done. Now my wife can continue to wear it. He placed the mended white socks on the bedside table and then picked up the triplets' bib pads. Since the saliva pads are all the same style, it is always easy to pick up the wrong one. So he just sewed the baby's nicknames on the corners of the bib. Perfect, worthy of the skill given by the system. The next morning, as soon as Xinxingxue opened her eyes, she found a beautiful snowflake on her white socks. Hey, has Mom been to our room? She asked, rubbing her eyes. No. Lindley smiled. Then how did my socks get mended? Did you, my husband, do it? Xinxingxue was half believing and half doubting. Ahem, it's me, don't you like this pair of socks? He didn't dare to say anything more. But. Hubby, I didn't expect you could do this, you sew so beautifully. Well. Mom cooked your favorite fish soup. Just go after you wash up. After saying this, Lindley walked to the cradle to coax the baby. Okay, I'll listen to my husband. At the dinner table, Lin's mother kept picking up food for Xinxingxue. Xiaoxue, you just gave birth to a baby, so you need more nourishment. This is the fish your father just caught this morning. Eat it while it's hot. Okay, thank you, Mom. Xinxingxue nodded slightly, then picked up some food for Lindley. Hubby, you worked hard last night. You should eat more meat. Thank you, wife. The loving relationship between the couple also puts the elders at ease. After dinner, the two took the baby out to bask in the sun and deposited the gifts they received into the bank. After getting the passbook, Lindley handed it to Xinxingxue. Wife, I'll leave this passbook to you for safekeeping. Okay, I'll keep it safe. Although Xinxingxue hesitated, she still accepted it. Chapter 64, Encountering a Supermarket Raffle, Koi Baby's luck is booming. The family walked on the ancient streets. It has to be said that Huashan City is indeed a very down-to-earth city. There were many stalls and vendors hawking their wares along the way. Needless to say, the ecological environment is naturally first class. Ah! Erbao waved his little hands, grabbing the mottled shadows that fell on the stroller. Hey, Nian Nian. Are you happy today? Lindley bent down with a smile on his face. Ah! She affirmed quietly. It seems like he's really happy. Lindley said so. Just as the two were passing by a large supermarket, a large lottery was being held outside the supermarket. After seeing the various prizes displayed in the supermarket, the triplets waved their little arms. Honey, look, our baby wants to go to the lottery. Lindley glanced at Xinxingxue. Since the babies want to smoke, let them go. So Lindley bought some daily necessities for his parents until he had enough money to participate in the lottery. That's enough, let's go, wife, let's take the baby to the lottery. The delivery clerk took the 3 tickets and handed a pair of scratch cards to the 2 people. Please draw 3. Okay. Lindley brought the scratch card in front of the baby. Come on, let's see how lucky you are. After he said this, DeBeo reached out and grabbed a scratch ticket. Okay, DeBeo chooses this one, what about the second and third ones? Ah. The 2 sisters looked at each other and then picked one at random. Okay, please scratch them off for us. Just these 3. Then scratch it and the scratch card will be opened. Congratulations to our big baby for winning the first prize, a walker. The remaining 2 babies won the baby slide and baby piano. They are both very good prizes. Wow, husband. Our baby is so lucky to have won such a good prize. Xinxingxue turned her head and took a look at the prize list on the wall. Because 90% of them were baby tissues, and her baby actually won such a big prize. Hee, our baby is so amazing. Lindley was no longer modest and took down the rocking car under the expectant gazes of the parents and children around him. Let's go, wife. He stretched out his hands and hooked them directly onto Xinxingxue's lower back. Hey, take it easy outside. Xinxingxue shook her head helplessly. And only Lindley knew that this time it was undoubtedly the baby's koi attributes that were at work. Oh, I'm so envious of them. They actually took away the only walker. I was thinking of taking it back for my baby to learn to walk. A middle-aged woman shook her head helplessly. Oh, look how cute their baby is, and they are so lucky. It would be great if my baby was like that. The old lady looked at the family with satisfaction on her face. Okay, Mom, stop watching. We can't envy their lives. So Linley loaded all the prizes into his car. After driving for more than 10 minutes, I finally returned home. Mom and Dad, we are back. I'll be right there. Wait. Mother Lin wiped her hands, and as soon as she opened the door, she saw the various prizes in Linley's hands. Hey, are you guys going shopping in the supermarket? Isn't it? This is something our baby drew himself. Xinxing Shui explained. Oh, my baby must be a lucky fish. He's so lucky. Mom, I've only won eggs in the supermarket. Mother Lin was so happy that she couldn't express it in words. By the way, a large group of people came to the community just now, and then they gave me a banner. They said it was for you. What's for me? The couple looked at each other and then walked into the house. I found that there was indeed a banner on the table. It also said thank you Mr. Lin for his great contribution to Huashan Junior High School. Needless to say, this must have been sent by someone from his alma mater, because he had already transferred part of the money yesterday evening. Yes, do you have any impression? Lin's mother smiled. Yes, Mom, this is what Xiaoshuat and I picked out especially for you and Dad. Linley handed him the daily necessities he bought at the supermarket, including several coats. Oh, Mom, didn't I tell you? You don't have to buy so many things for me. Mom, you and Dad have given so much to the babies, it's only right that my husband and I give you these, Xinxing Shui said with a smile on her face. Zhang Hohat also smiled after hearing this. Well, this is your filial piety. After a simple lunch, Xinxing Shui began to pack her bags to return to the city. Linley was putting away the baby's toys, and the baby was playing with them at the same time. The baby piano has a total of 7 keys, corresponding to 7 kinds of notes. It is not only beautiful in appearance, but also has pleasant tones. Dad will play a song for you guys. Ah? The 3 babies looked puzzled. Touch, swish, la la, swish, shake your arms to the rhythm. After hearing the youthful piano music, the babies also shook their arms to the rhythm. This song is called Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. If you like it, Daddy will sing it to you next time, okay? Linley asked with tenderness in his eyes. Ah. Erbao and Sanbao looked at each other and nodded slightly. Okay, then Dad will knock it again for you to hear. He knows a lot of songs, all of which were given by the system and are included in the newborn music library. Ding, it is detected that the babies are listening to the piano music for the first time, musical talent +3. My goodness, is this considered a piano? Linley was confused for a moment. When he looked up, he found Xinxing Shui standing at the door with a smile on her face. Hey, wife. Why didn't you tell me when you were done packing? I just cleaned up and saw you coaxing the babies. After Xinxing Shui finished speaking, she sat down next to him, then held her Ba's little hand and started tapping. Ding ding ding. The pleasant sound soon filled the house, making people linger. How about it? Very good, very good. My wife's playing level is much more professional than mine. Really? I think you're not bad. Just as the two were about to have a conversation, Dabeo made a sound of protest. Oh, I'm sorry. Mom actually forgot. Dabeo was angry and punched her arm with her little fist. Okay, now that we're all packed, let's go back after feeding the baby. After all, there are many things that are inconvenient to do here. Yeah, okay. After a short rest, the two returned to the nanny car hand in hand. Son, won't you stay a little longer? Lin's mother asked softly. No, Mom. I'll take Xiaoshuai back first. You and Dad should be fine. Chapter 65, Take the cute baby to swim and meet new friends. When the two returned to the villa, it was already 7 o'clock in the evening. In order to take better care of her daughter, Shen's mother also took a temporary vacation. Aunt Wang prepared a table full of food and was waiting for her at home. Mr. Lin, Mrs. Lin, welcome home. Well, come in, Xiaoshuai. Linley took her little hand and walked into the door. After enjoying a simple dinner, Xinxing Shui went to wash her hair. Shen's mother and Linley sat in the living room watching a parenting program and taking care of the baby at the same time. The screen showed a newborn baby swimming. Especially when accompanied by his family, the baby swam freely in the mini swimming pool, which made Shin's mother smile. Xiaolin, you saw on TV that swimming properly is good for babies. Why don't you take our baby to a confinement center tomorrow? Sure. Xiaoxue's card hasn't been used yet. I'll ask her when she comes out. Linli smiled, because although Xinxue recovered well, it was still good to socialize with people of the same age, especially swimming and recovery could be done together. Before turning off the lights, Linli told the other party about swimming. Mom said that our baby should go swimming? But I was a landlubber when I was a kid. What if the baby is like me and can't swim? Can we let our baby try it first? Xiaoxue, there are 2 types of swimming rings recommended for young babies. One is the head-mounted type, but it is easier to get stuck on the head. I would still recommend a lying position so that our baby can lie comfortably on the swimming ring, and then buy some water toy ducks. How about that? He found several real swimming videos, because it was early summer and the weather was getting hotter. Although he could swim at home, it was his first time after all, so it would be better to find a professional place. As for price and other things, they were not considered. Let me see, then choose the reclining position. Safety first. Then, he bought a few packs of waterproof diapers to prevent the baby from uncontrollably defecating. The total cost was 1,500 yuan. It is detected that the host has spent money on buying swimwear for the baby, and a reward of 1.5 million yuan is given. Okay, husband. Now that everything has been bought, you can rest assured, right? Xinxue leaned on his shoulder. What about a kiss? Now the baby and mom are both asleep. Okay. After a period of intimacy, Xinxue blushed, leaned in his arms, and then grabbed Lin Li's collar with her hand. Okay, stop making noise, the baby will wake up if the noise is too loud. The next morning, the 3 of them set out together and arrived at the confinement center. Because she was worried about the baby, Xinxue always followed the baby. Hubby, it's the first time the baby is in the water, I want to watch her swim for a while, and then go do some recovery. No problem. After Linli handed Debeo to the infant swimming teacher, he squatted beside the small swimming pool. Debeo, who was wearing swimming pool clothes, looked around curiously, and then lifted up his little feet the moment they touched the water. Hey! Teacher! Is my Yuyu scared? Can you move slower? Xinxue didn't dare to look any further and quickly hid behind Linli. Okay, of course, no problem. A hint of embarrassment flashed across the teacher's eyes, and then he continued with his hands. Thump! As the sound of water splashed in his ears, Debeo started kicking his legs in the water. Wow, Yuyu is awesome. He succeeded on his first try. Linli couldn't help but sigh. Mother Shin on the side also nodded, as expected of my grandson, he is very brave. Ding, I detected that Debeo was praised by his grandmother, wisdom +5. Great. The next one is the second one, Nian Nian. Nian Nian, remember to cheer up. Linli squatted down and picked up Nian Nian who was in the car. She blinked her big black eyes in confusion and shrank into a curl. Nian Nian is coming too? Xinxue pursed her lips. Of course, let Nian Nian give it a try, don't be afraid. After Linli finished comforting her, the second child's little feet slowly touched the water surface, but she did not react much, but floated quietly on the water surface. No. Why doesn't Nian Nian move? Shin's mother was puzzled, because in her impression, most babies would move. Hee, some babies don't like to move, how about you get some of her favorite toys, the teacher suggested. She likes music. Son-in-law, can you sing? Come sing a song. Mother Shin turned her head and looked at him. Ahem, I brought Nian Nian's favorite baby piano. You can try this. It's not that he didn't want to sing, but he was bitten by Xinxue last night. My neck hurts and I can't sing, otherwise he would definitely sing. Piano, okay. Shin's mother felt a little helpless. However, after Linli tapped the piano a few times, the second brother's hands and feet did move. Ah! She kept splashing in the water with a smile on her face. Okay. The second one is great. Mother Shin nodded with satisfaction. Ding, detected that Nian Nian was praised by grandma, wisdom +5. But when the third child went into the water, he encountered difficulties. No matter what speed he used, he refused to go into the water and started crying as soon as he touched the water. This what should we do? Shin's mother was a little worried. Just as they were thinking about it, Li Xiaoya appeared in front of the family holding a baby. Xiaoxue, Xiaolin, you are also in this confinement center, what a coincidence. Xiaoya. You are here too? Shin Xingxue quickly stood up. Although the baby in Suya's arms was not as pretty as the triplets, she was also fair and tender, with black hair. Is your child a boy or a girl? How many months old is he? Shun's mother asked excitedly. It's just 1 month old, it's a girl, named Guagua. Guagua? What a sweet name. Linley couldn't help but nod. No way, no way. I just arranged a private tutoring time and I met you guys. It's just right that the kids have a companion. After saying this, Xiaoan picked up the child. Are you interested in swimming together? Your third child seems a bit hesitant to go in the water? Great, it would be great if we could swim together. Shin Xingxue expressed admiration. Guagua went into the water first, and then looked at Chi-Chi on the shore with his little eyes. Ah, she made a baby sound, so sweet. Ah. Kiki continued to communicate, because babies communicate with each other in baby talk, which adults cannot understand. Ah. Ah. After Guagua made the invitation, the third child Chi-Chi also became excited. Come on, let Chi-Chi go into the water and try it. Linley said when the opportunity arose. Good. The teacher let go of their hands, and the two little guys just looked at each other in the swimming pool. Ah, you also looked at her after seeing a new person coming. But the other party only looked at Chi-Chi. Ha, look, these two little guys. The couple was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Chapter 66, Building a luxurious swimming pool at home, the friendship boat capsizes at any time. 15 minutes later, the three little guys were salvaged. Debeo held up his little paws, as if he had not swam enough. Especially when the new little sister ignored him, he felt even more reluctant. Okay, if you like swimming, we can swim next time. We can't swim today. Linley also wiped him dry. The second and third children hadn't played enough, and they were holding the little ducks in their hands, calling out on the spot. Hee, it seems our baby likes Guagua very much. Xiaoya, how about you bring Guagua to our house next week? Then my husband and I will build a swimming pool exclusively for the babies? Shin Xingxue blinked, her eyes full of smiles. Swimming pool? What a good idea. My family just bought a house nearby. See you then. Li Xiaoya picked up Guagua and said goodbye to the family. Goodbye, kids. See you next week. The triplets nodded in unison. Although they were reluctant, they still lay back in their parents' arms to take a bath. Hey, wife, leave this matter to me, you can rest assured. After returning home, Linley started shopping for baby inflatable swimming pools online, including single-person and multi-person models. He plans to buy a multi-person swimming pool so that the 4 babies can play happily in the pool. The multi-person swimming pool includes several models, including ordinary, upgraded, and luxury models. The deluxe model is equipped with a sunshade roof, as well as a slide, Gatling gun, ocean balls, etc., and the space is about 3 square meters, allowing the baby to swim freely. That's it. Linley directly placed an order for a deluxe swimming pool for 800 yuan. Ding, it is detected that the host has purchased a variety of swimming equipment for the baby, and 3 million cash is rewarded. Oh my god, another large sum of cash. 2 weeks passed in a flash. Linley and his bodyguards built a swimming pool on the large balcony on the roof. Then use an air pump to inflate the pool. Puff puff puff, the babies waiting in the shade, after hearing the sound of the machine, also started to learn from it. Ha! You can't do that. Shin Xingxue felt it was uncivilized and immediately stopped the baby's behavior. The babies laughed. Hey husband, the babies are learning to sing again. She was so angry that she kept shaking her head. It's okay. Now is the time for babies to learn. Don't suppress their curiosity. After the inflatable, warm water was also pumped into the swimming pool. Xiaoxue, I'm already at the gate of your community. Are you coming in from the main entrance? A message appeared on Shin Xingxue's mobile phone. Honey, my best friend Xiaoya is here. I'll go open the door for her. She looked at Linley, who was working seriously. Okay, go ahead, my swimming pool will be ready soon. Linley clapped his hands, then handed the triplets to Shin's mother for care. I ran to the kitchen and made some refreshing watermelon sago. Well, my wife is blessed now. When he went upstairs, he found that the two had already reached the rooftop, and Li Xiaoya and Xin Xingxue were chatting happily. Xiao Xue, isn't this swimming pool too luxurious? Huh, maybe I bought too big a size? Xin Xingxue turned her head and found Lin Li holding a drink. Hubby. Come and sit down. Ahem, okay. He wanted to put down the drink and leave, but was stopped by the other party. Then I used a spoon to feed him a big spoonful of sago. Wife, what happened to you too? Lin Li muttered, covering his mouth. Hey, it's nothing. Xin Xingxue looked at the other person proudly. And Xiaoya was also surprised by the intimacy between the two. It is said that married couples who have children can dream for a long time after just one kiss. Why is it the other way around here? Did they invite me to eat dog food? Ha, Xiaoxue, you two have a really good relationship. Aha! The triplets around them were having a great time. The eldest one pulled at his mother's collar with his hands, and then stuck to her again. Honey, the pool is ready, why not let the babies get in the water? Lin Li continued to suggest. So they threw the 4 cute cubs into the swimming pool. As soon as the eldest child entered the swimming pool, he grabbed an ocean ball and shook it towards his father to show off. Good job. Keep playing. Lin Li gave him a thumbs up. The second and third children in the swimming pool were holding hands and floating on the water. Guagua, who was left alone, expressed confusion, but still swam forward. The second brother roared at her domineeringly, as if he was declaring his sovereignty, because she was quite excited the last time they swam, but this time she was more calm. Guagua was completely speechless, then turned around and looked at his mother on the shore. Woo! Her mouth curled and her eyebrows furrowed. That made Xiaoya feel even more distressed. Guagua, my dear Guagua, don't be sad, Mom is here. Lin Li on the shore saw that something was wrong, so he picked a beautiful little golden flower from the garden and gave it to Guagua. Guagua, look, Uncle gave you a little flower, do you like it? When Guagua saw the beautiful little golden flower, her eyes immediately widened. Where had she seen this flower before? He shouted while swimming towards him. Then he grabbed the little golden flower with his hands and laughed. Oh, your husband is quite good at it. Xiaoya looked at him with admiration and a gentle look in her eyes. He knows a lot. Xin Xingxue answered proudly. You have to know that this guy was so good at coaxing himself into a daze back then, so it would be no difficulty for him to deal with a few babies. However, the second and third children were extremely envious when they saw the little golden flower in Guagua's hand, and they also imitated Guagua and looked at their father. Okay, you all have. In order to prevent the friendship between the babies from capsizing again, Lin Li found 2 more flowers of the same kind and placed them in their palms. The boss felt even more unbalanced after finding out that several people had small flowers in their hands. Why didn't he have any? Husband, it seems like you also want Xiaohua, but he is a boy. Xin Xingxue was very conflicted. How could she give a little golden flower to a boy? But if she didn't, the boss would definitely be angry. Why not give him a Gatling gun? Xiaoya joked on the side. Oh, Sister Xiaoya, stop joking. He can't hold the Gatling gun now. Several people looked at each other, and then Lin Li decided to use the strategy of luring the tiger away from the mountain. He took out 4 rattles, dong dong dong. Which baby wants to play with the wave drum? Come to me quickly. Although this thing is indeed old, it has been passed down for thousands of years and naturally has a different appeal to babies. Chapter 67, I grow vegetables for my baby wife, but she is afraid of bugs? The 4 babies were amused by Lin Li and giggled. While picking flowers, Lin Li also found that there was a piece of land in the corner of the balcony that was not being used. There are already enough flowers on the balcony, why not plant some vegetables, fruits, etc.? Just as he was lost in thought, Xin Xingxue picked up the babies who were taking a bath. Honey, what are you thinking about? So obsessed? Nothing, just some things at the company. After saying this, he accompanied the other party to take care of the 4 babies until the afternoon, when he took the opportunity to go to the flower and bird market to buy some vegetable and fruit seeds. These include strawberries, blueberries, lemons, cucumbers, and peppers. Because Xin Xingxue likes to eat chili peppers, he bought several varieties of chili peppers. Early the next morning, he went up to the rooftop balcony carrying a shovel, a water bottle, gloves, nutrient solution, and other items. In the bedroom, Shin Xingxue, who had just woken up, couldn't find the other person for a while, so she called Linley. Hubby, where are you? Did you go to work? Ah, I'm on the rooftop, I've already fed the baby. Linley bent down and buried the seeds in the soil, then filled it up. Until there was a sound of footsteps down the stairs, and Shin Xingxue, wearing a silk nightgown and a coat, appeared in front of him. Hubby, are you growing vegetables? Yeah, wasn't this meant to be a surprise for you? I didn't expect you to find out so quickly. Linley smiled helplessly and clapped his hands. For grapes, he buys mature plants directly and then grafts them. Okay, you dig the hole in front and I'll water the plants. Shin Xingxue wiped the sweat off his face with her sleeves, then picked up the kettle and watered the plants from behind. After working busy in the fields, she wiped the sweat off her face. It's finally almost done watering. Wife, put it down quickly. If your mother sees it, she will scold me again. Linley said helplessly. So what? You're my husband, isn't it my duty to help you? After saying this, she picked up the scissors beside her and cut off 7 or 8 beige roses. This rose is well cared for, it's perfect for the living room. When Linley looked up, he saw a few drops of dust on the tip of her slightly upturned nose. Shoo, don't move. Before she could react, Linley had already hugged her waist and scraped off the dust. Wow, bad husband, you're here again. This time she couldn't hold it anymore and punched the other person's chest lightly with her little fist. No, this time it's real, just look if you don't believe me. Linley directly showed him his cuffs and smiled helplessly. Suddenly, a red ladybug landed directly on his shoulder. Ah, bugs, there is a ladybug on your shoulder, husband. Shin Xingxue, who originally wanted to quibble, was frightened and took a few steps back. You know, since she was a child, what she feared most was all kinds of bugs. Insect? Linley turned his head and found that there was indeed a spotted ladybug resting on his shoulder. But he caught the insect calmly and placed it on the fence. Ah, husband, you actually dare to catch these bugs, they are really scary, let's go down first. She was trembling with fear. Although she knew they would not attack her, she was still afraid. Don't worry, they are all beneficial insects and will help the plants we grow catch insects. Linley continued to explain. Woo, but it's really scary. Let's go. Shin Xingxue was so scared that she cried. By the evening, she sat on the sofa and dared not recall what had happened before. Insects and the like were the most terrifying things. Just as she was about to turn off the lights and go to bed, Linley walked out from the darkness holding a glass bottle. And inside the glass bottle, golden light was flashing from time to time. Does it look good? Wow, firefly? Well, wife, are you afraid of them? Linley sat down and continued to ask. Fireflies are also insects, woohoo, they're still so scary. Shin Xingxue shrank back and moved to the corner. When I was a kid, I was attacked by a bug in the face, so. Yeah, it's okay. I'll protect you now. He nodded slightly, then led her to the large balcony, where the bright moonlight had already risen. Are you going to release them? When the lid is opened, the flashing fireflies will fly out of the bottle. Fireflies can be found because the ecological environment nearby is relatively good. The fireflies that turned into points of light also lingered around Shin Xingxue. Ah! She, who was originally scared, slowly opened her eyes and saw the fireflies flashing around her, revealing a hint of joy. Look! Aren't they beautiful? Linley's face was full of smiles. When will the plants we plant grow up? It will only take a few months. By then I will be able to make delicious food for our family. Yeah, I want to eat big strawberries, and blueberries, and chili peppers. Okay, I'll give it to you. I'll give it all to you. From now on, I'll plant whatever you want to eat. Linley led her down the stairs. At this time, Shin's mother stewed a pot of soup and prepared to serve it to her daughter. Xiaoxue, where have you been? Mom made a tonic soup for you. Shu? My mom is here. She tugged at Linley's clothes a few times, then walked forward. Mom, I just finished my meal and I'm a little full, so I went for a walk with my husband. Hey, okay, drink it quickly, it will be cold soon. Shin's mother couldn't understand the young people's routine. They didn't turn off the TV after watching it, and liked to be mysterious. Shin Xingxue took a sip of her mother's tonic soup and stuck out her tongue. Ahem, this soup tastes a bit weird, how about you help me drink it, husband? No. This is a token of my mother's love. You should drink it, honey. Linley quickly shook his head, because the other party did put a lot of ingredients in it, and as for the taste, of course, it had everything. Xiaoxue, it tastes a bit bad, but it's good for your health. Shen's mother continued to emphasize. So she drank the soup with great pain, and then went back to the bedroom and drank several glasses of lemonade. Wow, husband, your cooking skills are still the best. Good medicine tastes bitter, for your health. Linley turned his head and browsed the real estate information provided by the system. Since Xinxingxue liked the sea, it would be a good idea to buy a villa by the sea. However, you do need to choose the location. For example, should you buy a house on the southernmost island or by the sea in the north? But the only difference is that the current housing prices are much cheaper than before, so you can grab a bargain. That means you can buy a good house with half the money. Chapter 68, Take my wife to see the sea, get a sea view villa. Until a 3-story sea view villa appeared in sight. This place is located in Xiong City, the southernmost part of Longhua. Unlike Sanya next door, it is not a tourist destination and is extremely crowded during the peak tourist season. It is a separate house with convenient transportation and is only 100 meters away from the beach. More importantly, its sea water has not been polluted by other countries, so it is particularly suitable for living. It's right here. After sorting out the basic information, Linley called Xinxingxue, who was coaxing the child, over. Honey, do you want to go to the beach? We haven't been out since you got pregnant. I think. She used to love traveling. She had been to all the places, both in the east and the west, and the most important thing was that they didn't have a honeymoon. How about we go to Xiong City this time? Xiong City? I think it's okay. Xinxingxue nodded slowly. Okay then, I'll ask my secretary to book a ticket for me. 2 weeks later, the couple took their baby on a first-class flight. Today, Xinxingxue was wearing a beige dress with lotus sleeves and a teardrop-shaped agate necklace. She attracted the attention of many passengers just when she boarded the plane. Wife, the ultraviolet rays in Xiong City are quite severe. Can you guys put on some sunscreen? Well, thank you, husband. She took off her sunglasses and applied another layer of sunscreen to the triplets. After flying in the air for 3 hours, the plane finally landed. Linley also brought everyone to the door of a large villa. This was the villa recommended by the system. It was priced at 800W, had 3 floors, and covered an area of about 1,200 square meters. It has a large beach with beautiful scenery and large floor-to-ceiling windows, from which you can enjoy the sea view not far away. Wow, husband, the hotel you picked is great this time. Xinxingxue opened her arms and felt the salty sea breeze blowing through her hair. Well, if you like, go in and take a look. He smiled and carried his luggage into the house. In the living room, there was a baby blanket with a wooden horse on it. On the other side, there was a vertical bookshelf filled with all kinds of novels. Wow, husband, you even prepared a novel, and it seems to be a limited edition? She already loved reading novels, and was attracted to the bookshelf. She picked up an unopened novel and started reading. As long as you like it. Linley felt secretly delighted. The triplets slept for several hours on the plane and were crying with hunger. Waving his little paws, looking for his mother. Good baby, mommy is here. Xinxingxue, who was in the bedroom, picked up the baby and lifted up her clothes, revealing her snow-white skin. Wife, you just feed me here. Linley blinked, because she was not shy this time. What else? You've seen it several times anyway, what's wrong with feeding it here? She blinked her eyes, a smile on her lips. Could it be that he couldn't help himself after seeing this? Ahem, what my wife said makes sense. He couldn't refute, so he turned around and lowered his head to pack his luggage, which included some spare clothes for the baby and the two of them, as well as some daily necessities. Half an hour later, Xinxingxue walked out of the room. Okay, husband, let's go. Xinxingxue flew directly into Linley's arms. Okay, let's go. The two of them walked on the golden beach, leaving pairs of footprints, until they saw a shiny object in the sand not far away. Hubby, look. Xinxingxue bent down and dug out a thorny conch. It's a conch. Before, I could only pick up broken shells on the beach. She smiled again. Well, let's walk further ahead. Maybe we can find something new. Linley continued to add. Great. On the rest of the journey, the two picked up shells of different shapes, but most of them were clams, and they didn't know who had thrown them on the beach. And only a small part of them are lake blue shells with beautiful patterns. Huh, what a good harvest. Shin Xingxue held the shell to Lin Li's ear. Listen, there is the sound of the sea in the shell. Real? Lin Li raised his eyebrows and listened. Did you hear that? I heard it. He touched the other person's little head. He didn't know who told her that she could hear the sound of the sea? But since my wife likes it, of course I have to admit it. After seeing what their parents did, the triplets also raised their heads. Ah. Does Erbao want to listen too? But, you have to wait for Mama to go back and clean it up. She held the shell in her hand. Debao and Sanbao looked at each other with contempt. Hubby. Look at these two little guys, they are very smart. Okay, what bad intentions could the baby have? It must be you, my wife, who is imagining things. Lin Li teased helplessly. After picking up the shells, the family sat on the beach. Yeah, the beach is great. You can always feel the sea breeze. Well, do you want to live by the sea? Lin Li asked, holding her hand. Of course I do, but my parents don't like the humidity at the beach. After receiving a positive response, Lin Li directly bought the house provided by the system. Ding, I have bought a sea view villa for you. It was also very simple to apply for a property certificate through the system. All you had to do was enter the names of both parties in the property rights column. The courier also delivered the certificate to him half an hour later. So what do you think this is? Husband, aren't you too efficient? You buy it as soon as you say it? Shin Xingxue's face was full of disbelief. Now, you can stay as long as you want. Lin Li hugged her. Yeah. After the two of them hugged for a while, Shin Xingxue, who was barefoot, felt her feet itchy. Husband, are you being naughty again? You didn't do anything bad? Lin Li raised his hands, looking helpless. Who is tickling me then? She looked down and found that it was a small gray crab, which had been poking the soles of her feet with its tiny claws. Such a small crab. It turns out to be this little guy, the sand crab. Lin Li grabbed the sand crab, which was about the size of a fingernail. Hubby, this is horrible, throw it away. Scary? Are you sure? You should know that sand crab is a rare delicacy, and the method is also very simple. Just squeeze the caught sand crab into juice. Then add secret seasoning to make it very delicious. It looks just like Mr. Krabs, very flexible and cute, and its shell is also soft. Of course, you see it looks like a big spider. All right. Lin Li released it temporarily, because this thing is rich in nutritional value, so he must give it to his wife. Chapter 69. I took my wife fishing on a yacht and caught a large basket of fish. The next day, Lin Li got up early and picked up a bucket full of sand crabs. Then he went back to the kitchen, cleaned the sand crabs, ground them into sauce, and sprinkled some secret seasoning on them. A fresh fragrance emanates from it. He picked up a glass jar and poured the sand crab juice into it. Done. After taking a sip, Lin Li took out the yacht given by the system and parked it at a nearby pier. Wife, it's time to get up. He returned to the room and kissed Shin Xingxue on her fair forehead. Yeah, okay, I'm awake. Today's breakfast is bacon bread in milk, but the bread is added with secret sand crab juice. Honey, it's delicious. What ingredients did you add today? After she finished eating, she took a few more bites and ate them on the way. Secret sauce, honey, if you like it, I'll make more. Okay, where are we going today? How about I take you fishing in the open sea? I've got all the documents ready. Yeah, husband, you are really great. So the couple brought the triplets to the port, and a luxury small yacht appeared at the port. It not only had a living room but also beds and a small kitchen. Wow, honey, this boat is great, Shin Xingxue hooked his fingers. Well, let's go aboard and take a look. He walked onto the boat first, then held the other person's waist to get on board, while the crew helped them carry luggage, strollers, and other facilities. The two of them first came to the deck, because there was a wide view here and they could see the surrounding scenery. Especially near this airspace, there were a lot of seagulls. Xiaoxue, you don't have any bread with you, right? Lin Li asked worriedly. Of course not, why are you asking? Ahem, because there are robbers here. He pointed at the seagulls flying around. I understand. After sailing for an hour, the yacht arrived at a deep sea area, where the sea had turned dark blue. And the sea breeze around us also became stronger. Everything is ready. We can start fishing at any time. The crew member picked up a large net and waited for Lin Li's order. Well, that's enough, go to the internet cafe. With his order, the professional fishing net was sunk into the water. Is that all? Xin Xingxue was a little confused. Well, next we just need to wait for the net to be collected. Honey, do you want to try sea fishing? Sea fishing? But I've never tried it, so I guess I won't go fishing? Of course not. I'm here to guide you. My dad is an expert in fishing. Lin Li nodded proudly. He also spent a lot of effort to get the opportunity to go out to sea to fish. 20 minutes later, Lin Li brought a professional fishing rod and bait. Just cast the rod and wait for the fish to bite. He handed the pole to the other man. Then he pulled her wrist and helped her throw the bait out. Yes, that's it. Lin stood by and instructed her how to finish the club. Xin Xingxue would glance at him from time to time, her heartbeat accelerating. Is that so? The moment she turned her head, the fishing float shook violently. It's hooked, hurry up and reel in the rod. Lin Li held her hand and gently pulled the fishing line, and the fishing line slowly gathered in a process of loosening and tightening. Crash! There were splashes of water, and following closely behind was a huge silver white fish tail and a pointed tuna head, which were also pulled onto the boat by the couple. Honey, it's a tuna. We actually caught such a big tuna. Well, my wife is in good luck, today's feast is ready. This big tuna is at least 1 meter long, making it the king of tuna. The crew member's eyes widened. Mrs. Lin is amazing, her first shot was so powerful. They are both very good, right? Especially Mr. Lin, his fishing technique is amazing. Without decades of fishing experience, it would be impossible to do that. Hey, stop standing there, come and help me process the tuna. Lin Li quickly stopped everyone. In this way, the tuna can be processed in the shortest time. It not only contains large pieces of tuna meat, but more importantly, tuna roe. This is the raw material for caviar. Xin Xingxue, who was pushing the babies, also brought him another good news in the kitchen. Honey, our nets have caught a lot of big fish, I asked them to move them all over here. Okay, honey, don't get too tired. Lin Li couldn't even express how happy he was. Soon, sea cucumbers, sea urchins, groupers, giant octopuses, etc. were all brought in. They certainly couldn't finish them, so they could only put the uneaten parts in the big refrigerator to keep them fresh. The remaining essence was made into delicious dishes by him. Braised grouper, stewed sea cucumber, braised prawns, sea urchin and radish soup, rice wrapped with fish roe, these dishes alone filled up a large table. The crew members were drooling. Hubby, don't cook anymore. These dishes are enough. Xin Xingxue quickly grabbed the corner of his clothes. Okay, I understand. Only then did he sit down and eat with his wife. After taking a bite, Xin Xingxue was so moved that tears came out. It's delicious, so delicious, my husband's cooking skills are really amazing. Hey, if it tastes good, eat more. Lin Li took out his camera, took a picture of Xin Xingxue and the vegetables, and then sent it to the family group. The pot exploded instantly. What? The two Lins actually went on a sea trip? Isn't this price not cheap? These dishes are too luxurious, aren't they? I'm so hungry just looking at them. Honey, when can you cook for me? Get lost. Are you as good as Lin's cousin? Why are you still talking nonsense in the group? Seeing the messages from relatives pop up in the group, Lin Li at the dinner table was even happier. Mr. Lin's cooking skills are really great. We are also enjoying the benefits with you. The captain raised his glass and toasted. No way. Thank you for your hard work today. Lin Li also clinked glasses with everyone. Fortunately, the triplets had drunk enough milk and fell asleep, otherwise they would have been drooling with greed. Wife, eat more salmon and caviar. They are good for your health. Okay, I can't eat anymore. Xin Xingxue smiled and felt sweet in her heart. After seeing the two of them exchanging glances, the people at the table consciously left the scene. I'm full, you two can eat slowly. Don't eat more? Lin Li looked confused. They must be full after eating dog food, okay? And they are seamen. Not to mention their wives, they can only see their girlfriends a few times a year. How can they eat sweet dog food? In the evening, the golden sun gradually sank into the water, and Linley sat in a chair coaxing the triplets. Baby, be good and grow up happily, although you may not remember this trip. Chapter 70. The most romantic thing is to comb and put up my wife's hair. The next day, Xinxingxue had just finished brushing her teeth when she caught a glimpse of Linley holding a large basin of yellow herbal water and a sandalwood comb in his hand. Hubby, what are you doing? Because she had combed her hair. Of course, I'm combing my wife's hair. This is a secret herbal recipe from my hometown. It can effectively prevent your postpartum hair loss, and it can also make your hair quality better and better. Really? Husband, don't lie to me. Xinxingxue turned her head and touched her hair. It was fine before the baby was born, but after giving birth, she always felt her scalp itchy. No lie, I have all the tools ready, come over here. Linley took out a barber coat from the suitcase, put it around her neck, and then invited her to sit on the chair. Honey, I'm going to start combing my hair. If it hurts, tell me. Although I've helped my mom comb her hair at home. Okay, let's get started. At her urging, Linley gently combed her scalp with a comb. It must be said that his technique was really good. With each layer of scratching, Xinxingxue could feel a tingling sensation. Moreover, the comb has a sandalwood scent, which is very pleasant. Hey, are you comfortable, honey? It's comfortable. Can you help me comb my hair again? Of course, wife. Seeing her eyes slightly closed and a look of enjoyment on her face, Linley felt very happy. He picked up a strand of her hair and smelled it. He really liked the faint jasmine scent emanating from her body, and even after a night's sleep, the fragrance remained strong. Hubby, are you okay? Xinxingxue opened her eyes slightly, caught a glimpse of Linley's appearance, and couldn't help laughing. Ahem, I'll be right there. I need to clear the acupuncture points on my head so that I can achieve the best absorption effect. Sophistry. Both of them knew what the other was thinking, but they just didn't point it out. Because she hadn't had a haircut for a long time, her hair had reached her waist, and she liked to let her hair down, so it was always easy for the three little ones to grab it. How about? Give your wife a new hairstyle? Linley thought for a moment, then took out a wooden hairpin from Xinxingxue's makeup bag. There was a small golden plum blossom on it, which looked elegant and generous. So he turned his hands and made a beautiful bun for her hair. When Xinxingxue felt her hair being pulled, she opened her eyes. Oh my god, husband, you can also do your hair up? She originally wanted to complain a few words, but was also struck by the beauty of her own hairstyle in the mirror. She looked like a lady from the Republic of China era, delicate and pure. Hey, I looked it up online. After all, I'm a novelist, so I need to research hairstyles, clothing, and so on. Isn't this something that can be used here? It is said that most men are careless, but Linley is a good father. It seems that he can take care of his two daughters' hair in the future. Well, my husband is the best. She hugged him gently, full of joy. Yeah, of course. Linley smiled and poured the water away. Ding, it is detected that you have completed the first postpartum hair washing for your wife. You will be rewarded with a copy of the Instant Headlines app. You can get a full set of app codes to help the company obtain the latest headlines hot information. Looking at the prompts that popped up in front of him, Linley became very excited. Isn't this software just right for your company? And although the company has risen to a good position, it is evenly matched in terms of obtaining news. If you launch this app in your company, wouldn't that mean they would all make a fortune? So he immediately sent the app to the large work group. Honey, are you checking the work group again? We are here for vacation, you need to relax. After feeding the baby, Xinxingxue hugged his waist, her face full of shyness. Yeah, my wife is right. How does your scalp feel now? It feels itchy. I wonder if my hair is going to grow. Although I already have enough hair now, right? Really? Then I'll stew some Polygonum multiflorum for you, which can help hair growth? Linley continued jokingly. No, Polygonum multiflorum doesn't taste good, and we have a baby. As everyone knows, it is best not to feed the baby anything before he or she is weaned. She casually picked up her phone, took a photo of herself, and then sent it to her group of girlfriends. After a while, a lot of messages came from the group. Li Xuan, wow, Xiaoxue, you are so beautiful today. Did a big hairstylist do your hair? Can you give me a contact number? Zhang Lulu, I saw the photo of the school beauty right after I got off the plane. Xue, have you been living a better life since your wedding? Are you finally willing to change your big wavy hair? Xin Xingxue curled her lips. Lulu, what's wrong with big waves? My husband is letting me slow down today. Li Xiuan, husband? They say men gain weight after getting married. Show me a picture. As a result, Xin Xingxue ignored him and was hugged by Lin Li. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Stop messing around, someone's coming. Xin Xingxue wanted to get up and open the door, but was pushed back by Lin Li. Just let them wait. Several crew members were also confused. Didn't Mr. Lin say he was going to another sea area to fish? Why hasn't he gotten up yet? Well, then just wait. The captain had no choice but to return to the wheelhouse. Hubby, I want to go to the shore today to buy some souvenirs for my parents. In the past, they always bought them for me when they went abroad, so I want to buy them this time. She didn't understand how difficult it was to be a parent before, but after going through so much, she finally understood her parents' intentions. Okay, then let's go together as a family. Lin Li nodded slightly. An hour later, the yacht returned to the port. However, this time there were many more temporary commercial streets on the beach, consisting of small vendors. There are many children playing beach volleyball and building sandcastles on the beach. Although they have dark skin, they always have a simple smile on their faces. Coconut juice, coconut jelly, coconut crabs, and various palm-woven handicrafts were all on display. Honey! Look, what a cute rabbit! Xin Xingxue picked up a big-eyed little rabbit from the stall. Although the year of the rabbit has passed, rabbits are still one of people's favorite animals. Hey, if you like it, just buy it. I think you two are destined to be together, so I'll give you a 20% discount. The old man watching the stall was all smiles. Well, pick a few more. Then I want 3 little snakes, a little tiger, and an owl. She held the little animals in her arms.